laugh, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Buffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. Today is October 12th. It is 2:32 in the afternoon, and I hope everyone's having a great day here in New York. It's kind of overcast, almost ready to drizzle and have rain, very damp. And it's probably because there's a bunch of hurricanes in the Atlantic at this moment. I hope your day is finding you warmer and drier than here in New York. That being said, we've got a lot to talk about today, folks. We have Nobel Peace Prize, tariffs with China. We have conversations about Katie Porter, the governor's race in California. We have a trend that we have seen with Democrats that goes back decades. We're going to go all the way back to the 90s and up to current day to show you a little bit about that. We have a peace deal in the Middle East and how that's going to affect not just Israel, but Europe, America, the entire world, and our global stability, our global peace. These are all going to be things we're going to talk about today. And of course, we're going to be talking about you and what's affecting you every single day. And I hope that we're going to have a great conversation with all of that. I look forward to it. Please remember that you can always leave a chat, a super chat, a RumbleRant. You can reach us on Facebook and DLive and and on X. Don't forget X. You can reach out to us and we'll be happy to have a conversation with each and every one of you. So come on, let's have that conversation because we believe in free speech. We believe in the First Amendment. It's not just an American principle. This is true for everyone around the world. You have the right, and some would even say the obligation, to speak about the issues that are affecting each and every one of us. And whether or not your government enjoys it, whether or not the internet overlords approve of it, you deserve and have the right to speak. And on this channel, we will hear you out. So please, whether you agree or disagree, let's have a conversation together this Sunday, October 12th, about all of these issues. All right. If I don't promote the channel, who will, right? But honestly, we have been doing this for a long time. Actually, I've been doing this Sunday program for 8 years, been involved in political commentary for 20 years, and I am very excited about all of these things. That's why I come and talk to you every week. Now, I do see Dal has been the first one to join us today and to reach out. Dal is on YouTube and he says, talk a little about the Democrat congressional representatives are making a show of wasting time playing hide and seek in the Capitol. It's riveting stuff. Well, I will get to that. Yes, I do plan to talk about the government shutdown. That is an important issue. It's affecting many people across this nation. It will be affecting even more people going forward. And I'll be giving a prediction about when I think the government shutdown will occur, when we will reopen the government. But that'll be a little bit later in the program. I am not forgetting doubt. If I forget for any reason, please remind me, but I will get to that a little bit later in the program. No, I want to start off today. And for those who are new to the channel, first of all, let me say welcome. Hello, and I welcome you to the channel. I thank you for being here with us, whether for 5 minutes or the full extent of the show. I appreciate each and every one of you. And I want you to know we do long-form political commentary. We go into details. It's not in a minute and a half, the little soundbite that you get on your nightly news, which is highly edited and doesn't tell you the truth. No, we want to get into this with you and hear what you have to say about it, how it's going to affect your life, the consequences. Okay. But before we get into that, we always like to start the show either with any old news or breaking news, and then we go into what's happening internationally, and then we go into the domestic. That's the normal format for those who are new to the channel. I do want to start off with something that is new and breaking news. I know some people in my audience may have already heard about this, but some may not. And oops, wait a minute. There we go. Okay. And for those who don't know, I have a very good friend. I've known him for 10 years now, a gentleman by the name of Larry Sharpe. Mr. Larry Sharpe, who's run for governor of New York twice before. He's a libertarian. And yes, I am a conservative Republican. Always have. I do not deny that at any moment. Very proud of it. But my good friend, Larry Sharpe, is a libertarian. And he's run for governor twice before. I was one of the first people to actually cover his governor's run, his first governor's run, back in 2018-ish. And when no one in central New York would give him a platform, would not allow him to speak to the public, I did. And we spoke for about 2.5 hours. We were supposed to do a 15-minute interview, and he gave me 2.5 hours, a Republican, grilling him on why he was running and what he wanted to achieve. And I have always had immense respect for Larry for doing that. And that's how we became friends. And since then, we've talked in person many years. I know him right now. He lives in New York, just as I do. And we talk about that in the Marines. We're both Marines and many other things. Well, my good friend, Larry Sharpe, this week on Wednesday, went on to the Kim Iverson program. And on Kim Iverson, he made a bit of an announcement. I believe I have it queued up here.
Joined by a very special guest who has a very big announcement. Larry Sharpe has been a two-time state gubernatorial candidate in New York, 2018 and 2022 for the Libertarian Party. He has since been affiliated with the American Values PAC, American Values 2024 PAC, which you might know as the PAC that had been supporting Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and the Maha movement. Larry Sharpe, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for being here.
I have returned. Your audience may rejoice. So yes, I'm back again. I'm so happy to be here, trying my best to, as always, make the world a better place. It doesn't always work, but I keep trying. I'm either dumb or stubborn or something, but I keep going.
Well, you keep going. So tell us the big announcement.
It is true. I have been teasing people for years, probably not years, but years and months. I've been teasing. I am actually running for governor of New York for 2026. Yes, it is true.
Wow.
Yes. And I will be looking for.
Well, that is the news. Kim Iverson was the first program to announce publicly that Larry Sharpe is running for governor of 2026. I've talked to Larry back and forth about this, and I have to say publicly, I'm happy to say this. Matter of fact, let me put this on the full screen here because I want to be very clear. I support Larry Sharpe running for governor of New York in 2026. I full-throated and absolutely give my support to Larry Sharpe, a libertarian and independent candidate in running for the New York governorship. I have no problem saying that as a conservative Republican, as a Republican who has run for Congress, who has run for the county executive. I had to remember what I ran for there. But someone who has been deeply involved in politics for the last 20 years and actively involved in politics in New York State, I give him my full support because I believe he is a great candidate. I think he would be a great governor. And I think he's someone that all of my audience should look into. If you know nothing about Larry Sharpe, I've done, I don't know, a dozen interviews with Larry. You can go to No Soundbites Allowed, type in Larry Sharpe, and you will see many interviews I've had with him over the years. One of the best things I can say about my good friend Larry Sharpe, and yes, it's personal, but it's also professional. And the professional part is that Larry Sharpe, in all of the time that I have known him, from the very first interview up until this second today, Larry answers the questions and he provides solutions, not just blame the other guy. He actually provides solutions that he believes are effective, and I agree with many of them, that he believes will improve the life for citizens in New York State and anyone else who happens to be in the state. And I think that's important. We've had decades in New York State of single party rule, Democrats being in control of New York. And what have we received? Since 1958, we have lost congressman after congressman, going from 45 members of Congress representing New York State to 26. And in fact, if Joe Biden didn't change the census to allow us to count illegal aliens, New York would have lost 3 members of Congress. We'd be down to 24. So Democrats' single party rule has ruined New York State, much like California, Illinois, many of the blue states. We'll get into that a little bit later. But what's the solution? We need to win, and we need solutions, concrete solutions that can lead to a better path forward. I know Elise Stefanik has been on the table, off the table. I've heard from many sources that they're just not sure what she's going to do. She hasn't committed to this. That in and of itself tells me, Elise, don't run. If you're not confident, if you're not sure you're going to win, don't run. And the fact that she isn't involved in what I believe is one of the most critical factors for the 2026 election, both the midterms, New York State governor, many other issues going forward, will be MAHA, Make America Healthy Again. It is something that goes right in line with making America great again. An America First policy is also an America Healthy policy. This is something that's championed by RFK Jr. And honestly, as I've said before on this channel, it's the only thing that I think RFK Jr. got right, is making America healthy. I would never vote for RFK as president, but I will vote for him and did support him as Secretary of Health and Human Services and being in charge of the CDC. And he is making America healthy, and that is a great thing because MAHA, Making America Healthy Again, is critical to our nation both today and in the future. And to go along with that, we need politicians who understand not only what we need in politics next week, but what we need for the next year, the next 5 years, the next 10 years. They have to have a plan, and it has to be a reasonable plan, not free stuff like Zoran Mandami has offered New York City in failed policies. And when I say that, I mean policies that failed, provably failed, everywhere in the world, and including in New York State. We don't need that. What we need are actual solutions, things that bring people together, that improve our country, improve our state, and give us a real future, our kids a real future. I think Larry Sharpe will do that. And I say that not only as his friend, but more importantly, as a political commentator who for 20 years have talked to Democrats, Republicans, Libertarians, Green Party. I've talked to people in every single political party across this country. For 2 decades, I've been doing interviews with them. And I have to say, Larry Sharpe is one of the best in terms of his vision and his plans, and I think he should be governor of New York. We'll talk more about Larry Sharpe, and I'll have him on relatively soon to do an interview with me to answer some of your questions. And of course, we'll talk more about the 2026 New York governor's race as it comes down the line. That being said, so I wanted to talk about that because I do think it's important. Again, I'm open to hearing everyone's thoughts, whether you agree or you disagree. If you think that, Mike, you're a Republican, so you can only vote for a Republican, means you have to support Elise Stefanik. Let's have that conversation, please, because that's no different than the conversation that says, well, you're black, so you have to vote Democrat. I'm not monolithic. No one is. You pick the best candidate. You have reasons for why you pick the people you choose. And whether you're black or whether you're a Republican or a Democrat or a Libertarian doesn't mean that that puts you into a checkbox and that's the only thing you can do, because that's how you get mental slavery. But let me go on. Not only did we want to talk about Larry Sharpe, which is some important and I think great breaking news, and I want to talk a little, and I talked about that, but I also want to make people aware there is, there it is. God, I got to remember to get that right. There is also some news which most people probably haven't heard about. Yesterday, early this morning, Saturday night, early Sunday morning, there was a shooting in South Carolina. Hundreds of people were at a bar, enjoying themselves, listening to music, usual Saturday night stuff. And a gunman, it is believed one gunman, possibly more, were shooting at the bar. And 4 people were killed, 20 people were injured. The police have not captured a suspect. They have a person of interest, at least one person of interest, possibly others. There is no known motive for this mass killing, this mass shooting event in South Carolina. There's been a lot of violence of late, and much of the violence lately, in the last month and a half, has been politically motivated in one shape or another. From Charlie Kirk, the shooting at the Mormon church, so much else. There's just been a lot of relatively political events that have been going on. A lot of political violence. I mean, look at Chicago, look at Portland. You see that as well, DC. It's troubling. But it seems in this case, at least at the moment, there is no political reason for it. It seems to just be a madman or lunatic, some deranged, demonic individual. And I denounce what they did, regardless of the politics, whether they're male or female, whether they're trans or straight, whatever their preferences are and how they want to be named or how they want to date. I don't care. I don't care about any of that. I don't care if they're a leftist or a rightist. The violence is unacceptable. No matter who did it and no matter what their reason for it, it is unacceptable. It is even greater and even more unacceptable if it is political violence, because that doesn't change anyone's mind. That doesn't help to make things better. Now, again, this is a developing story. The reason why you haven't heard about this, most likely in CNN, MSNBC, most of the major news media, the reason why you're not really hearing about this is because they don't know who to blame. The news media is biased. They want it to be a white Republican male. That's heterosexual. That's what they want. And they love to run with stories about that, to blame the right, to blame white males, to blame straight people, to say they're the worst, horrible, evil in the world. And when the story is about that, they run with it all day long. They run that story all week, 2 weeks later. But when it's a good guy with a gun like Mr. Derek Perry, when he protected people at a Walmart, When the story is about a trans shooter, whether it's in Tennessee or if it's in Minnesota, then the story disappears. Then you don't hear about that anymore. And the news media doesn't want to talk about it. They never talk about shootings in Chicago. I guarantee you this weekend, several people were killed in Chicago and in Baltimore and in Detroit. They don't talk about that because that doesn't help the political agenda. But they will talk about, if they find out that there was a white male involved in this shooting, I guarantee you they're going to talk about that. And if it's, better yet, if it's a white male who's a Republican, or they can make you believe that it's a Republican, like they tried to do with the Charlie Kirk murder, then they will push that rumor and they will push that message all day long. And when they're wrong, they'll just stop talking about it. They won't apologize. They might put a retraction somewhere at the end, 5 seconds, that's it. But they're going to push that message. So you need to be aware early that that's not necessarily the case. So I thought that was an important story because they don't want to talk about it yet. It's a story that we should talk about. We have a problem in our nation when it comes to mass shootings. We have a culture that has developed around mass shootings, whether they're copycats or original demonic, demented individuals. There is obviously a problem. Much of it has to do with mental health. Again, going back to Maha, we have to make America healthy again. That includes our mental health. And we're not getting a lot of help on that from many of the politicians, especially on the left, who ignore any of the mental health issues. They just disregard it because they want to push a political agenda, not actually fix the problem. Some of it, we know there's at least 38 different reasons why mass shootings occur. And that could include employment, it could include poverty, it could include politics, it could include religion. There's a lot of reasons. Mental health is one of the top most common themes we see in all of these mass shootings. It's not the gun. You won't hear me blame the gun. And by the way, we don't know if this was a handgun. We don't know if this was a rifle. We don't know if this was a shotgun or a combination of those things. If we go by the historic numbers and the majority of mass shootings, it probably was a handgun, possibly two, possibly with additional firearms as well. But over 65% of the time, it's a handgun. A handgun is responsible. And that's what you don't hear from the left because they want you to be worried about AK-47 or M16. Less than 2% of mass shootings, less than 2%, are actually used with a rifle, and in particular, a M16, a AK-47, something they want to classify as an assault weapon. And anyone who's actually been in the military, you know what an assault weapon is. That's a 50 cal machine gun, Browning 30 cal twin machine gun. That's an assault weapon. Use it against tanks. It's not man portable. That's an assault weapon. No one's using that. There are over 743,000 Americans with machine guns. That's true. That's in America right now. Has been true for decades. Americans have tanks, they have fighter planes, they have flamethrowers, they have rocket launchers, all legally owned by over 1 million Americans right this second. That's not the problem. They want to blame rifles. Why? You've seen it in the movie. It's scary. For the half of America that's never owned a firearm, well, their only reference is Rambo or some similar type of movie, and they want you to be afraid. They want you to be terrified. That doesn't make you safe. It just makes you obedient. They love fear. The mainstream media loves to push fear, but fear does not solve a problem. And I think healthcare is one of the biggest parts of the mass shooting problem. But that's my thought on that. We'll talk more about that. I'm always open. If you think I'm wrong, if you think, Mike, you just don't understand, which is what the left always loves to say, then please tell me what you think. I'm familiar with the data. I can go off the top of my head about this. I cover this consistently for 15 years. I'm happy to talk about it. In fact, I know we have a couple of comments here. So let me go through. And I see Dal says the biggest problem is whether Elise is going to, in talking about Larry Sharpe running for governor of New York. Dow says the biggest problem is whether Elise Stefanik, who is a member of Congress at this time, the New York 21st District, runs or not. I should also mention, I have met Elise Stefanik a couple of times. When I ran for the New York 22nd District as a member of Congress, I met her when she was running for the first time for Congress in the New York 21st District. So I've met her a couple of times. She probably doesn't remember me. That's fair. But full disclosure, I have met her on the campaign trail. I've met her a couple of times, and I am familiar with her. I know Larry, he's a personal friend, but I have met Elise. He goes on to say, Larry is running against Governor Hochul, who is the current governor of New York, and presumably will be running for re-election, even though she has massive negative. Look at the polling. She's not well liked. Her policies have not worked. He goes on to say, and the DNC, that Larry's going to be running against Governor Hochul and the DNC and the entirety of the New York GOP, who couldn't even be bothered to support a non-Democrat candidate. Well, that's true. The political parties hate third-party candidates. They disrespect and disavow anyone, whether you're a Green Party, socialist, libertarian, doesn't matter. Even conservatives are often dismissed by the major parties. Working Families Party are often dismissed by the Republican and GOP and Democrats very often. So you're not wrong there. Dow goes on to say the New York GOP leadership is captured and controlled opposition. They're the big fish in a small pond. New York State is a bluer than blue state, and partially because of the policies of Andrew Cuomo, of Kathy Hochul, have been driving out about 300,000 New York State residents every single year. For a decade now, New York has been the number one state that people are leaving. Number two is normally California. Number three is New Jersey. Bluer than blue states, controlled by Democrats for decades, and everyone's leaving because their policies have failed and the economies are crumbling. And if you're a legal alien, you're doing great. You're going to be guaranteed to get housing and benefits. If you're an American citizen, not so much. I will explain why that's the case a little bit later in the program. But I will tell you why Democrats are so hyped up for illegal aliens, even at the cost of American citizens. But you're not wrong, Dow. Dow goes on to finally say, it's the same issue with Curtis Sliwa, who's running in the New York City 2025 mayoral race. And he's faced a lot of the same issues that Larry Sharpe is in fighting against the GOP. Even though Curtis Sliwa is a Republican, he has to fight. I mean, it's been publicly announced that Curtis Sliwa wasn't getting all the funding from Republicans. They were giving money to Eric Adams, who has since dropped out and is highly unpopular. And we've said on this program before, had no chance of winning the election. Absolutely no chance of winning the mayoral election. But Democrats were willing to support him. Republicans were willing to support Eric Adams, a Democrat, over their candidate, Curtis Sliwa. Made no sense. Guaranteed to harm Curtis Sliwa's campaign and to make it more likely a Democrat will win. Why would they do that? I'll explain a little bit. But yes, you are correct. Now, again, anyone who disagrees, I'm happy to hear your voice. If you think, Mike, you've missed something in the news, you've misunderstood some of the data, okay, tell me why. Now, I know some people say, but Mike, I feel. Hey, you can have whatever feeling you want. It's America. I'm not going to tell you how to feel about anything. I have my own feelings. I don't need yours. You don't want mine. That's okay. I respect that. But many on the left will tell you, no, you have to feel like they feel at all times. And I reject that. I'm not a drone. I'm not a robot. Neither are you. You're an adult. You can have whatever feeling you want. You don't need anyone else's feeling. You can feel however you wish about anything. But let me move forward a little bit. So Again, we were talking about the mass shooting, and that's an issue we really, as a nation, have to address. Something else that just came out that I think, and this is also part of the breaking news, came out today, is that the IRS has now announced their 2026 tax brackets for 2027. So when you file taxes next year, we already know what bracket, what percentage of taxes you're expected to pay. Now, remember, the top 1% of America pay about 41% of all taxes in the nation. The top 5% in America pay for 70% of all taxes in America. We're talking about $4.2 trillion a year. And about 70% of that is coming from those personal taxes, are coming from the rich, the top 5%. Democrats keep saying, well, they have to give more. They won't tell you how much more. They just say give more. Mind you, the bottom 50% pay 3% of taxes and get about 12% of all refunds. They get more refunds than they pay in taxes. It's the poorer you are, the more you're getting money. Everything's being paid for by the rich, but the left will tell you it's not enough. It's never enough. No matter how much they get, no matter how many rights they take, it's never enough. But there's good news in 2027 under the Trump administration. And this is probably why you're not hearing about this yet. It hasn't been big news. You would think it would be bigger news, that more of the Sunday programs would be talking about this. They're not. Why? Well, the reason why is right here, the deductions. Now, the deductions, and maybe you can see it a little better this way, are going up. You're going to be able to pay less in taxes in 2027 under the Trump administration than what you were paying under the Biden administration. And they don't want to tell you that because that's good news. You get to keep more of your money. And of course, Democrats don't like that. That's going to be hard for them in the 2026 midterm elections. How do they argue with that? It's better than free stuff. It's your money, and you get to keep it in your pocket. Spend it on whatever you want to spend it on. And Democrats hate that because they're not in charge of your money. They're not in charge of where your money goes and who gets to use your money. They want your money. They're always talking about spending more. Just like right now during the government shutdown, they want to spend $1.5 trillion more of your money. Republicans don't. Now, you may like or dislike Republicans and their policies, fine. But it's Democrats that want to spend more money. And here's the key. This is why this is important. Regardless of what side of the aisle you might sit, you can be an independent, a libertarian, you can be a Republican or a Democrat. The fact is, an absolute fact, the more the government prints money, that's inflationary. Always. It doesn't matter who's doing it, whether it's the left or the right, doesn't matter. It is always inflationary. And that means that if you are poor, you become more poor. If you're middle class, you become poor every single time. That's why it costs so much money. Remember, you used to be able to go to a dollar store with $1 and buy food and get things that you need. You can't buy anything at the dollar store for $1 anymore. And if you're old like me, I can remember when I could get a pizza for 55 cents. 55 cents. If I wanted to have something on it, it would cost 65 cents. So if I wanted, like I love, pizza with sausage on it, that's 65 cents. Now, that was back in the 1970s, and inflation, of course, has existed since then, but price went up. But that same slice today at the same pizza parlor, actually, the same pizza parlor exists. It's been in my neighborhood. It was there before I was born, and it's still there now. It's over 60 years. I can go to that same pizza parlor, and I can get that same slice with sausage. Today, it costs $5.25. Used to cost 65 cents. Guess what changed in the time from the 1970s to today? $37 trillion in debt. That's what happened. The United States spent $37 trillion. And what a dollar can buy went down and down and down. So it's a big deal. So if you get to keep more of your money and the government doesn't have to print more money, you don't get poorer. Or at least you get poor less quickly than when Democrats just print more money and spend your money on things that aren't going to help you directly. And that's why it's so important that, as we can see here, we're having deductions, the standard deduction for single people and for married, a family. The number's going up. You get to deduct more. You get to keep more money off of your taxes. Democrats just don't want to tell you about that. They don't, because that means Donald Trump did something that you elected him for. That means that Republicans are doing something you want them to do. This is a campaign promise that's being lived up to. And they don't want you to remember that, especially in an election year, 2026 for the midterms. They have to make you believe Orange Man bad, Republicans are evil, MAGA is 1930s Germany. That's what they have to make you believe. Otherwise, they have no power. And they are losing power because we're all seeing over and over again. Donald Trump, he made campaign promises. He's living up to them. Not all of them, not all fully, but he's doing more of what he promised than any other president we've had in the last 57 years of my life. That's just a fact. And he's lowering taxes effectively. This is real world. You get to keep more of your money. That's lowering taxes. That's something that everyone, and as you can see here, this goes from everyone who makes $12,400, that's poverty, all the way up to people who make $640,000 or more. That's every income bracket in America. That's everybody who makes money, from the poorest of the poor to the 1%. Everyone is going to keep more of their money. That's a good thing. That's how you beat inflation. It's not how you give more power to government, and therefore Democrats are not very happy about that. They don't get to take your money and give it to illegal aliens anymore. And they do. They do take your money. You know, you just saw, we just lived through the last 4 years. You saw the Biden administration. You can go to Boston, Chicago, New York, LA, Seattle, Colorado, Austin. You can see in each of one of these cities and more, they were giving hotel rooms. They were giving credit cards with $13,000 to illegal aliens, people who broke the law and entered the United States against our laws, and they gave them a reward and said, here's a credit card so that you can go buy food and clothing and live your life as you live in a 3 or 4-star hotel, all on the taxpayer dime. That's what they did. We lived through that. You can't rewrite history. That's what they did. And it broke New York. It broke Boston. It broke Chicago and LA. The major cities, Democrat-run cities, all were broken. Their infrastructure. Every single mayor, Mayor Wu, Mayor Johnson out of Chicago, Mayor Adams in New York, even Bass in California and LA, they all said their infrastructure was broken by illegal aliens. And Democrats say, well, let's add more. Break it a little bit more. It's already broken, break it more. I think we all are ready to keep more of our money for the things we want to spend money on, whether it's giving it to something like the Jericho Project, which I support and I've raised money for on this channel. You know that. And that's to help the homeless, to help families, to help veterans, especially homeless veterans, to help them. I'd rather give more money to that than to the United States government so they can give it to an illegal alien so they can live in a hotel. I'm sorry. That's not where I want my money to go. In fact, I'm not sorry. I don't want my money to go to put an illegal alien in a hotel while there is a United States military veteran living on the streets. It's just, I have a priority. You may not agree with that priority. I do. It's my money. I want my money to go where my priorities are. You can put your money where your priorities are. But that's why I think this is such a big deal and why Democrats are so very, very, very against this. And that's why you're not hearing a lot about it in the news. By the way, I'd like to say hello to John. John Lashcombe says, algorithm. That's right. Hit the like, share, and most of all, the subscribe button. It is critical. It makes such a big difference. It helps us to get interviews. I want to get my interview with Larry Sharpe. Why didn't Larry Sharpe come on to this program and announce that he's running for governor as the first news media outlet? Because I have less than 5,000 subscribers. That's why. I mean, with no disrespect, of course not. Kim Iverson has well over, on Rumble alone, well over 250,000 viewers. On Rumble alone, over 52,000 people saw Larry Sharpe announce that he's going to be running for governor in 2026 for New York State. I don't have those numbers. I wish I did. And if I did, Curtis Sliwa would be on this. I've been trying to get an interview with him. He would have been on this program already. I would have gotten Zoran Mandami to come onto this program if I had 250,000 viewers, if I subscribers, if I had 52,000 people watching an episode. I'd get them on. You can help me do that. To ask the interviews of Zoran Mandami and Curtis Sliwa and Larry Sharpe and Elise Stefanik and Governor Hochul. We can get them to answer our questions, but I just need you to subscribe to do that. And if you do, I appreciate it because it makes a big difference. By the way, you can also help the program by going to donate. You can help the program by giving your support. You can do a SuperChat, a RumbleRant. They help to pay the bills and help to get us moving forward. You can also go to the Patreon. That's just $1.50 per month, not per week, not per day. $1.50 per month. We're talking about $15 in an entire year. You spend more money on your streaming services in a month than you would in being my Patreon supporter in an entire year. I think that's a deal. And of course, you can also, if that's not good for you, you can always go over to PayPal and you can donate as much as you want one time. I appreciate no matter what you do. But honestly, all you need to do, hit the subscribe button. Like, share, and hit the subscribe button. And that will allow us to get people like Zoran Mandami onto this program so we can ask them the questions you think are important. All right. And also, Larry Sharpe. Okay. So we know what's happening with taxes coming up. Let me take a little bit of a departure here because normally we don't talk about entertainers very much on this program because I don't care about entertainment, whether it's basketball, baseball, any kind of sports athlete. I don't really care whether it's someone in the movies or not. I generally don't care about any of that. But I did want to mention, I do see, this is a star from Family Matters. He's the guy who used to play Eddie on Family Matters. It was a big show back in the late 90s, early 2000s, in that time period. And he was pretty popular on the program, and he just got arrested. Now, a lot of people are just going to go by the headline. And the headline is, Family Matters star arrested by the U.S. Border Patrol on felony fugitive charges. Oh, my God. I saw that, and I said, wait a minute. Why is he at the border? Why is he getting arrested by the Border Patrol? I mean, they're usually arresting illegal aliens. They're arresting MS-13 and Tren de Aragua. The illegal aliens and gangs and cartels. That's their primary purpose. But at the same time, the Border Patrol is there to protect our border from other criminals as well. But that's the big thing that we always notice. And he's getting arrested on felony fugitive charges. What's that about? That sounds very political to me. So I was like, I have to check out this story. As it turns out, it's not really political. The reason why he was going down, and it is reported by his personnel, and his actual name is Darius McCrary. And according to McCrary's spokespeople, he was going into Mexico because he was trying to, and I believe I have it here. Yes, here it is. He was going into Mexico because he was building homes for homeless people in Mexico. That's a good thing. He was helping the homeless, and I am all about helping the homeless. We are an advocate for the homeless on this channel. I have personally been homeless twice. I've talked about it many times on this program. I'm not embarrassed to say that I have spent some time in my life, back when I was about 26, as someone who was homeless, 24 or 26, I forget. But I was homeless. And I understand how difficult that can be and how hard it is to get your life restarted. I understand that, and I help the homeless on many venues, either trying to raise money for the Jericho Project that you saw me do on my birthday for 12 hours, and we raised a couple $100 for the Jericho Project. I'm very proud of that. Or other things that I do behind the scenes where I don't put my name, which some people hate because I'm a Republican, and so they won't give or they won't support some institutions. This happened a lot in southern tier of New York. I couldn't say that I was doing something with the homeless, with many organizations, some of them left-leaning, some of them neutral. I couldn't say anything, otherwise people would attack that group for having a Republican, me, supporting them. They didn't care that I was homeless and I support homeless people. So I have no problem with Darius McCrary, the guy who played Eddie on Family Matters, helping people who are homeless in Tijuana in Mexico. And I've been, when I was in the Marines, I went to Tijuana. That's a story. Oh God, I have a story about Tijuana. Nearly got arrested. Oh God, that was, we were Marines on leave. We got drunk. It was a mess. But anyway, so I appreciate that. Now, I would be more appreciative if Darius McCrary was helping the homeless in the United States. And he may well be. He may be doing things in the United States and can't put his name on it because of similar reasons why sometimes I can't put my name on it. So I'm not going to say he doesn't help the homeless in the United States as well as overseas. I can't say that. I don't know for sure. He might. What I will say is what's been declared here is, as stated in his statement, he's definitely helping build homes in Mexico. And I get it. It's cheaper. It's easier to do. And they need it. They need the help. But there's a lot of poor neighborhoods in the United States that need it too. I can only hope that he is putting as much effort into helping the homeless in the United States as he is in Mexico. So I don't fault him. And now we understand why he went to the border. He was going into Tijuana to help this organization, to help build houses for homeless people in Mexico. All good. That's a good deed. So why did he get arrested? And I know someone's going to say, some leftists will view this and go, it's because he's black. They arrested him because he's black and he's helping people in Mexico. No, stop. That's stupid. No, that has nothing to do with it. The reason why he got arrested is because of payment. He missed a child support court date. Now, many stars, many athletes, many entertainers have problems with their baby mama or their baby daddy, whatever the case may be. And they have divorces that are messy, and they have child support issues. Think of that whatever you may. We do know that courts across this nation are heavily biased towards the mother as opposed to the father. And fathers' rights in being able to visit and see and take care of their kids, it's horrendous. I can tell you that I personally know of one of my best friends, one of my friends from, elementary school. I know when he was getting divorced from his wife, and they were estranged. Now, she was living in his apartment. It was an apartment they got together when they were married, and they were separating. She stayed in the apartment. He paid all the bills. She didn't work. He paid for everything for the kids because she didn't get any money. She went and applied to get money from the government, even as she lived in his apartment with him paying for all the bills, including all the food for her and the kids. And she sued him. She brought him into court to say, hey, you're not giving child support. And even though, and this is in New York State, this is going back in the 90s in New York State, even though New York State acknowledged she lived in his apartment, his name on the lease, only name on the lease, his name, and she stayed there, and he paid for all her food, and he paid for everything the kids needed to go to school, their clothing, their food. He paid for everything. The electricity, the internet, all of it was paid by him. They said he still need to give child support, and they sued him, and they tried to call him a deadbeat dad. That's how the system is. They were calling him a deadbeat dad. He paid for everything, and she lived in his house. The kids lived in the house with him. The only income coming from him. And they called him a deadbeat dad and said he had to pay child support on top of paying all the bills, all the food, all the utilities. I saw this person. This is my personal friend that I have known for some 50 years of my 57 years of life. I've known him just about as long as I've been alive. I know this personally. I know this in person. It's very upsetting at the time for me. So Mr. McCrary may not be the deadbeat dad that TMZ is trying to make him out to be. That we're seeing this news, CBS News is trying to make him out to be. His response is, well, I had COVID. I didn't go to my P.O. box, which is where the state, they didn't mail him his notice for the court appearance to his mailbox. No, they sent it to a P.O. box. He says he had COVID. He couldn't go and get it. When he did go and get the notice, the mail from his P.O. box, well, it was already after the date he was supposed to be in court. He had a warrant. He didn't know he had a warrant, but then he found out he had one. And of course, that warrant popped up when he was trying to cross the border to go to Mexico to help homeless people. Now, does that mean you should be sympathetic to Darius McCrary, the actor from Family Matters? He's been in a couple other programs. I don't really know them, so it doesn't matter to me. You might. I don't care. Does that make him a good guy? Does that make him a good guy in a bad situation? I don't know. I don't know Darius McCrary well enough to say. I can tell you the system is biased against fathers, and the news media loves to say that any male entertainer is a deadbeat dad. They love to say that. They eat that up. It's just like when they get a white guy who's in a shooting, mass shooting. Oh my God, see, there you go. It's proof. Oh, all the white people are evil and guns are bad. And they love that. They love that as much as they can go, look, see, this entertainer, he's a deadbeat dad. They love that storyline. I'm telling you, there's more to that story. And I'm trying to, and when the news media, when you see it on E! News Tonight or TMZ or whatever, and they don't tell you the full story, now you know it. Does that change it for you? I don't know. That's up to you. It's entertainment news more than anything else, but there is that political component in there. Is he actually a deadbeat dad? It doesn't sound like he is. It sounds pretty reasonable. And is he trying to do the good thing? A good thing? Helping the homeless? Sounds like it. Would it be better in the United States? Absolutely. And I would love to hear that he's also doing something to help the homeless in America. I'd love to hear that. It's kind of like when Oprah was opening up a school in South Africa. I would have loved to hear her say that she was also opening a school in America. I mean, Oprah's a billionaire, and she could have afforded opening a school in, say, Chicago. her home, the place that made her the billionaire that she is, she could have, and she still to this day could open up a school in Chicago or somewhere in America if she really wanted to help kids, black kids, black kids with their education. Open up a school in America. You did it in South Africa, do it here. That's my personal gripe. You guys may have a different gripe altogether. You may think they've done more than enough. I don't. But again, I'm not here to tell you that Eddie from Family Matters, I'm not telling you he's a good guy. I'm not telling you he's a bad guy. I'm telling you he's a dad who apparently is trying to be a good dad. And the system is definitely biased against him, both in the media and in the courts. And he was doing at least one thing that's very positive with the homeless. And you should decide for yourself, because the rest of the news media isn't going to take the time to tell you all about that. But that's some news that's coming out right now. I thought it was of interest. Maybe I'm wrong. You guys can tell me in the comments if you think he's just a bad guy. He's just a bad guy, Mike. You just don't understand. Okay, tell me why. Tell me how I misunderstand. Oh, there's no such thing as father's rights. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. And yes, fathers are abused in America on a regular basis. Again, I've seen it with my own eyes, with my own personal friend of 50 years. So don't tell me it's not that fathers don't get the shaft when it comes to the courts, especially in bluer than blue cities and bluer than blue states. They really don't like fathers, and they abuse them for their ability to see their kid. And that is a problem in America. We do need to resolve that. We really do need to address that, because that is forcing fathers out of the lives of their kids when they don't necessarily have to. And that kids growing up without dad are more likely, far, far more likely, exponentially more likely to become a problem, to join a gang or to be involved in crime later in their life. Let's have more dads in the lives of our kids. This doesn't make it less difficult for a dad to be part of their kid's life. Not to say that they have to love, got to stay married. I'm not telling you that. But, if you have a kid with someone, you should be able to see those kids that are the result. Give them the opportunity to do the right thing. And if they don't, hold them accountable. That's male or female. But if they are trying, then work with them. Don't let the legal system turn them into a bad guy, because the legal system has an agenda. That's just a fact. We did get another comment here. Let's see. This is from Lauren. Now, for those who didn't see last week's program, Lauren is a bit of a troll, has a little bit of TDS, Trump derangement syndrome. I don't hold that against him. Leftists hate watch this program all the time, and they love to come on and be insulting. And last week, Lauren was. But I did not ban Lauren because I believe in free speech. So Lauren is here with us today. And as long as Lauren is not vulgar, Lauren is more than allowed to come on and make a comment. Although, Lauren, by the way, since you seem to be a leftist, leftists believe that black people are oppressed and victims, you should be the first one going to do a super chat to help me out. You should be sending me a super chat for $50 because of your leftist ideology. Because I am black, whether you believe it or not. But Lauren says, the ridiculous and ignorant fantasy that every American city is filled with complete chaos is very important to all the people who worship a felon that was found liable for sexual abuse. Well, Lauren, how wrong you are. It always amazes me how the left, they come up with this fantasy in their heads. They come up with this story that they've made up in their minds, their head canon, and they then project it out to everyone else, even though it is demonstrably false. So let's start with Lauren says, let's see, it's a fantasy. Every American city is filled with complete chaos. No one has said that. There is no Republican who has said that. No speaker, no, No one who's credible that I am aware of has said that every American city is filled with chaos. What I have said and what I did just say are the top cities in America, the bluer than blue cities. And I did mention by name New York, Boston, Chicago, Baltimore, Detroit, LA, Boulder, Colorado, and Austin. Oh, and Seattle. And those cities, many of them, are in various degrees of chaos. That is a fact. That is a proven fact. We have video all across the internet about the anti-ICE rioting in LA, in Chicago, in Portland, in Seattle, and to a lesser degree in other cities, including Massachusetts, Boston, and New York. We have various degrees of protests and various degrees of rioting. That is happening. Now, did I say that's happening in Topeka, Kansas? No, I did not. Did I infer it's happening in Topeka, Kansas? No, I did not. Is it happening in Boise, Idaho, or Des Moines, Iowa? No, I never said that. So you have already misrepresented the case. In fact, no one has said that, so you're making this up. This is your headcanon, Lauren. And I don't mind that you want to say, you might have a legitimate concern in there, but what you're saying, demonstrably false. So let's debunk that. Let's also go on. Lauren went on to say that this is about worship to the president, obviously meaning Donald Trump. This is your TDS, your Trump derangement syndrome, because no one on the left, no one on the right is, Obama is a religious figure to the left, essentially. He's deific, almost as much as George Floyd is deific. They're putting up monuments to him. They want to have a day for him. They rioted across the country for them. And when Obama speaks, you can't question Obama. During his presidency, you were found to be, matter of fact, even to this day, if you question Obama and some of the things he says, well, then you're a racist. But Obama has been wrong. Remember, Obama had the beer summit because he injected himself incorrectly into politics, local politics, and injected race into those local politics when it was unnecessary. That's why he had the beer summit. Obama bombed American citizens in Yemen because he wanted to. He actually created a memo for the government and authorized bombing American citizens who were never charged with a crime. And he killed them with drones in Yemen under the Obama administration. But we're not supposed to question that. We're not supposed to talk about that. We're not supposed to talk about the fact that under the Obama administration, the IRS was targeting conservatives and Republicans and abusing the power of the government under him. And we're not supposed to talk about the fact that under the Obama administration, they were spying on presidential candidates, in particular Donald Trump, for the benefit of the Democratic Party. We're not supposed to talk about that. See, that's someone who's deific. Now, when I talk about Donald Trump, and I have on this program criticized some of the policies of Donald Trump. Why? Because he's not perfect. Because he's a man and he's a president, and presidents get things right and they get them wrong. No president is immune from critique. And as long as that critique is based in fact and not feeling, well, that's okay. My critique of Obama is based in fact. It's not about my feelings. How I feel about Obama has nothing to do with what I mentioned, which are facts of his presidency. When I critique Donald Trump and I say, I want to see him go and, yes, mass deport illegal aliens, as he campaigned on, he promised the American people, and the American people supported mass deport. Yes, I support that. That doesn't mean I'm worshiping him. It means I support him doing what he promised to do, what he got elected to do. And when I critique him, it's not because I'm critiquing a deity. When I say it should be ICE and the federal law enforcement, the DEA, the Treasury, going in, and they should mass deport these illegal aliens, and not the National Guard. I don't want National Guard in Chicago or in Portland. That's my preference, but that's not because I'm defying a deity. It's because I think the president, I understand his reasoning. I just don't think it's good enough. See, you don't understand the difference because on the left, you're not allowed to have an independent thought. You're not allowed to look at the details and say, okay, I agree with this part, but I disagree with that other part. You have to, as a Democrat, as a member of the left, you have to agree with everything. And that's what Lauren is showing us right now, which is why it's on screen for you guys. You have to agree with it all. You don't get a right to choose. You don't get to make a decision on your own. You have to obey what has been said by the DNC and filtered through the news media and the elected officials, and you just have to obey. You don't have to believe me. Ask the mayor of Dallas, Mayor Johnson. Why did he leave the Democratic Party? Because they told him he had to obey. He couldn't ask questions. He couldn't disagree. And that's why he left the Democratic Party. And Lauren, that's what you're showing us here. Oh, if you disagree, you are a problem. You have a fantasy. We call it like we see it. What's good for America is good for America. What's good leadership is good leadership. But you're saying it's a fantasy, it's sexual. Oh, it's an obsession. The only people who are obsessed are the left. How many of these, remember the elected, we've seen entertainers. What's the little short guy, the short black guy? Everyone laughs. He's a comedian. He's on T-Mobile commercials, I think it is. And he got kicked off of the Oscars because he had a tweet 15 years ago. 15 years ago. He said something they don't like today 15 years ago, and now he gets punished now. See, that is a cult. That's a cult. But agreeing with Donald Trump for doing what he was elected to do, that's not a cult. That's what we should expect from our elected officials. You promise something, do it. The left doesn't. Kathy Hochul didn't do what she promised. Kirsten Gillibrand, in 2020, she was running for re-election as a senator, and she went on TV and told all of the people of New York State and the nation and said, I will be a senator for the full term. I will not run for president while I'm senator. 1 month later, right after the election, 2-3 weeks after the election, she announced her campaign to run for the 2020 presidential run. She was a Democratic nominee. 3 weeks after promising on TV, live, I'm not going to run for president, she lied to the American people. See, that's the difference. But thank you, Lauren. I do appreciate that you tried to make a comment and you're trying to push a leftist agenda on my channel. It won't work. When you just make stuff up, sorry, Lauren, it doesn't work. And I'm happy that you did so that people could see the example of how much of a fail being a blind follower of a political ideology is. It doesn't help anyone. It doesn't advance anything. It just shows that you're a parrot. And apparently, Lauren, you are either trying to troll this channel, or you're being paid by someone in the Democratic Party because they want to try and silence me. Neither is going to happen. But that being said, okay. So let's move forward. So what I had just covered when we went through the first hour of some of the news stories that you're not hearing about right now. You may hear about them a little bit later in the week, and some of them are big stories, but I wanted to explain some of the things I think you should be hearing about and some of the things you should consider. That being said, and thank you for being with me through the first hour of this program, let's go on. So there's a news story, and let's see. So I want to go into the international a little bit. Now, you may not, actually, before I do that, I want to say, and I specifically want to bring up, again, if you are on the left, you're more than welcome on this program. You can chat, you can super chat, you can RumbleRant, and just like Lauren did, I'm not shutting her down. I'm not banning her. I'm not saying, oh my God, you can't be on this channel. I'm not going to do that. That's not what I do. But if you say something that makes no sense on the left or the right or third party, doesn't matter. If you say something that has no substance to it, I will call you out. That's just a fact. Now, that's not abusive to Lauren. I didn't insult Lauren. I did point out what I thought about the statement. And I will do that on the left and the right. And if you've watched this program, I have, in fact, done that. Don't feel like you can't comment and say, Mike, I don't agree. Fine. Don't agree. But don't make stuff up. Don't just parrot something that is complete nonsense. You want to disagree with me? Fantastic. Mike, I don't agree about gun control. Fantastic. Let's have that conversation. Tell me why you think that the Democrat policy for the last 50 years, half a century, has been guns are bad. And they're going to try and ban them. And it has never worked. Gun-free zones has never worked. Every policy that the left has ever come up with doesn't work. It has never worked. So why are we going to keep doing it? If it doesn't work, why keep doing the same thing? Let's have that discussion. If you have a reason why we should double down on things like the New York SAFE Act or red flag laws or a gun ban, if you think those are solutions, fantastic. Tell me why this time it will work. Because it's never worked for half a century before. That's just the fact. And if you're going to say, well, this time it's going to be different, it's kind of like the argument about socialism. Zoran Mandami is different. He's a different kind of socialist. I've lived in Russia. He's the same kind of socialist that we saw in Russia that we've always seen. None of those policies worked before. There's nothing new. Just the guy who's saying it is young and he's vibrant. He's got charisma. That's it. There's nothing new in his policies or his idea. There's no reason to believe it's going to work again because it didn't work the first time. But if you're going to tell me, Mike, but you don't understand, tell me why. Don't tell me, but you're a racist. Oh, you just love Donald Trump. Don't tell me silly things like that because that just embarrasses you and your position. It makes your position sound worse. Let's have the conversation. But let's get the bullet points, the rhetoric, throw that out. Dow has a comment now, and Dow says, I find it ironic that now there is the makings of a Palestine-Israel ceasefire and a peace deal, and the left is crickets. No, they're not. They're worse than crickets. I'll get to that. Kind of proves the point that it was never about the Palestinian people. It has never been nobody cares about the Palestinian people. No one has ever cared about the Palestinian people. Now, that may upset some people. And when I say that, I mean governments. There is no government on the face of the earth that really cares about the Palestinian people. That includes the Middle East, Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, Iran. They don't care about the Palestinian people. They never have. That's why the Palestinian people are in Gaza, and they don't go anywhere else. No one's taking in their refugees. No one wants their refugees. No one wants to help them in the Middle East. No one helps them. There's a reason, because they don't like them. They don't care about them. That's just the reality. And so that's a problem in this whole process. And the Democrats don't care. The Democrats in America don't care. They're just the latest tool in the conversation to say Orange Man bad, to say MAGA bad. That's just the real reality of it. And I'm going to talk about the peace deal in just a moment. And it's really the Hamas peace deal, because Hamas is the government of the Palestinian people, duly elected. Even though it's a terrorist organization, they elected Hamas. And the war is between the governments, Hamas and Israel, not the Palestinian people. People often confuse that. Okay, so Dow goes on to say, can't say I'm enthused about the idea of hosting the pilots of the Qatari Air Force F-15 training here in the United States for the aid of Qatar to broker the peace deal this time around. I get it. I'd much rather have their Air Force train in Qatar where they'll be operating. I understand that. Again, we're going to be talking about the peace deal in just a moment, and I'll go over that in a little more detail. But I wanted to talk about China first, because I think that's important. And I think there's some misunderstanding. So China has made a decision on Friday that China is going to control the rare earth metals in the world. That's a problem. Now, they had already made agreements. Previously, we had tariffs in the United States. We were charging 150 some odd percent in tariffs on Chinese goods, and we were getting ready to go to, I think it was 230% in tariffs on Chinese goods. And that lasted for about a month. It was from April through all of the month of April. We had the tariffs, and China was putting 175% tariff on the United States goods going into their country. And as I said in April, the tariff war with China was going to lose. They can't outlast the United States. They need American money and they need American resources more than the United States needs China's stuff. That's true. And that's why China lost. They backed down. They made a deal with Donald Trump in the United States, and they rebalanced and renegotiated a lot of the trade deals. That's why their tariffs went away and things went back to normal. Well, not quite normal, but we moved on from that. That's why people aren't talking about it. But on Friday, China decided to go back on the deal they already made. So China is the bad guy in this story because they decided to get tricky. They tried to pull a fast one. And they said, oh, well, we're going to put tariffs and they're going to they're going to stop countries around the world from getting rare earth metals. Now, this is the reason why Donald Trump was trying to make a deal with Greenland and why it was so important for the United States. Because 12% of the world's rare earth minerals are in Greenland. And so the United States, it's close to us, it's very strategically important, and it means we don't have to depend on China as much as we have been. So it was very important, and it still is important, for the United States to get a deal with Greenland. But the media told you he was just going to take over Greenland because he wanted a rock. I mean, Greenland is a rock. The reason why no one's developing mining the rare earth metals in Greenland already, because it's a rock in really, really cold weather. It's very difficult. It's not very pleasant. That's why there's only 50,000 people on that entire nation, that big island. There's only 50,000 people, 56,000 to be exact, because no one wants to be there. It's a miserable place to live and a difficult place to mine. And that's why the United States were making deals with them to get those rare earth minerals, because it's the only reason to really be on that rock. And we're talking with Denmark about that. And China, knowing that the United States has continued to negotiate for those rare earth metals so that we would not need to be dependent on China, an enemy of the United States, a nation that doesn't enjoy both their political ideology, being communist, the CCP, do not align with America. They're more communist. They hate capitalism. They're repressive in China, the CCP. The United States is a constitutional republic. They can't stand that. America is stronger and bigger and more capable than China. They don't like that. So they want to have a fight with us. And in controlling rare earth metals, why is that important to you? Rare earth metals are responsible for your computers, your cell phones, most of your technology, and to some degree has critical components that are made out of rare earth metals. If you believe in renewable energy, the batteries and the solar panels, as an example, and wind turbines, they require rare earth metals. So whoever controls the rare earth metals controls whether you get renewable energy. If you are a green fanatic, like they are in California, and you want to have solar plants everywhere for the next 12 years until they have to replace all the solar panels, you need China. It's one of the critical nations, unless we can get the rare earth metals from Greenland. We need to deal with China. And China can end technology can end renewable energy by saying we're not going to sell you any of the renewable the rare earth metals for those green technologies. They're just not going to sell it to you. And that can destroy a country's economy. It can destroy a country's energy production. It can destroy a country. It's very simple. So this is a big deal. It's a lot bigger than what a lot of people think of. And China said, well, we have the right to do that. And they do. And America has the right to react to something that is an existential threat to the United States, to our future. You want green energy? Well, China is saying they're going to deny you that. You want to have computers and cell phones? China just said you can't have it. You want to have a future with more technology, more ease of life, a higher quality of life. China just said you can't have it. So Donald Trump said, no, we had a deal. Live by the deal. You're breaking the deal, so 100% tariff. That's what he said. And as a result of him saying that, then, give me a second. As a result of Donald Trump saying, no, it's 100% tariff because you broke the deal, crypto sold off. $18 billion of crypto instantly, overnight, boom, sold right off. Now you may say, but Mike, crypto is supposed to be inflation resistant. Crypto doesn't react to governments like that. It's completely independent. You're wrong. It's not. It never was. It's not inflation proof. It never was. It's not technology proof. It never was. You may love crypto. You may think it's the best thing ever. I don't. I don't believe in anything that doesn't have an asset that's tangible. And there is no tangible asset to crypto. You may like it. I think it's a big Ponzi scheme. And you can make money at it. And many people have. As long as you sell before it falls apart. It reminds me of my days as a stockbroker. I remember a client of mine one time. He was buying this penny stock. And it was just something he heard from various other brokers, the whispers around. And people were saying there was this 6-cent stock and it was going to go to $1. And he said, buy this. He was a multimillionaire. We were having fun. He decided to take it just as a thrill ride. Okay, we bought it at 6 cents, bought like 50,000 shares. It was meaningless in terms of the total portfolio. He's a multimillionaire. Stock went up. It went to $1. I said sell. Hell, I said sell at 50 cents. But he went up to $1 and I said, sell it off. He said, no, we're going to buy it a little bit more. Why? Because now it's going to go to $10. Really? You think it's going to go to $10? So that's what everyone's talking about. It's the craze. This is the inside word, blah, blah, blah. The rumor mill. And a lot of stocks move based on rumors. If you can tell a really good rumor, you can make a stock move. Doesn't have to be any shred of evidence or truth to it whatsoever. And this penny stock was moving up based on nothing but rumor. Complete, absolute rumor. But people were buying it because they liked the story. Okay. So it's his money. We bought more at $1. It's his money. I told him, hey, okay, it's your money, but I'm your broker. And I'm telling you, I'm watching this. When I tell you that it's turned, because this is just a story. There's no fundamentals to this company. I had checked my sources. There's nothing real about this. This thing's going to fall apart. But I'm telling you, when I tell you to sell, we have to get out of this thing. No two ways about it. We're going to be out. He said, yes, okay. So it went up. It went up. It went up. It didn't just hit $10. It made it to 20. It made it to $20 a share. I literally I almost got into a fist fight with this investor. One of my oldest investors. I had been with him for a decade. He'd been with me forever. I know him personally. I knew his family. I would have dinner with him on a regular basis, talk to him every single day about all the portfolio I had. We had millions of dollars. And I literally was screaming in his face, nearly got into a fight with him, telling him, sell this, sell at least part of this. We sell 1,000 shares. We're going to make back all the money we put into this investment and a profit. Sell 1,000. You don't want to sell the whole thing. Just sell 1,000 shares. We'll make more than enough profit to cover the entire investment. Sell something. It's $20. This thing is completely made up. The bottom is going to fall out. He told me, Mike, you're out of your mind. You're stupid. Shut up. Get out before I fire you and I take all your money and I take it to some other broker. I said, you won't do that, but I'll leave anyway. The next night after that argument, the stock froze overnight. We didn't know why. No one in the market knew why, but it was banned from trading. That same night, President Bush came onto the TV, national TV, and named that same stock as one of 6 stocks responsible for stealing money, for insider trading, for manipulation, an example of manipulation of the stock market, harming American citizens. That same night. Now, right after we heard President Bush name this specific stock as being a scam, I got a phone call. Right after Bush finished speaking, I got a phone call. Mike, what are we going to do? What do we do about this stock? How do we deal with this? And my answer was, it's too late. Stock's already dead. I said, what? I said, stock's dead. The president just came out on international news, mentioned your stock by name and said it's crap, that this is a scam. It's dead. The price is $20. Yeah, that was before they stopped trading on it. This thing sold. It's dead. Well, what do we do? In the morning, I'll try and sell. I'll try and get you, because it doesn't go to zero instantly. Everyone's already selling. So we got to now jump into the massive crowd of people and try and sell this thing before it hits zero. Now, a stock, people may not be aware of that. It'll open up, but it has pre-market trades already programmed in. Me and other brokers, we've already set up our sales way ahead of the market opening up sometimes. You can buy things before the market opens. You can sell things before the market opens. And we had already lined up so that as soon as the bell struck, it was 9 o'clock, bang, all of the sales and all of the buys happen instantly. They all go through, well, not instantly. They all go through the system in order of who said sell first and also how much you're selling. So somebody's trying to sell 1 million shares and another guy's trying to sell 10. The 10 will be one of the last ones to get sold. Why? Priority goes to the guy with 1 million shares and 100,000 shares and 1,000 shares and 100 shares. They're all more important than that guy with 10 shares. Now, sometimes they'll fill an order. Guy has 1 million in 10 shares. Well, then they'll sell the million. Oh, you got 10? Well, that'll fill it. And then you get lucky and they'll take your order and fill that other order first. But generally speaking, big guys get out first, small guys get out last. The price drops every time someone is selling in that kind of panic mode. And it just drops. And it's moving so fast that if you're watching it on TV or you're watching it on your computer, what you'll see is the market opened, it was a $20 stock, and the next price that you see, the next tick that you see, says that it's at $9. That's because all the other shares sold already. And then the next tick you see on the TV or on your computer will say that it's, and this is all in the space of, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. The next tick that you see is going to say that it's $2. That's because everyone's still selling in order. All the sales are already there. Next tick, in 15 seconds, you can see that stock, and I've seen this happen real time. It will go from $20 to 25 cents, and it will take 30 seconds or less. And it went lower than that. I had to fight tooth and nail, call in a couple of favors to make sure that my best client got out, and he wound up getting break even. Only because somebody owed me a favor and he had a lot of stock. And we were able to get out just at the right time because I put in my order the night before the market opened up. And there was that many people in front of us that it went from 20 to about, it was like 37 cents. When he got out, he broke even. It was sad. That's just the story. So no, I don't like crypto. Yes, I know. So I don't like crypto because there's no asset behind it. And I think of it the same way as I think of some of these scam stocks that I saw when I was a broker. And it could stay there for a long time. And again, if you make money, fantastic. Just remember, bulls make money, bears make money, pigs get slaughtered. It is a saying on Wall Street for a reason. Always remember that. Take out your original investment. Let the house's money ride. Take your investment out. Maybe a little bit of profit too. That's just my way of looking at it. You could disagree. It's up to you. But again, getting back to Trump, and then we're going to take a quick break because I got to walk my dog. You may have heard him. But so China really pissed off the crypto markets. And all of this is because China says they want you to have no future. Donald Trump has reacted. I think Donald Trump has made the right decision. They broke the deal that we had in April. They're trying to harm America's future. We don't have the deal with Greenland yet. We have to protect America. We have to protect our future. We should have the tariffs and hold China to the deal they made. You may disagree with that, but I don't. So, yeah, no. So we're going to be taking a quick break here. And what I'm going to do is I need to play. Bear with me, folks. I knew I forgot to do something this morning. Bear with me. It's not there. What I'm trying to do right now, folks, is I need to walk my dog. And normally what I do when we take a break is I play a video from that I've done in the past, and I'm just looking for one that's the right length. Here we go. Okay. So there we go. All right. Okay, so what we're going to play for you now is from 5 years ago, from 2020. I went into Larry Sharp's studio. He did an interview with me. So I'm going to play that for you. You can hear the conversation between me and Larry Sharp from 5 years ago. I had known him about 5 years at that time. And you can listen to two Marines talking. And then we'll be back here in about, it's now 4 o'clock. I don't know why my dog's going at 4. He usually goes at 5. Let's say that we'll be back at 4:45. And then we'll pick up the show and we'll go on about the international, domestic. We'll get into everything. So I will be back at 4:45.
So much. Welcome to the Sharp Way with Larry Sharp this awesome Monday evening. You are now about to listen to the most important 2 hours of your week. Yes, the Sharp Way, 8 to 10 Eastern. If you want to join the program, you can call 573-427 5463, because we do this live. In case I do something stupid, you can now punish me for the rest of my life, and you will probably want to call in for a very important reason. I have someone here in the studio, man who was open enough to have me on his show like 80,000 times, who actually listened to me during my campaign. And I have him here. I'm so happy. The man, the myth, the legend himself, from upstate New York, Binghamton, originally from here, but now from there, with his own podcast, No Soundbites Allowed, the one and only Michael Voss. Thank you for coming today.
It's always a great pleasure to speak with you. I enjoy and love speaking with you.
Appreciate that. I have a crazy, maybe a crazy thing to talk about real fast. You are a rarity in New York State.
Yes.
You are a Republican. And not just that, you are a Republican of color.
Yeah.
In New York State.
Black and Puerto Rican.
Oh, my
God. I'm like checking off all kinds of boxes they can't stand.
That's correct. Yes, that's not what's supposed to happen. No. So please tell me, how does that work?
Well, it's the realization, well, a couple of things.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go back. My entire family, except for my youngest sister, I'm the oldest in my family, a family of 6. So everyone in my family is a Democrat.
Well, you're originally from the Bronx, right?
I'm from the Bronx.
Just like I am.
Yeah.
Heavy Democrat stronghold.
Up by Boston Road, Gun Hill. Hello, everybody out there. No. So everyone's a Democrat. And pretty much everyone I knew was a Democrat.
Sure.
For the most part. Or at least they thought they were when we were growing up.
Okay.
And so you followed the family line.
Absolutely.
You just grow up and, well, that's what we are.
That's what we are, of course.
Yeah, of course. But then I went to the military and also college, and I started thinking about it. And it's like, well, Democrats really aren't offering me anything. They aren't doing anything. They don't line up with my view of the world and what I had experienced over the years. And it hit me back when I was a stockbroker back in my mid-20s that I suddenly realized after I came back from Russia and I saw socialism and what the democratic process was leading towards even back then, that's not what I'm about. I believe in the rule of law. I believe in the Constitution. I believe in the freedom of individuals. I believe in the ability that government starts with us. And every time we pass a law, we only take away our freedom.
That sounds libertarian to me. Wait a minute.
It is, but it isn't. It is, but it isn't, and you know that.
I know, but you do lean libertarian. I think that's true.
On a lot of issues. On a lot of issues.
You do lean libertarian. I think that's true.
No doubt.
But let me ask you a question then. Why do so many of us, and when I say us, I mean people of color, people from the Bronx, why do so many of us in block not go to libertarian, not go to Republican, not go any place except the Democratic Party? Why do so many of us just sit there in that party?
You know, that's something I battle with on a regular basis, and I have to tell you, I think I know what it is.
Tell me.
Advertising.
Okay.
Because it's peer pressure and advertising. We are advertised to be one way.
Monolithic.
Monolithic. We have one. We don't have a choice. 2 days ago, I had a gentleman who I was just relaxing. I just came back from work. He ran into me. I was watching the football game, and he said to me, "Wait a minute, are you really a black Republican?"
Mm-hmm.
I said, "Well, yes, I am," rather strenuously. And he said, "Well, how could that be?" I said, "Well, let's stop for a second. Stop right there. Stop. If I told you you can't make a choice because of the color of your skin, you tell me I'm crazy. Why can't you do that to me?"
No, it's a valid point.
He had no idea what to say.
It's a valid point. But hold on, let me keep going, though. Now,
It's clear, though, without question, in New York State, and maybe I'm in a similar boat than you here, but, I mean, what chance does the Republican Party have in being successful statewide in this blue of blue states, right? I mean, look, Democratic Party runs this state.
Yes, it
100% runs this state, right?
Guaranteed.
And the people who would vote non-Democrat, most of them are leaving the state. You see them constantly packing up and going away. So those who would be fighting I feel like if you're a Republican in New York, it's like being a Democrat in Oklahoma. Right?
Yes.
If you're a Democrat in Oklahoma, the odds are Republicans are going to win. They're going to control everything. You're a Democrat. Oh my God, what are you doing? I feel like if you're a Republican here, you get the same boat here, right? I mean,
When are you ready to pack up and leave like every other person who doesn't like Democrats?
Well, you know me, Larry, because I love numbers. And so let me throw the numbers out there for people.
Tell me.
Since Cuomo's been in, we've lost about 1.8 million people.
Yep.
And of those 1.8 million, and that's balanced on the fact that we've actually had a bunch of illegal aliens, which are being counted.
You can't. This is New York City. You can't say illegal alien.
You know what? They can come out.
I'm just saying, you can't say it's New York City.
Yeah, I know. I saw that regulation.
Absolutely.
You know what?
Yep.
If de Blasio wants to come after me, let him.
All right.
Because I'm from upstate.
Lock the doors. Lock the doors.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
So that's why you see 1.2. But we know for a fact, looking at Putnam, Putnam County, they lost in last year, same time this year, 38,000 people, all of them in the middle class.
Yeah.
38,000.
Yes.
It's a huge number.
Absolutely.
We are
For
seeing,
Putnam specifically, yes.
Yeah, we're seeing an exodus of the middle class and predominantly Republicans. Because in 2014, Cuomo said, if you love your guns, if you love the Constitution,
remember.
if you
Yep.
love your religion, get out of the state. Well,
Yep.
we are. And guess what? We also lost $2 million, excuse me, in the state budget in February because you can't tax people who aren't here.
Yes, absolutely, yes. Yeah.
So is there a
Cuomo
chance?
tried to get people who are in Florida, though.
He's trying,
He's
but
trying
he
to
can't.
get people who aren't here. He's doing his best. Absolutely.
He's trying his best.
Yep.
But so you're right that there is a big problem. What can Republicans do when Republicans are leaving because they've been pushed out? And when we have a state that's trying to go towards Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, AOC, Democratic Socialist, all the way, as Tom Perez has said for the DNC.
Well, you know, there is one answer for you.
Well, there's two answers.
There's the Libertarian Party.
Well, there's two answers.
I mean, that is an answer. I mean, because Democrats will come here too. So we can
Yes.
get Democrats and Republicans. That is definitely one answer.
And I don't mind people picking either of those choices.
Okay.
You know this for me. I'm a conservative Republican, which is pretty hardcore. At the same time, I respect people for making a choice as long as they make the choice for a reason. And if they want to be libertarian, which I think is a great choice, I'm happy for that. And we've had great conversations. We agree on many things. We disagree on many things.
Sure.
God knows people are going to find out a lot of the things we agree and disagree with tonight. But I think that the Republican Party is not dead in New York. The problem is,
Sorry, because I'm my throat. Sorry.
no, that doesn't mean that doesn't mean that libertarians don't have a growth and that they don't have a place. I'm not discounting that because I think freedom, if we really accept what the Constitution does, what the First Amendment allows, if we really look at what's available to us, if we take power back, then you have the opportunity to have libertarians side by side with conservatives, with Republicans, with Democrats, and we can all coexist. Not progressives, not Democratic Socialists.
Not progressives.
And
okay.
not because I think that. It's because of what they think. Listen to Plot, listen to Antifa, listen to Black Lives Matter. They don't want
All right.
anyone else to exist.
Let's go to a quick call before we go. 'Cause I do want to touch the Black Lives Matters. And I do want to cover all that stuff. But I've actually we have a New Yorker up here, which is awesome. We have a New Yorker.
Fantastic.
We have Christian. He is upstate New York, I assume. He wants to talk about how we can, or should we even, split the state. So, Christian, how are you?
Hey, Larry and Mike, how are you?
Doing great. What's going on, my
Doing
friend?
well.
I just wanted to call in. I was wondering if you guys had seen, there's a particular state assemblyman, I don't remember his name offhand, but he had proposed a splitting the state into 3 autonomous regions. Obviously, it's not going to happen because it's New York and nothing happens. But wondering if something along those lines, what your thoughts would be, or anything else that would give some hope to regional autonomy within the state.
I have heard that a bazillion times. When I was running around, 3 states were supposed to be. New York City is one state. Montauk is another state, which is Long Island and like Westchester or something like that. That's Montauk.
Yep.
And then everything
New Amsterdam.
up there is New Amsterdam. Yes.
Yeah.
Of all the names I've heard from upstate, the one I love the most, which drives New Yorkers crazy, is West Vermont. I just love that name.
Oh, I haven't heard that one.
I did hear that one. That one I love the most. It makes New Yorkers hate it, but I just thought it was funny when I heard it once. But no,
we used to own Vermont. That's probably why.
that's probably why. Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. I think I understand the frustration completely. I do, because there is and I'm sure, Michael, you'll agree with me on this one, there's a big difference in culture from
Massive.
upstate and downstate. In fact, even through the cities, right? I mean, even Buffalo, which is a city, Rochester, Syracuse, who are much more urban and I guess in many ways similar to New York City, but even that's different,
To
right?
an extent,
Even that's
extent,
yeah, exactly. Even that's different. So I get why they want to do it, which is why when I was running, I talked a lot about the idea of home rule, the idea of allowing each county to have a whole lot more autonomy. And the idea of ending unfunded mandates. For those of you who don't know in New York State, I don't know if you have it in your state, but in our state, we have a thing called unfunded mandates. That means the state says, oh, you in your county, you must buy A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. You must buy them, but we give you no money. So you are mandated to purchase these things and pay for them, and we won't give you money. So for many counties, 80 to 90% of their budget is already sucked up in whatever the state tells them to purchase and how to purchase it. And then they have to worry about the last 10%. So, of course, they're upset. They can't change the schools. They're fighting over $20,000 of a multi-million-dollar budget in certain small towns and such. My point was end unfunded mandates, put a list of what the state believes you should do, and then allow the county to copy it if it chooses to copy it. Allow other counties to change and shift if they want to, and we will learn and fix and repair from that. And if your money stays in your county, it doesn't have to go to Albany first, then come back. By default, you save money, and then you can make your own decisions. And if you're making your own decisions, you don't really care what New York City does because New York City's being New York City and you're being you.
Well, one of the great things about when you say it like that, and that idea, is it kills corruption.
Yes.
Because when we're sending money over to Albany, and we've seen Governor Cuomo, and he has a very specific viewpoint, and he doesn't care about anyone else's viewpoint.
Correct.
Which we've already addressed a little bit. And now he's sending us back our money, and I've seen this in the Southern Tier. Look at any of the economic zones that he's put throughout the entire state.
Absolutely,
which I can't stand.
Absolutely.
Oh, look, you've got an economic zone. Look, we're giving you money. This is our money anyway. You just took it out of the community.
Yes.
You're giving it back partially back to the community.
And making us fight for it.
And they did, and every single one of these things has failed.
Yes.
I have watched this, I have tracked this, and I have tracked in my community, which is in the Southern Tier of New York, the Broome County region. I've watched Pepsi and Coke have left with the bottling. Pepsi and Coke bottling left that region recently within the last 3 years. And they left, and then Cuomo was touting the fact that, well, we got 74 new jobs in. Well, no, those weren't 74 new jobs. There were 74 promises of jobs for his economic zone development, of which, and I have proven this, and I know I have the records for this, of which most, about half of those companies were already behind in the money in paying their rent and being able to sustain themselves, and 2/3 of them don't exist anymore.
Yes.
And so we have a net loss with a promise that didn't get fulfilled, and this is all on taxpayer dime.
Yes.
And it's only helping him get reelected.
This is why, Alexander Ocasio-Cortez and I agreed on something, and that was not having Amazon come here to New York. And people thought, oh, Amazon should have come to New York. Oh, my God, all these jobs and all these things and all these wonderful things would happen here in New York City.
Enough of the money.
Oh, my God.
Enough of that money.
But what I say is we're going to give them $3 billion over the course of X enough companies, 3 years, 4 years, whatever the time period was, in tax breaks and such. And when we asked our mayor, our awesome dear leader, de Blasio, when we asked him, how were you going to pay for the infrastructure around to support it, he said, we'll tax the local businesses. So we're going to tax local businesses and give the richest man in the world a massive tax break to come to New York City. And then people still said, but Larry, 25,000 jobs. I said, if I believed it, maybe. I don't even believe it. To your point, Michael, none of his schemes have worked. Zero.
Ever.
Not one ever. Never.
He's like a perfect record of failure.
He's a perfect failure rate. There's no question. So I would, in theory, maybe hear it, perhaps, if I believed it. It's never worked. Why would I think this? And here's the worst part. What would happen if Amazon came, the bribes that they came in, the money people gave to Cuomo's campaign would, of course, be the what they give back in return.
Right.
And then instead of 25,000 jobs, they do 15,000 jobs or 10,000 jobs, whatever.
Which would probably happen.
Yes, so maybe they do that. So now New York City, New York State say, you promised. What's our punishment on Amazon? Nothing.
Because otherwise they'll say, we'll leave.
Yes. So what will they do? Well, you owe us money. They'll say, we owe you $3 billion. We'll write you a check for $30 million. Have a nice day. And New York City goes, thank you, and walks away.
Yeah.
How do we know that? That's what happens every time.
It's been consistent every
Yes.
single time. And this is why we keep losing on each of these programs. And this is because we're not paying attention to what our leaders are doing. We're allowing them to get away with this. Cuomo should never have been getting away with this. We should never allow that.
But how do you stop? See, my issue here is we have a zero-sum game thought process, right? That, well, don't you want investment, Michael? Why do you hate poor communities?
No,
don't you want
no.
investment? That's the mindset.
No,
and my
no.
point is, I do want investment, but I don't want it from the government. I don't want taxpayer-funded investment. I want actual investment. And I remember when we talked about how this is going to be so awesome, how it's going to be so good to fix all these things and all this government investment in Utica. Remember Utica?
Yeah, I remember well.
There's a
Nano
hospital.
Center.
Oh, yes.
As well as the center, the hospital, which
Yep.
is up in Oneida County.
Absolutely.
Which is a question of St. Luke's versus the downtown hospital. And I know this very well.
Absolutely. And
Yes.
of course, people said, oh my God, you have to put the hospital. It's a great investment. And I said, awesome. It's a great investment. If it's such a great investment, why do you require taxpayer money? If it's a wonderful investment, why aren't New York City bankers rushing up there with checkbooks open saying, oh my God, I can't wait to give you money? Because literally these guys in New York City, their job is to find good investments.
Well,
So why wouldn't they rush up there and start writing checks?
Well, let me give your listeners a little bit of background on this so
Please
they
tell
know
me.
exactly what it is.
Go ahead.
So we have 5 people in government who decided that they wanted to have a hospital, a new hospital in the Utica area, which is in Oneida County. Okay, which
Central New
includes-
York, for those of you who don't know. Central New York.
Central New York, and this is in the New York 22nd District. This was before Anthony Brindisi became congressman. It was back when he was an assemblyman. He was one of the 5 people, including Mayor Palmieri and county executive.
Oh, don't kill us with
Pacente.
the details. It's okay.
I know them. I know.
I know you do.
Well, you know me.
I know you
I know
do.
the details. So anyway, these 5 guys decide that they're going to put a hospital in. And against all advice, they decide they're going to put it in downtown Utica.
Yes.
Which makes no sense whatsoever because there's a hospital already there, St. Luke's, which they could do for cheaper to upgrade and make it better.
And they're going to use eminent domain.
To take away all the property.
Yes. Till over
Massive
30
problem.
businesses will go under.
Including nonprofits.
That's correct. Including
nonprofits.
Yes, that's
Two
correct.
nonprofits. And it's gone from $300 million for the taxpayers to currently it's $600 million for the taxpayers, not including a parking garage, which is all taxpayer.
There we go.
And if this was such a great idea, if this was so wonderful, because they keep thinking that, well, everyone's going to go to restaurants and to shopping because they have a hospital next door. I've been to Montefiore. I've been to hospitals all over. I don't know anyone who says, hey, you know what? When I had my leg broken and I was in the bone center down here in Manhattan, I didn't remember anyone who came to see me said, you know what? We'll be right back. We're going to go down to Bonton and go and buy a couple of jeans.
Absolutely.
And we'll be back for
Yeah,
you.
exactly. Yeah, yeah.
It's
Yeah,
this
we're going to
is
see you,
stupid.
but they're just amazing restaurants out here, so we're not going to go. Yeah, exactly.
And why take away someone's property for that?
There's the worst part.
Which is
There's the
it's
worst
no justification.
Absolutely.
This is the problem when we have politicians in a single party who have total control, who have no accountability,
Yes.
and decide, well, we're just going to do it because we can.
Yep.
And the same problem with Amazon. I mean, really, if we really want to improve this state, and we really need to, then if we're going to use taxpayer funds, how about we give it to the businesses that already exist?
Absolutely.
If I have to
Yes.
give taxpayer money to somebody,
Yep.
I want to give it to an existing business that's been there for the last 20 years and let them expand and grow.
Absolutely.
Why am I going to take a risk on a new business that has no idea if it's going to work or not, or something that some politician and his committee decided, oh, well, this sounds great for us
100%.
in donations,
Absolutely.
doesn't necessarily make sense for the community, and we're going to run with that until it fails.
Well,
Why?
let me touch on the part that he brought up also, and this is the idea of New York City versus upstate. When it comes to voting, it isn't just New York City versus upstate. It's all of the cities versus most of rural. Right, most of the cities upstate are actually blue. Right, they're not the same culture as New York City. New York City is a separate model.
To different degrees. To different degrees. Yeah.
So anyway, let me go on the call if I could. I'm gonna go to Indiana. Is where we're gonna go.
Yeah.
We're gonna go to Indiana. This is Tommy. Tommy has called in the past. I think it's the same Tommy. I assume so. I could be wrong, but Tommy is gonna talk about cyber security. That's what he's gonna talk about. Tommy, are you there?
Yeah, Larry, I'm here, buddy.
How are you, sir?
Man, I am doing great down here in Indiana. Everything's going real good. Actually, glad I got through to talk to you.
Yeah, but you bring up didn't you talk to me about cybersecurity like 3 weeks ago or something?
Yeah, with Deborah.
Yes,
but,
that's right. Yes.
Okay.
It's interesting that you titled the show "Upstate versus Downstate" because and I wanted to ask Mike tonight.
Yes.
When you look at the merging of people getting elected to office and they're taking on the cybersecurity role. Is it vital, Mike, in your opinion, that the upstate and the downstate, regardless of what state you're in, that both sections, north and south, or upstate or downstate, are not only on the same page, but they're sharing intel with each other to make each other better?
Okay, let me think of it. Let me rephrase that a little bit, because it's not upstate, downstate. It's not north, south. It's the public. Are they informed? And are they properly informed? Which generally, in almost every state I've seen, the answer is no. Most people, the majority of people, especially in New York, I mean, we have between 38 and 42% of the people are actually going out and voting. And that's in an election year with the president. And without the president, it's even lower.
Yes.
Where we are normally somewhere between 42 and 50 in voting. And many states, you're in Indiana, and you actually have a much better state. People actually show up and vote. But we're seeing in Democratic strongholds like California, New York, a couple of others, Chicago, Illinois, people don't show up and vote. There's your problem. So it's not so much the rural versus the city. It's what do we really know about what's going on? How involved are people? Once you step away from that, because if you have people who are involved, the answer is, well, yeah, we're all going to work together to get the same goal, because what helps New York City helps upstate. Like I said, let's reinvest in businesses that exist. Why am I giving money to Amazon? I could take that same money and we can give it to 30,000 businesses.
Sure.
And add 2 to 3 new employees in every single business. And guess what? Every community in New York State is going to benefit
And
from
could
that
use it.
far more
Absolutely.
than just having Amazon have that money.
absolutely.
So if I have to do that, I want to give it to the 30,000 businesses rather than one.
Yeah.
So that's what I see as the difference there. Does that answer your question, Tommy?
Yeah, actually it does,
Yeah.
Mike, and it kind of gives me a different way to go about it. So, man, I appreciate you
Tommy,
taking the
hold
call,
on.
Larry.
Tommy, hold on. I want to bring something up here. And the idea of rural versus urban, upstate versus downstate, wherever you are, if you're in Illinois, your upstate is Chicago and your downstate is more rural, right? It's reversed than in New York, right? But either way, the issue that I want is I always, to the best of my ability, I want diversity of thought with singularity of purpose. Whenever I can get that, I want that. If I can get diversity of thought with singularity of purpose, I have the best chance of actually gaining whatever goal I'm trying to achieve. So I do want everyone working together, but the question is, how do you do that? There are two important issues. One, do we actually have a goal, right? Is there a goal, or are we just going, we're afraid? And right now we're going, we're afraid. And when we say we're afraid, this is human nature. When people are afraid, they make bad decisions. One of those decisions is either they cry for a strong man or they cry for socialism, because those are the things that seem to make sense when they're afraid. I want us to not be afraid, Tom. And I'm glad you keep bringing up cybersecurity, because in my view, that's one of the most pressing issues that we have, more than, bombs falling. I don't want bombs falling, but when bombs fall, that's bad, but we can rebuild that. But when our entire grid collapses, that's devastating, and more people will die from our grid collapsing than from a bomb falling.
I disagree with you.
Please
Larry.
tell me.
I got to tell you why I disagree.
Tell me.
Although I understand the concept, and Tommy may disagree with me on this. Tell me if you do. What I think is the biggest problem is we're falling into the Venezuela trap.
Okay.
Okay, and when I say that is Second Amendment,
Mm-hmm.
and you know I'm a massive Second Amendment advocate.
As am I.
And I know you are.
Mm-hmm.
Red flag laws, the Safe Act of New York, all of these regulations. We have, I don't know, in the last 30 years, we have roughly 100 new regulations in New York State alone that are there to punish people who are law-abiding citizens. And we know for a fact, looking at the statistics, 99.9994% of all lawful gun owners, 160 million people in America owning 350 million guns, follow the law. But yet we're punishing them. And the reason why we see this, I believe, the Democratic Socialists, this movement towards socialism that Tom Perez, DNC chairman, has promoted, is that if you take away people's ability to defend themselves from the government can then turn around and do whatever it wants. And as in the case of Venezuela over the last 2 years, according to the New York Times, 5,276 people have been killed when they said, well, you can't do that. And the government said, well, sure we can, because you don't have a way to defend yourself. Cybersecurity is a big threat from outside the state.
Yes.
But I think the bigger threat is inside the state. And I think that takes its form in destroying the Second Amendment, as we hear people trying to do. And again, calling for, as you said, oh, I want to be safe. I want to feel safe.
I'm not sure we're disagreeing on this.
Well, we don't always disagree.
I'm not sure we're disagreeing on this. I assumed, and tell me if I was wrong. I assumed you meant cybersecurity from an outside threat. That was my assumption. Was my assumption incorrect, or was my assumption correct?
Well, to be honest with you, you're both right, because
look at that. We're both right.
The,
Look at that.
The more and more research I do, and the more and more I learn every day, and Larry, you said it before, learning is an everyday thing.
Absolutely.
If you're not learning, you're losing.
Yep.
Everything I am learning right now is the internal threats are just as big, if not bigger, than the outside threat.
No doubt that's
true. And the
true.
one internal threat that we have going today for cybersecurity, and it doesn't matter whether it's a city, whether it's a county, whether it's a state, is ransomware. And basically, Mike hit it right on the head. And I like the fact that he uses the Second Amendment, because if they take away our ability to defend ourselves, and they don't inform the public about, hey, this is how we can do this to prevent this, they are literally going to fall victim to ransomware, and they're going to have to pay money they don't have. They're going to go into further debt, and it's only going to cause chaos.
I like it. That's good. Tommy, that was
that.
not bad. Thank you for that, my brother. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Tommy.
Not a problem. You guys have a great night. Thanks for taking the call.
You too.
Thank you.
All right, good. That was great. I think that internally, I think both go to fear, though, right? The core is still fear.
That is the core.
Right?
That is absolutely it.
People are rushing for either the strongman dictator and or socialism. By the way, they both wind up equaling dictatorship either
Same
way.
point.
They go their different ways, but they get to the same spot because of fear. When you have people who aren't afraid, and how do you make someone not afraid? Generally speaking, you focus them. Right? You focus the person on a certain thing to move forward.
Inform them.
But that can make them more scared.
I don't think so.
If you're just going, look at all the evil stuff out there, that's informing them.
No.
And now they're even more scared, right?
Okay.
So you've got to make sure you're focusing them on the right thing. Go ahead.
Let me qualify that. So it's not just informing them about the isolated event you want to, because that's what they're doing right now.
Absolutely.
Here's the information. Aren't you terrified? And again, I go back to the Second Amendment because it's a very clear example of this. Oh my God, mass shootings are terrible. This is a problem. We have to do something about that. Except they leave out the fact that mass shootings have been happening since 1965. They leave out the fact that the average of mass shootings in the United States have been 20 per year, every year, with 100 people being killed every year. They leave out the fact that this is the lowest category of deaths in the United States, according to the CDC. They leave that out. So you're getting a fact, but they're taking it out. And they take out things like, oh, we have to have red flag legislations, which I really, really hate. We got to talk about that.
Absolutely.
But
yes,
because it has lots of ramifications that destroy liberty, and you know that.
Yes.
But then they're telling people, okay, we have to have these mass shootings. We have to have red flag legislations. But they're leaving out the fact that, okay, look at Florida, which had its, and what was their recommendation? We're going to put armed resource officers in the schools to protect the kids, in addition to some of the other things that they've done. And New York State's going, see, they went with red flags, so we have to have a red flag too. No, that's not what they did.
Not at all.
That's not what they did.
Absolutely.
So it's the quality of the information, and this falls back on voters. You have to say, be informed enough to go, well, wait a minute, that's not right. You're not giving me the full story. There's more information here. I mean, that's what I do with No Soundbites Allowed.
Yes.
I'm going to drop a plug here.
No,
No
go
Soundbites
ahead.
Allowed. And that's one of the things I do is I look at the things that the major media is not talking about, or the what I like to call the and then what.
Well, I know you gave me time to speak many times on your show, so thank you.
Yes, of course, and I always will.
Thank you. So let me grab the call if I can.
Sure, absolutely.
I'm going to go to Cleveland. We are all over this.
I love
the country
national
today. I love that.
I love
We're
that.
going to head over to Cleveland, and we're going to see if we can get Luke, and he wants to talk about how to get youth into libertarianism. That is an interesting one. So, Luke, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
What's going on? Talk to me, my friend.
So I'm from the Freedom Society. We're a student libertarian ideology-based organization
Okay.
at John
Congratulations.
in Cleveland, Ohio.
Okay.
We just to get your opinion on as what do both of you think? What do you see as a viable way to spread ideas about freedom and liberty government to young people who seemingly they're increasingly in favor of leftist socialist ideologies?
You know, it's funny. There's a couple ways I think that you deal with this. If you look at the average Republican or Democrat, young, most of them, what they actually want is something different. That's what they actually want is something different. Think about 2016. Think about how many people who supported Bernie, and then when Bernie was out, they went to Trump. That shouldn't, in theory, be true. But that absolutely happened. And it happened because Bernie, when it came to the left, was the outsider, right? He was not the establishment. Hillary was. Trump, when it came to the right, was also the outsider. He was not the establishment. So you found people who were Bernie bros who actually, when 2016 came, wound up after he lost the primary, went over to Trump, and they didn't really care what the actual policies were. They wanted something different. So the first thing to think of is we've got to be something different. That's number one. If we're not different, the youth aren't going to go there. But the second piece, I was talking to a young lady, this is probably 2 weeks ago, upstate New York. Probably she's 18, 19 is my guess how old she was. And she said, I don't know. She looked emo, right? She looked at that style, how she was dressed. And she said, I don't know. I think maybe I'm a communist. I said, okay. I said, let me ask you, why do you think that? Well, I just think people should get this and people should get that. And I said, if I hear you right, what you mean is you really want things to be fair, right? And she went, yeah, that's what I want. I want things to be fair. I think the way we're able to touch the youth is by one, being different, and then two, talking about fairness and letting them know that the only way to fairness is not government. That's not the only way to get there, and they believe it's the only way to get there.
Well, I would say this as well, and I just had literally last week. I was one of the featured speakers at the Binghamton University, and I was doing a speech with a couple of other associates, colleagues, on communism and socialism, something that I know about because I've lived in Moscow.
Sure.
And one of the things that we need to do when we're addressing youth, people who are asking the question is, well, first, let me let you know, what are some of the questions you might want to ask to find out if you have a credible source? Like one of the things I always love to say, if someone's telling you socialism is the best answer ever, first thing you should ask them, have you ever lived in a socialist system? I have. I personally have lived a year and a half.
It wasn't done the right way, Mike.
Well, you know what?
It wasn't done the right way.
That's the excuse.
Come on.
That's always the excuse.
Of course it is.
We have a better way to do it. Of course you do. Except every time someone has said that, it's always wound up in the same failure every time. So, but you have to understand. Let's qualify the source. What you're saying? Oh, socialism is great. Great. Have you lived in a socialist nation? No. Oh, okay. Have you ever? What you visited for a week, a day, 3 days? You went there like Jay-Z or Michael Moore with a multi-million-dollar package to be able to be toured around. Let me qualify what we're getting.
Yeah, but the answer they will always give you, though, every time is, yeah, but see, capitalism has failed. It's not working here. People are poor. People are unhappy.
Show me a success of socialism. Show me a success of socialism.
What they
the
will,
successes
they
are.
will say, they will you know this, Mike. They're going to tell you, yeah, but, well, you know, we got to do something. This isn't working.
Well, no.
That's going to be their response.
Because that's a stupid answer. And I will say
Generally
this.
speaking, when you call people stupid, they don't agree with you.
Well, they won't agree with me, but that's okay. They don't agree with me already. I'm a black Republican.
Okay.
So, but the answer is, well, we have to be honest with people. We have to be direct with them. And sometimes that means we have to be harsh with them. And that means that we have to tell them, no, doing something doesn't mean you've done the right thing. Doing something is a panic reaction.
That's true.
It's an
for
emotion.
Sure. Yes.
And we see a lot of emotion out there.
Absolutely.
You have to do, we must do something. Do, go. Well, wait a minute. Where am I going? Am I running into the fire or am I running out of the fire?
But I think people would rather run into the fire than just stand there.
Well,
which is why my point to Luke was, I want to talk about the idea of fairness, but there's a third level to this. I don't need to win the argument. I don't need to win the debate. I don't even have to be right. Good leaders know you don't have to be right now.
Yeah.
You can be right later. And when I left that conversation with that girl, did I make her libertarian? I wish I did, but I didn't. But she literally said, words out of her mouth is, oh, no, I'm not a communist. That's a win.
No, that is an absolute win.
That's a win. I've made one step closer to the ideas of freedom, one step closer, and I'll take that. Hopefully over the course of time, she'll see us, she'll think about libertarians and go, you know what, maybe these guys aren't so bad. Luke, I think the answer is it's not one conversation, it's dozens of conversations, multiple conversations. And if you ever see me, one reason why I have this show is because I want to talk to people who aren't full libertarians, who lean a little bit here or there, and we can have some conversations and we can share audiences. And I think it's a part of doing it. I want to get more people to look at the Libertarian Party and Liberty Movement and go, they aren't crazy. They're actually okay. Well, you know what? They're okay.
Yeah.
Luke, does that make sense?
Yeah, I think that's a great point, actually, because we have about 15 members of our club that come and participate. We only have 2 people that consider themselves libertarian.
Yep.
So I think that's definitely a you made there.
Well, there's an issue that happened right here in Queens. This. There was a woman who was running for DA of Queens. Her name was not anymore, Tiffany Caban.
Okay. Yeah.
Tiffany Caban is literally Democratic Socialist.
Yeah.
Right? And proud. Loves AOC, all about that. 100% about that.
All the way.
However, she was running for DA. And what she was going to control in when it came to criminal justice actually aligned pretty well with libertarian principles, right? Everything else she talked about didn't, but that did. I reached out to her and I was like, God, do you want me to help out? Do you want me to help support you? You're non-establishment. You're actually talking about getting rid of cash bail. You're talking about the things that I care about, criminal justice reform that libertarians care about. Yes, I was considering helping to support someone who was a member of the DSA because they could actually help us in that one issue. She wouldn't even respond to me. None of her team, nothing. She lost the primary by only a couple hundred votes. All she had to do was open up a couple of hundred votes. It was a recount. She lost in a recount. All she had to do was go, you know what? Yeah, Larry, I'm in. Let's help out. I could have gotten her a couple of hundred votes in Queens and she'd be the DA tomorrow.
Look, something I want to also mention to you, because this is something that's going on at Binghamton University, at Broome County, SUNY Broome, a couple of the colleges in Southern Tier. Libertarians there, I speak with them on a regular basis. And it's not because I'm a Republican trying to change their mind.
Yes, you are.
The answer, no.
Yes, you are.
No.
It's fine. I still love you, but I know you are.
If they do, that's fantastic,
Yes.
but I'm not necessarily. The biggest thing I say to them is, let's have conversations. Let's have open forums.
Yes.
Let's open up a forum. They'll invite me and they'll invite someone else. I'm like, bring the left, bring plot progressive leaders of tomorrow. Bring Antifa. I don't care. Let's sit down and let's have the conversation. Let you guys listen and have the opportunity to ask us questions about what we believe and then make your decision based on the information you're hearing. And I've seen, and I believe, and so far it has been successful for libertarians and Republicans alike at the school, that they're getting more information and they're getting more encouraged, and I'm seeing more of them come in. I've done 3 events.
There's a dragon on the wire, breathing digital flames. No sound bites allowed is the name of his game. With a coffee in one hand and his puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Puppy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hey, everybody. So we are back. Thank you for joining me here on No Sound Bites Allowed. We are in the Bronx live with you, our audience around the world. Today is October 12th. It is currently 4:47 p.m. Yes, I took my dog out on his walk, and of course, it started raining. Cold and rain, what a joy. But the rain, he was going out early because it started raining harder now, so he wanted to get out just before the rain. That's why he went early. Hopefully that let everyone have a chance to get a cigarette, to get something to eat, to walk around, do whatever you had to do, walk your dog. And now we're all back together again. And I thank you all for that. For the bot, and you may have seen in the chat, Lauren had left a message before. It seems that this is maybe a bot who is cycling through a bunch of left-wing rhetoric and is just posting randomly on our channel. So I did ask them to update the chat bot, at least if they're going to give us random leftist propaganda, at least make it original or new on this channel at the very least, rather than recycling old comments. But we'll see. We'll see what the chat bot does. That being said, we had left off talking about China, and one of the things I think I got a little distracted when I was talking about the China rare earth metal tariffs. And I was talking a little bit about crypto, and I went into and kind of went on a tangent talking about how crypto has no asset base, and therefore when you get told things like, well, crypto is inflation proof, it's just a lie. When you're told that it's emergency proof, that it will not be as volatile as stocks or any other type of investment because it is separate of any government, that's not really true. And while that was an important message to put out there to people, because that's why on Friday you saw the crypto markets drop by 18%, which is a crash technically, in financial markets that would be considered a crash. That wasn't really the point. The point was that if you believe in renewable energy, if you want to have a computer, a cell phone, the future of technology as it's been advancing requires rare earth metals. And China is trying to restrict that. They're attacking America's future by restricting rare earth metals. And that violates the terms of the tariff agreement back in April with the United States and Trump. And that's why this was so important. That's why Trump is putting in that 100% tariff and went straight to 100%, not 10, not 30. He went straight to 100% because this is about America's future. And when you hear all of the left and they're going to tell you, oh, Trump's trying to destroy the economy, we're going into recession, this is bad news, they're leaving out the most important part. Trump is fighting for America's future, just like any president should. And any president, when faced with a limited resource, rare earth metals, and without having a deal with Greenland, we need those rare earth metals. And China has control of some 80% of the market, perhaps even 90% of the rare earth metal market, because they made all the deals and agreements with Africa back under the Obama administration. Obama didn't see the future. He didn't see how important rare earth metals would be. And because of that, he didn't invest in Africa. China did. And that brings us to today. China has all the agreements. They have control of almost 80% of the rare earth metal market, and we need it for our future. So unless we get to deal with Greenland, we have to deal with China, and they're inflating the price above market values just to punish America, just to restrict America's future and our quality of life. That's the part of the discussion you're not hearing from the left mainstream media. They're ignoring that. And that's the part that is really critical. And you should, especially if you believe in renewable energy, wind, solar, if you are concerned about the batteries, lithium-ion batteries, if you're concerned about computers and technology and the quality of life we have right now, if you're concerned about that at all, you should be supporting Donald Trump. Whether you like him or not, you should be supporting him in this negotiation to make sure that our future will not be removed. And you should be supporting, and I think we're going to see more news coming out before the end of the year about negotiations between the United States and Denmark, Denmark owns Greenland. And so we're going to talk to Greenland. We're going to talk to Denmark. We're going to try and make that deal. And I think you're going to hear more about that, but before the end of the year. And that's why China is putting pressure on now, so that they can make their money now, so that they can maybe mess with the deal, hoping that the left will say nothing but Orange Man bad. Trump wants to start colonizing, and he's going to be some kind of dictator or emperor, and that's why he's after Greenland. They want to hear that news story. They want that to be out there so that they can destroy the future of America, not focusing people on what is important. We need to deal with Greenland for the future of America. We need the rare earth metals for the future of America. And if you're not supporting the current president who is supposed to be fighting for the future of America, then you're throwing the future away. It's just that simple. If anyone on the left, anyone disagrees with me on that, please tell me why. If you think making a deal with Greenland for the rare earth metals so we don't have to be dependent on the Communist Party of China, then please explain to me how I'm misunderstanding the situation, how it's actually better to be at the thrall of China than being free and having a deal with Greenland, which is good for Greenland, good for Denmark, and good for the United States. I'd love to hear that argument. I doubt that you will hear many on the left make that argument. Lauren, okay, they seem to refresh the chat bot, and I know it has to be a chat bot because I'm not responding to my comments. Lauren, you never respond to me. You just post random leftist propaganda. So I'm really believing that Lauren is just a chat bot. And Lauren says, Donald Trump received a COVID booster at his doctor's appointment last week. I don't care. What's that supposed to mean? Donald Trump is what, 80? And 80-year-old people get flu shots, they get COVID shots. Yeah, okay. Good for him. That's his medical advice for his doctor. That is his healthcare choice. And I'm 57. I don't get the boosters. I don't get the shot. I've never had the shot in my life. I never will. I'm 57. That's my medical choice. That's what I do for my health. RFK Jr. and the Trump administration, the CDC, has said, make your choice. That's all they've said. If you want the shot, Donald Trump did. He got the shot. I didn't. I don't have to. And for children who are 99.99% safe, that is a medical determination by multiple studies during COVID and since, and confirmed by the British government, the UK government, on their internal memos. They confirm, like the United States, children are going to recover from COVID 99.99% of the time, unless that kid has some pre-existing condition, like they have cancer, advanced stages of diabetes, they're insanely morbidly fat, or a bunch of those conditions all at the same time, some immune deficiency system in their body, then those kids are in danger. And you, as a responsible parent, could go out and get them a COVID shot. No one is stopping you. No one has stopped anyone from getting a COVID shot if they want it. That is a medical decision you get to make as an American citizen based on your medical health and your conversation with your doctor. I'm not your doctor, neither is Donald Trump, neither is any politician, left or right. So don't listen to the politicians. Talk to your doctor, look at your medical history, make a decision for yourself. That's it. But Lauren is trying to make some kind of big deal. Ooh, Donald Trump got a COVID shot. So he's 80. And 80-year-old people get a lot of medications and shots that no one else needs. What's the point? If you want it, you can get it. And if you don't have to. That's all that RFK Jr., the CDC, and the Trump administration have said. If you don't want it, you don't have to get it, because it's America. You have freedom of choice. Pretty straightforward there. Thank you, Lauren, for your comment. Now, that I think settles the China, and I wanted to make sure I was clear about what the importance of China and the rare earth metal deal is. I wanted to make my prediction that before the end of the year, we will hear of a deal with Greenland and or Denmark, since Denmark owns Greenland, on rare earth metals, which will lower the U.S. dependence on China and its stranglehold on the rare earth metal markets. By the way, if you like electric vehicles, whether it's made by Elon Musk or not, whether you like a Tesla or not, if you like any kind of electric vehicle, then the rare earth metals are also important for all of that. So it really does affect the entire economy of the United States and the world. And so the Greenland deal is more and more important day by day. I do believe by the end of the year, we will have that. By the way, buy a mug. Come on. There it goes. Buy a mug. It supports the channel, gives you a way to drink your coffee. Buy a mug. Go to Zazzle. Get all my mugs. We have a huge range of mugs. Go ahead and buy one. So that being said, so let's talk now about Hamas, Israel, the ceasefire, and or the potential peace deal. As was reported this week, we've seen that earlier in the week, Donald Trump, the Trump administration, had offered a 20-point plan to bring a ceasefire to the war between Hamas, the terrorist government of the Palestinian people, and Israel. Now, this wasn't a new thing. There have been 25 previous offers of a ceasefire and or peace deal over the last 2 years, about 25 of them. And every single one of them has been declined by Hamas, because the number one, the key point in every single peace deal that has been offered by the EU, that has been offered by every country in the world, the UN says, give back the hostages, living and dead. Give all the hostages back. And we have seen consistently that they haven't done it. Hamas invariably, every single time previous, has said no. They always want to keep some of the hostages, and they always make a deal for half the hostages, or giving out the hostages over a space of 2 or 3 years. There's always a condition, but they don't want to release any hostages. And that allowed for the war to continue, because Hamas doesn't care about its people. I've said that many, many times. And the proof is, right now, Palestinians in Gaza are starving. They are being collateral damage in the war against Hamas. That's a fact. Whether you agree with it or not, totally different. Whether you think Israel has gone overboard or not, that it's overkill or not, doesn't really matter. They're fighting a war, and they've offered terms, ceasefire, to Hamas, and Hamas has declined those terms every single time, because Hamas has said they want to genocide Israel. And because they want to genocide Israel, and that is more important to them than anyone's life, in their own life or anyone else, they don't care. They allowed the people of Gaza to suffer. And they did. They have suffered, no doubt. I think the numbers are skewed, because Hamas is the one who reports whether it's women or children who are dying. And independent news media have found that the number of women and children that have died out of collateral damage is far lower than what Hamas has suggested, but there are still some. That's true. There is no denying that. The exact number depends on which source you want to go to. If you want to go with Hamas, the terrorists, then the numbers of women and children are going to be much, much higher, almost exponentially higher than if you go to other credible international sources like DW News, BBC. Go around the world, pick your source, the numbers are going to be lower. So there is some discrepancy there. But this time, Hamas took Donald Trump's plan. Now, he's offered a couple of plans since he's been president. There weren't peace deals offered or ceasefires offered under the Biden administration. Nothing serious. No one cared. Biden, he was trying to negotiate, he says, to get American citizens out. He didn't. The last 2 Americans came out because of Donald Trump. That happened this year. The first 3 Americans were under the Biden administration, and that was part of a deal, an international deal, right after Hamas on October 7th, 2023, killed 1,200 people, Israelis, Americans, British, all around the world, 50 different countries. People from 50 different countries were killed. Civilians were targeted and killed just because they happened to be in front of Hamas at that moment. Civilians, not military, not law enforcement, civilians. And they specifically targeted civilians. They went to a concert knowing that there were civilians there to kill and slaughter those civilians. And they did. I don't have a lot of pity for the terrorists that are Hamas. I do not pity them at all. And that started a war, and they knew it would. And when they did that and they were retreating because they knew they had started a war, they took 256 hostages. And we saw at the time, and you may have forgotten it, but they were dragging women naked down the street as they were sexually assaulting them. We have the video from October of 2023. We know this happened as a fact. It was confirmed by the UN. That's what Hamas did. So all the people in Harvard, all the people in Columbia, all the pro-Hamas support from the Democratic Socialists of America, they always want you to forget what we have video evidence and saw with our eyes around the world on October 7th through October 10th. We saw the hostages. We saw them abusing them. We saw them sexually abusing them. We saw that they killed over 1,200 people. We know these things happened. That is a fact. 34 Americans were killed under Joe Biden's watch. 22 Americans were taken as hostage under Joe Biden's watch. That is a fact. There is no question about it. There is no dispute. I personally am very upset about that. That is insane. 34 dead, 22 taken as hostage. Under Joe Biden, 17 of those 22 Americans were killed by Hamas. They were tortured. They were sexually assaulted on a daily basis, starved, beaten, died. In some cases, they shot at least one American was shot in the head 5 minutes before he could be rescued. Israel was trying to go in and rescue. They had found where some hostages, 6 hostages, were being held by Hamas in an apartment building, Palestinian apartment building, and Hamas was using the apartment building and all the residents as a shield from Israel. Israel went into that building anyway, and they tried to rescue those hostages as Hamas was fighting in the apartment building, endangering the lives of Palestinians, innocent civilians. And Israel was going, they were literally 5 minutes from saving these hostages. And Hamas, the members of Hamas, decided to shoot each and every one of those 6 hostages in the head so that Israel couldn't save them. That includes one American. This was all under the Biden administration. But when Donald Trump came into office, whether you like him or not, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what you personally feel about him. What he did is he was able to put pressure both on Israel and, more importantly, on Hamas and on Iran, who control Hamas, and said, no, you should end this war. And if you don't end this war, America will take the reins off of Israel. We won't stop Israel at all. We will let Israel go in and barn stomp that entire strip, the entire Gaza Strip, the Western Bank. They'll barn stomp all over it. We will no longer protect Hamas because Joe Biden, his solution was reward Hamas. That's what he did. That was the Biden administration's plan, kind of like Obama's plan. How do you stop Iran? He gave them money. That was the Iran nuclear deal. He let them make missiles, and he gave them money so they could develop missiles, which Iran has used to commit acts of terror around the world and to advance their nuclear weapons program. That was the Obama administration. Reward the terrorism. And what was the result? More terrorism. I didn't say that. Go to January 2016. John Kerry, the then secretary under the Obama administration, said that the Iran nuclear deal increased the amount of terror in the world, that America had funded terrorism under the Obama-Biden administration. That's John Kerry who said that as Secretary of State at the time. And Biden followed that same policy because he, instead of trying to get a peace deal, get a ceasefire, get the American hostages back, what he did instead is he went and he decided to reward Hamas by building them a temporary pier. You may remember this in 2013, 2014, this was done. We spent $500 million of your taxpayer dollars to build a temporary pier so Hamas could get more food, Hamas could get more water and more gasoline so they could continue to fight against Israel. It extended the amount of time that this war has gone on. That's what Joe Biden did. He extended the war. Okay, he extended the war, and what did we get? Nothing. 17 Americans died out of 22 that were hostages. That's what Joe Biden got us. 34 Americans dead, another 17 out of 22 dead. Not another American was able to be saved until Donald Trump took office. Big difference. You don't have to like Donald Trump. You don't have to like him. But that's the difference between his policy, Obama, and Biden. That's the difference. So, looking at that, the pressure and Hamas, knowing that Donald Trump is not Biden and he's not Obama, they're not going to be rewarded. Their evil terrorist actions aren't going to get them any benefits. They're not going to get any kind of reward under a Trump administration. And they said, we don't care because we want to genocide Israel. So they kept going with the war. And more of their people died. More of their people are starving. More of their people are homeless. And no nation in the Middle East, Jordan, Egypt, Syria, Lebanon, Iran, none of them, Qatar, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, none of them would take in the Palestinians. None of them wanted the Palestinians. They don't care. They said Israel's bad. Oh, Israel's going too far. But they didn't take any Palestinian refugees. They didn't let the Palestinian people into their countries because they didn't care. They were virtue signaling. Big time. They were virtue signaling the Middle East. And they said, we don't care. Well, we'll let the refugees die because we're not going to take them into our country. But Israel's still bad. Israel still screwed up. That's the public message. The left didn't like to say that. Harvard didn't like to say that. Columbia didn't like to say that. The Binghamton University and the colleges across this country, they didn't like mentioning when they had their pro-Hamas rallies. And they said, Israel's such a bad guy. They never mentioned Hamas did this to the Palestinian people, that the Middle East didn't care. They didn't mention that. But they would tell you that Donald Trump was all kinds of evil and bad, and so was Israel. And as it turned out, this time, so many people have suffered that the people, the Palestinians, are so pissed off at their government, Hamas, that they elected, that they finally are fed up. And they're ready to have a revolt, a revolution against Hamas. So Hamas would be fighting not just Israel, but also having to fight their own people, the Palestinian people. And by the way, the Palestinian people know who is in Hamas and who is not. So unlike Israel and every other country, no one knows who's Hamas. We don't know who we're fighting against. They don't know who they're fighting against. The Palestinian people do. And they could effectively eliminate Hamas. So Hamas finally said, we'll take the deal. They finally accepted the one condition that everything has been based on. Give back the hostages. There were, quote, 28 hostages. There aren't 28. As we told you, almost all the hostages are dead. There's only, we believe, 20 living hostages. 20. There were supposed to be 48. 28 of them are dead. We told you 2 weeks ago that there were only 20 hostages alive. And I know some people would look at the channel and go, but Mike, how could you possibly know that? You're not an international news media agency like BBC or ABC News or CNN. You don't know. I was right. 20. I was right. Hamas killed them down to the last 20 people. And God knows what shape those people are in, how badly they have been tortured and sexually abused and starved. It's horrific. Now, some people will say, but Mike, that doesn't justify. It's not about justification. It is what it is. And this is unnecessary. These people didn't need to be killed down to the last 20. They don't need to be starved or tortured or sexually abused. This could have ended over 18 months ago. Over 18 months ago, if Joe Biden decided, instead of building a pier, that he did the same thing that Donald Trump did and say, here's the stick, because he gave them a carrot. The carrot was building them a pier of giving them food and water to Hamas, the terrorist organization, which in and of itself is a crime. Aiding and abetting a terrorist organization is a crime in the United States. But it was Joe Biden, and Democrats had control of the government, so they let it go. That being said, we could have ended this. Joe Biden could have said, and here's the stick. If you don't give back the hostages, including the Americans that at the time, there were more than just 2 of them alive. More than 2. There were at least 3. We could have got them all back. At least get back all 3. There may have been a dozen at that point. And Joe Biden didn't do it. He just said, no, don't worry. We're going to get food and aid to Hamas. We'll build them a pier that was mostly broken out of 90 days being built. It was built and existed for 90 days. It was only operational for 20 days out of 90. Over one third of the time, it was completely inoperable, as we knew it would be. We covered it on this channel at the time that this thing would never be operational 100%, that it was a bad idea. It was a waste of money. And we wound up wasting the money, $500 million of your dollars to get nothing. We got nothing back. Hamas got stuff. They got a benefit. They got a reward for being terrorists, for killing Americans. America got nothing. It's ridiculous. But it happened. So now there's going to be a peace deal. Within the next 24 hours, Hamas is supposed to give back the 20 last living hostages. And then they want a ceasefire. They want to make it like this never happened. They absolve themselves. Hamas is absolving themselves of this conflict. They say, it's over. You know what? You got your people back. Stop fighting. It's sad that it had to go to this point, that we had to go an extra 18 months to get to this point. Hamas could have ended this any day. And we said that to you over and over again. All they had to guarantee, give back the hostages. And as soon as they do that, they have a ceasefire. They may even have a peace deal. We have all said, I have said this over and over again. And the left always said, well, you just don't understand. You just don't understand. And Hamas are the good guys. They're being oppressed. No, they aren't. They were the hostage takers. They endangered their own people. The purpose of every government on the face of the earth is to protect your people. That is the number one job of every government. I don't care what kind of government you have, whether it's the Chinese communists or it's America or Canada or any other country, you name it. Protect your people. That is the number one purpose of every government. And they didn't do it in Hamas. Hamas did not do that. They endangered and killed their people. But I have to tell you, everyone in the world noticed. Everyone in the world noticed. And here's the news that you probably didn't hear about as much, that it is now coming out based on the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists. International journalists have determined all of the Arab states, you're talking about Saudi Arabia, you're talking about Syria, Lebanon, Egypt, Jordan, all of the Arab nations got closer, developed military ties. They worked in alignment and in alliance with Israel, not Hamas, not Iran, not Hezbollah, not the Houthis. They were all working behind the scenes more and more with Israel as the war. Over the last 2 years, they have been more and more of an ally for Israel. Now, they didn't say that publicly, but that is what they did. They were doing that, not saying that. Yes, I hear him. What?
I've been trying to hold him in there for a while, but he's letting up.
Okay. I'll deal with it. Sorry, my dog is, I don't know, he's having some kind of a moment. And I'm going to deal with him in 1 second. But That's something that's now coming out. You're not hearing that. You know who should have known this? Harvard, Columbia, the news media. They didn't tell you this. They didn't tell you this until after the peace deal. Now that there's a deal, they're saying, oh, well, this isn't really about Donald Trump, because they can't say Donald Trump did something good. They have to say Orange Man bad. Trump really didn't do this. He doesn't deserve the Nobel Peace Prize. Yes, he does. This is his deal, his 20-point plan. That's why we are talking about the hostages finally being released. It's because he was serious. He provided a stick and a carrot. The carrot is the ceasefire. The stick is letting Israel go ahead and actually deal with Hamas directly, as whether you want to call it overkill or not. That's what he did. And that was the deal. And that actually worked. So yes, Donald Trump did get a peace deal, and it is something that's vital and important, and it actually worked. And it actually worked. But you know what? They don't want to give you credit. So now they're going to come out and say, well, no, it was more because Israel was working with Syria. Israel was working with Jordan and Lebanon and Egypt. All the countries that did not care about the Palestinian people whatsoever, did not support the Palestinian people at all, would not take the Palestinian refugees. Yeah, they were the ones that were responsible for the peace deal, not Donald Trump, because Orange Man bad. This is stupid. This is how they lie to you, how they're trying to twist the truth, the facts that we know, so that they can get their political agenda. Because if they say Donald Trump deserved a Nobel Peace Prize, if they say Donald Trump got another peace deal, this is like the 6th peace deal in the last 9 months under Donald Trump, and he got back all the hostages, they would have to say Donald Trump is doing at least decently with his international policy. He's at least a decent, at least average president. That's the worst case you could say. Best case, he's done phenomenally well. It's been good for America and the world. He's created more peace deals and more global stability than Biden or Obama. That's what they don't want to say. But they should. But they think, but that won't play well. Democrats will lose the 2026 midterm elections. They'll lose a bunch of the governor's races. But it's the truth. It's the truth. And again, this has nothing to do with, do you like Donald Trump? Doesn't matter. Has nothing to do with whether you like Donald Trump or not. That is irrelevant to the truth. Irrelevant. You don't have to like him. He is being effective. He is being efficient. And he does deserve the Nobel Peace Prize. Because he's had, 6? Let's see, there was India and Pakistan, got that peace deal. Then there was Cambodia and Thailand. He got that peace deal. There was the Congo and Rwanda. He got that peace deal. Azerbaijan and Armenia. He got that peace deal. You got this one. That's 5. And there's another one that I'm forgetting right off the top of my head. That's around the world. That's at least 5. I believe it's 6. I know there's been about 8, because if you also include Ukraine and Russia, which is still ongoing, I know. And the only thing the left can say is, oh, well, he didn't get those peace deals in 24 hours. No, he didn't. He broke that promise. Not really. He started the process. He's been working on the process. The fact that Russia or Hamas don't want to listen, that they don't really want to make peace, that's not Donald Trump's fault. He's given them offers. He's laid out peace plans, and it's worked in other nations all across the country, all over the world. He can't make them have peace. He can't force them to do it. They have to do it on their own. But he has made, and the Houthis, the United States versus the Houthis in the Red Sea. That's 6. But he has been instrumental, and he does deserve the Nobel Peace Prize for that. And he should be acknowledged for that. But Democrats, the left-leaning media, they can't stand that. They have to find some way to say orange man bad. Look, again, it doesn't matter if you like him or not. Is he effective? Is he efficient? Those are the only things that matter about any elected politician. Are they efficient? Are they effective? That's it. And if you're looking at them for anything else, you're looking at the wrong thing. If you're looking at a politician to be your role model, you have screwed up. That's like looking at a football player or a basketball player or some singer and saying they're my role model. You've made a poor choice. That's a horrible choice. They aren't role models. That's not what they do. And looking at a politician and saying, well, he's not a saint. He or she, they're not a saint. They're not supposed to be. You want to see a saint? Go to your religion and ask them about saints. If you want to deal with politics, you're looking for who's effective, who's efficient. That's the reality. But the media wants you to feel a certain way so that you'll vote a certain way, which is what they want because that's to their advantage. They want to emotionally manipulate you. And I was talking about that back 5 years ago. I'm talking about it again today. They're trying to emotionally manipulate you because they have an agenda. And they're not at least even honest enough to tell you that they have an agenda. I tell you my agenda. I'm a Republican. I'm a conservative Republican. And yes, I also support Larry Sharpe. He's a libertarian. I will tell you up front, you can make your own decision. Why? Because you're an intelligent individual. You're a human being with a brain. You have the right to choose. The news media doesn't care. They want you on a railroad, on track, one track that goes to one destination. Give their friends, their political preference, more power. That's all they care about. They don't care about you. The same way that the Arab nations don't care about the Palestinians, the news media and elected Democrats don't care about you. They will say they care about you. They will make a whole bunch of bluster about they care about you. They want to take care of you. No, they don't. Because look at what they're doing. Look at whether or not they're effective and efficient. Look at what they have done. They don't care about you. They never cared about you. They care about power. And you are a means to them getting more power. You know, you hear the left all the time. Oh, this is such an authoritarian government. Democrats made the mandates. Democrats fired you for not obeying the mandates. Democrats took away your jobs. That's not here. We know for a fact it was the Biden White House, Biden and Kamala Harris together. They put pressure on Google and YouTube to censor your voice. And we know from the Twitter files and the Facebook files, we know that the White House, under the Biden-Harris administration, under Democrats, were silencing hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of Americans every day, shutting you up, making it harder to see. This channel, like Hardlands Media, like Larry Sharpe, and many, many others were silenced. Why? Because Democrats didn't want to hear your voice, because they didn't care about you. They want you to obey. They don't want you to have a question. They want you to say, oh, well, whatever you say, boss, because they're inverting our government. They're turning elected politicians like Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi into neo-nobles, that they've been in office so long that they have somehow a different type of power structure, that they're special, and you're just a peon. You're just a peasant. That's how they have treated you. And the news media have told you that's the way it's supposed to be. Don't complain. You shouldn't complain. How dare you complain? How dare you want to assert your power as an American citizen over the government, a government of we the people, not we the peons, the peasants, not we the neo-nobles elected officials. That's not our government. Our government is we the people. They're supposed to serve us. They swear an oath to take office to serve the public and the public interest. And here they are now demonizing the only path that led to peace. You should be hearing right now Harvard, Columbia, Binghamton University, Scranton, not Scranton, all the colleges, UCLA, they should all be praising the peace deal. You should hear on CNN and MSNBC, all those pro-Hamas protesters, the Democratic Socialists of America, should be dancing in the streets right now and saying, thank you, Donald Trump. They should be happy there's a peace deal, because what have they been saying for years now? End the war, end the war, end the war, end the war between Hamas, the global terrorists, and Israel. That's what they have been calling for. They got it. It just so happens that it was Trump's 20-point peace plan. And because it was Donald Trump, Orange Man bad, now they're upset. They're miserable. They're trying to tell you every way that this deal won't work. They're like, the deal won't last. The deal's going to fall apart. They will never actually have a peace deal. The ceasefire is going to be broken. Israel can't be trusted. Donald Trump can't be trusted. They're trying to give you fear upon fear. They're trying to downplay this. They're trying to sabotage the deal. Why? Donald Trump, he made the deal. Because this is Donald Trump's deal under the Donald Trump administration. And that means it's politically bad for Democrats in 2026. That's the truth. Because if they really cared about the Palestinian people, then they would be happy this deal is going forward. They would have been asking for Hamas to make a deal years ago, 18 months ago. They would have told Hamas, take the deal. Don't let your people get killed and starve and be homeless. Take the deal, give back the hostages, and end this. That's what they would have been saying if they cared about Palestinian people. They don't care about the Palestinian people. They care about the politics. They care about MAGA's got control. We have to take control back. Donald Trump's in control. They got to stop Donald Trump. They don't care. They have lied to you consistently. And that's the truth. And I know there's people who are going to watch this on the left or leaning left, or they're pro-Hamas, and they're going to be upset. You should be, but you shouldn't be upset with me. I've been telling you this for 2 years. I've been talking about this, and I've been telling you how this is going to end. And it has always been the same thing. I've never changed my wording on this. They have to give back the hostages. They give back the hostages, there will be a ceasefire, and there will be potentially a peace deal. That's always been the terms. Every country in the world has agreed with me on this. Here it is, and now the left is telling you, not good enough. There's a problem. There isn't a problem. This is good enough because no one else in the world could do it. Well, it's not really about Trump. It is, because every other country in the world has already tried to offer a deal. None of them could get it done. Donald Trump got it done. That's just a fact. And again, doesn't matter whether you like him or not. Doesn't matter if you like MAGA or not. Doesn't matter if you like Maha or not. Make America healthy. Make America great again. America first. If you don't like any of that, if you're a straight up socialist like the Democratic Socialists of America, you should still be happy about this. But they can't be. Because it was never about saving Palestinians. It was only about trying to get votes. It was about manipulating your emotions. And every single protester that has been running around screaming about Hamas and saying, save Hamas, pro-Hamas, save the Palestinian people, should be dancing for joy. The Palestinian people are dancing in the streets because of this deal. They are giddy and excited because this is going to be a ceasefire. That's the Palestinian people. And in America and around the world, the pro-Hamas leftist faction, they're pissed off. Does that make any sense to you? I know the nightly news media, they will not tell you this. They will not break this down for you. Because if you break it down, that means the Republicans, it means Democrats, it means MAGA did their job. They were effective. they increase the amount of peace in the world. And that means you might vote for Republicans, and Democrats can't stand that. That can't be the answer. So it has to be a problem. It has to fail. They have to seed the doubt, and they have to try and poison the peace deal, because if it goes through, they look bad. And you get to see that everything they did for the last 2 years was an abject, absolute failure. Rewarding the terrorists, Hamas, has never helped them. Helped the Palestinian people. It didn't help the hostages. It didn't help the world. They cannot avoid that, but they're trying. If there's someone on the left, an actual human, not a bot like Lauren, but an actual human, if any human disagrees with me on this, if anyone at Harvard, Columbia, the DSA, any of the pro-Hamas protesters want to come on and tell me, Mike, you just don't understand. Orange man bad. This deal's bad. Please tell me how. Please explain to me and the Palestinian people how this peace deal is bad when it does everything that has been asked for 18 months. Hear that silence? That's the left giving you a reason why this deal isn't a good thing. That silence is the left trying to figure out a way to blame Donald Trump, to make this a bad story, to make this bad on Orange Man bad. That it's not a good thing. The fact is, it is a good thing. Is it the best outcome possible for the Palestinian people? Of course not. Let's be very honest about that. This isn't the best deal that could have ever been made for the Palestinian people. Then again, it's 2 years later, and they're being starved and slaughtered because Hamas wanted to keep the hostages, and they let them all die down to the last 20. This is a decision of Hamas, no one else. What? Yeah, and then he went to sleep. Okay.
He didn't go to sleep.
He did here. And then he got up.
No.
But, sorry, talking about my dog. Okay. My dog is asking for some attention here. Sorry. Well, I talked about Hamas. Okay. I'll talk more about Katie Porter in a moment. I'll talk about the Nobel Peace Prize. As soon as we come back, I will talk about the Nobel Peace Prize because that is directly tied to what we're seeing happening with Hamas, what's happening with the peace deal. And again, this is like the 6th deal that Donald Trump has successfully done in 9 months. This is more than any president in, I think, ever. I don't think any president has gotten 9 international peace deals in an entire 4 years, if not almost 8. But this is Donald Trump doing it in 9 months. In 9 months. So I do see the comments there from user. Hello, user. And I see your comment, Dow. I will get right back to that. But what I'm going to do for a moment is I'm going to pick up again with the comments from Larry Sharp. I'm going to check on my dog because my dog is 14 years old and he's upset. So let me take care of him. I will be back as quickly as possible while I take care of him. So let me make sure this is, boom. There we go. Binghamton University and the colleges out there. And they're coming out in droves now because someone is talking to them. Someone is answering their questions, even when they don't agree.
Them, getting angry, not just getting angry at them.
No.
Actually talking.
No, it's a conversation.
Yes,
and even when they
absolutely.
don't agree with me, and I've had lots of people come afterwards and go, Mike, I don't agree with you at all. Okay. That's fine.
But you're not a one-word story. You're a human being.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And we get to, and you're not alone, Luke.
Yeah.
You are not alone.
Absolutely. Good. Luke, did I answer your question?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you, my friend. All right, I'm going to stick to the phones if you're okay with that.
I'm perfect.
All right, we're gonna go back to New York. We're gonna go back to New York. We're talking about the 2020 LP, which sometimes drives me crazy, but that's okay. I'm happy. I said I'll take every call. I'll take them all. We're gonna grab Dan from New York. Dan, how are you?
Hi, Larry. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Talk to me, my friend.
So, Larry, Mike, this question is for the both of you. We're about a year out from the 2020 election, and I wanted to get your guys' opinion on who you think the Libertarians will nominate for president going into next year.
Well, I'm going to give you. I'm going to go down a road which I think may make Mike go crazy, but I'm going to go anyway. I'm going to walk down this road. Number one, I think the Democrats are really in trouble because they are not paying attention to the American public. Trump should, in theory, not in practice, in theory, he should be losing badly. He should be. He's under attack from impeachment, but he's not. It's simply not happening, and it should be. And I think most of this is the Democratic fault of their not paying attention and not listening to the people, and they're jumping on a base. They're not doing what Bill Clinton did very well. I'm not a Clinton fan. He completely screwed me over. But I'm telling you, he was smart. Bill Clinton basically said, I'm not worried about the left. They're going to vote for me anyway. I'm going to move to the center right away. I'm going to move towards the right even, and I'm going to get more votes. And the Democrats are going, we're going to triple down on left as left could be. And they're doing that, and I think they're alienating a lot of people. And I know that because I live in New York City. I know lots of Democrats. And many of them say the same thing. They say things like, I don't know if I'm a Democrat anymore. I can't take these. These are Democrats who go, I can't take these liberals. Democrats say that, right? They're supposed to be liberals, and they're the ones saying can these liberals. So I think that's a problem for them. The only person I think at the moment, I think there are two people who could beat Trump that have any chance of victory. And I think Biden can still beat Trump. I think he can.
No.
And I think Buttigieg can beat Trump. I think those are the only two. And I tell you, Mike's already shaking his head. He's like, you're crazy. I knew it would drive him crazy.
Okay.
I think those are the only two guys who can beat Trump. I think if they elect anybody else of those who could possibly win, I think Trump can still win this thing. But let me be very clear on something. There is only one minor thing I put there.
If Trump actually comes close to being removed in the Senate, then I'm sorry, second. Oh, just go out to the right. Okay. Yeah, keep going. Yeah,
I'm going to come back to you on.
Yes, I know I'm really crazy.
It's going to go because you're way wrong.
If Trump comes close to getting removed in the Senate, I don't think he'll get removed, but if he comes close to being removed from the Senate, then there may be a chance that some Republicans may think he's not Teflon Don anymore. So I think that might hurt Trump. So I'm thinking that's an issue on both the Democrats and Republicans. I know people that think I'm crazy when I say that, but that's what I believe. When it comes to Libertarians, I think the person who's probably going to get the nomination, if you look at what's happened in our past, it's probably someone who isn't even running yet. That's what's happened in the past. My gut tells me, and only because I look at the delegate class of the LP, and for those of you who don't know, there's a class of people who show up as delegates, right? Those people who can afford to pack up and take a couple of days off and hang out in Austin or wherever they're going to be and sit there and vote and do those types of things. And that class tends to want to do what is safe. That's what they tend to want to do. It's not a 100% rule, but they tend to. So my gut tells me there's going to be some Democrat or Republican who loses in the first couple of primaries and says, hey, Libertarian Party, that's a way to get on the ballot. And they'll come over and they'll promise money. And I think that the delegates, sadly, will probably vote for that person. I think that person may actually win. I don't doubt if it's someone. I don't doubt if it's going to be one of the Republicans who lose against Trump in the New Hampshire primary or one of those primaries. I don't doubt if it'll be one of them, and then one of them loses in the primary against Trump in New Hampshire, then decides they want to become libertarian. They join our party in March or whenever that is. They show up at the convention, and then we vote them in. I mean, that I hate that being true, but I could see that happening. Did I answer your question at least?
Well,
it does, but as long as it's not Bill Weld.
I think Bill Weld could do it. And let me tell you what I believe Bill Weld's goal is. I think, and I don't know this, I haven't spoken to him, but I believe he wants to do very well against Trump in New Hampshire because it's an open primary. So if he can get independents and Democrats to come and vote in the Republican primary, he can make a good showing against Trump, maybe get 20, 30% even. I mean, it's possible if he can do that by getting these other people in. If he does that, that's his goal. If he achieves that, he can then drop out, come to libertarians and say, look what I did against Trump in New Hampshire. I can easily get 5% for you guys. And libertarians go, yay, and we bring him back. So I'm not, I hate to say it. I know some people are probably mad at me right now. I can imagine Facebook exploding right now. But that actually could happen.
Well, let me jump into that.
Please, go ahead. Yes.
And I apologize, by the way. I've been traveling all day, 5 hours on buses.
I dragged him from upstate New York. Thank you for coming.
No, I love it.
Yes.
But I apologize to you and to the listeners. I had to jump out for a second. So, no, I don't think Buttigieg cannot win, nor can Biden. They have no chance.
No chance. What are you talking about?
They have no chance. They have no chance.
Biden's literally winning in the polls right now.
No, he's not.
And he's
no, he's not
flubbing like there's no tomorrow, and he's still winning in polls.
Right, and so did Clinton. So let's throw that out the window because it's not realistic. Who are they asking, and how are they asking the question?
Always an issue.
Okay,
agreed.
And that's the polling.
Always an issue.
We know that, and they're trying to create an image that there's a problem, and they're looking at impeachment. Oh, why are they still looking at impeachment? Because they've been looking at impeachment for 3.5 years now before he even got elected. It was April. Article was in Politico, April of 2016, before the election even happened. They were talking about can Trump be impeached. They've been on this road for forever. They have no cause. But the reality is the public likes Trump. He's real. And libertarians are real. You're real. You did very well in New York. You could do well nationally. People have talked about that because there is a certain reality there. What we've seen is a disconnect between politicians who actually deal with real people talking about real issues.
Absolutely.
The Democratic Party isn't talking about that.
Well, no, Yang is. He just can't win. But Yang is.
No, he is. And he's talking about, let me buy you really cheap.
No,
he's the worst
real problems people are scared of.
He's the worst mathematician I've ever heard of in my life, and he's talking about racism, and he's able to do it because I'm an Asian, so I know math. You know what? I say that. Guess what? They're going to lose their minds.
True,
but
I'm
says
black.
it.
I know math. Does that work? I'm not sure.
Exactly. There you go.
Yes.
The ultimate test of whether it's racist or not. So let's throw him out because he has no idea what he's talking about. He can't do math. Let's really look at this. They're not offering anything except gender identity
Lots
politics.
of free stuff. No, they're offering so much free stuff.
That's a trap. That's a trap.
Yeah, but people like free stuff.
People
Come
like,
on.
you know what?
People love free stuff.
Yeah.
You're going to sit here and tell me people don't love free stuff?
Of course they do. Like they like candy and they get diabetes.
Yes.
You know what?
In droves.
Doesn't mean that you're getting something for nothing. You're getting something and there's a consequence to it. What Trump is offering isn't that trap. He's saying, okay, you're not going to like what I have to say. I'm going to say it anyway. And when I don't see Bill Weld coming out and saying, hey, I've got something that's even better. I'm going to give you even more truth, and you're going to like it even more. I don't see that.
What Bill Weld does, or whomever, I've used Bill Weld because
we're using him. He's
right.
popular.
Whomever that person might be in the Republican, he's just going to be I'm not Trump. And so the part of the party that doesn't like Trump, give me that percentage, whatever that percentage is.
Yeah, but they're out there already, and they're getting nothing.
Hold on, but they haven't. And they're saying, hey, if you're a Democrat and hate Trump, come vote for me to get to punch Trump in the gut. There's enough Democrats who hate Trump who would do that. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that. Look, we all know that in the Republican base, Trump's popular. That's true.
Yeah,
but there are a lot of Democrats who would absolutely abandon their own primary and to vote against Trump. That would happen. The question is how many.
Well, are you going to keep these people? Are they really? And I don't know that they're open-minded enough to stay with it. I'm not against. Again, I'll say this, and I've said this a little bit before, but I'll say it again. I'm not against libertarians growing. I think it's good for Republicans. I think it's good for America. I think a third party works because it makes everyone honest. It makes people work harder to do the best job. I have no problem with that. So I want libertarians to do that. How many hours have I spent with you promoting you and making sure you have a voice out there?
Absolutely.
Because I think it's better for everyone at the end of the day.
So then make a call. You think Trump's obviously going to be the nominee, you believe, obviously for Republicans,
Hands down.
How about for Democrats?
Democrats right now? Well, I'm sticking by my prediction that I made in October of 2018.
Which was?
It's going to be Elizabeth Warren and Kamala Harris because they're going to go with all women with a woman of color to go against President Trump because he's a misogynist and evil. That's their selling point. He's an evil misogynist.
If that's true, Trump's definitely going to win. There's no way that Warren could beat Trump.
Exactly.
No way. Kamala Harris either.
Yes.
There's no way they could beat Trump.
But that's all they're going for.
Yeah.
Pete Buttigieg has nothing to go from. What is he? He's a mayor who's gay. That's his only thing.
No, he's a veteran, which is nice. He's an executive, even though it's small.
That's not what they're putting out there.
He is the opposite, but they'll change. I'm
That
telling
is
you,
not.
if Buttigieg wins this thing,
He's not going to win.
I think you're right. I don't think he's going to win. But I'm saying
He's
if
at 3%.
If Buttigieg, no, he's not. No, he's now he's in double digits now.
3.6%.
He's in double digits now in his own primary. Yeah, he is. Buttigieg is now in double digits.
Real Clear Politics, national polling average,
go to
3.6%. Screw Iowa. It doesn't matter.
Iowa's the first one. Screw it. You
doesn't
can't
matter.
screw it. Come on.
No.
If
What we're looking at is the national.
If he wins Iowa,
he won't win
he's
Iowa.
got a shot.
He's not going to win Iowa.
Yeah, that's what you're saying. I don't know. All I'm saying is they will spin him. He's got a shot. You know why? Because Buttigieg can act like the outsider that Trump is. He can act that way. The rest of them all, they're all establishment. Yang can act that way. Gabbard can act that way, and Buttigieg can act that way.
Look,
the rest can't.
Let's be honest. Okay, they started with 20 people who really were not in there. This field has always been 6 Democrats, and that's all it's ever been.
And it's whittled down already from that. What they've been doing is looking at target groups because they believe in micro-categorization.
Yes.
That you are, you're black, well, we have a black candidate
Yes.
for you.
You're gay, we have a gay candidate for you.
Yep.
You're a woman, we have a couple of women candidates for you, whether you're
100%.
gay, straight, or person of color. This is what they're looking for to raise the money so that they can come after
completely
Trump.
agree.
Okay.
And it's not necessarily a bad plan.
I'm not saying it's a bad plan, but this is a
Without
plan.
that plan, Trump wins for sure. With that plan, if it works, they can beat Trump if it works.
But they don't have anyone who's got anything besides just being that category. And that's the problem. They're looking at people as categories. You and I, and we've had this conversation, they're looking at you and me. We don't count as
we don't count at all.
individuals.
No.
We're black, straight men.
That's
period.
correct.
Stop. And we're old.
That's correct. Yep.
Done.
Yep.
You know,
We have to vote for Biden.
so we have to. we have no
just
choice.
have to.
you
That's
know?
how it works. Yes.
And they
Got it.
can't see anything beyond that. So when they see, oh, well, it's going to be 2 women against Trump because he's a misogynist, according to them, and that women, of course, are better than men, and a woman of color on the ticket is better than just a man, Pete Buttigieg can't get in there. And Joe Biden, Mr.
maybe.
Gaff Machine, who is like the worst thing
Come
ever.
on. Trump is a
not gonna
gaff
get there.
machine, too. Come on now. They're both gaff machines.
In different ways.
They're both gaff machines. Come
in
on.
different ways.
Yes.
And I want to take Twitter away from Trump.
You're not the
so
you're not
badly
the only Republican
from
who's told
day
me that.
one.
Yes. I don't know. Did we go out of the way, Dan? Did I answer your question, Lisa, or no?
I mean, in a sense, yes, but there's a lot of talk also that Hillary might get back in the 2020.
No,
Not
that's
gonna
not going to
happen.
happen. Nope,
Nope.
not going to happen.
Nope.
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 Not going to happen. Nope.
Why not?
She's done.
She's finished. No, she's finished. No, she's writing books now.
She's toast.
She's writing books. She's finished. She's not. She's going to still try to have power. Don't get me wrong. I think she's still going to try to have influence. I think that's true. That's why she did that. She did a brilliant attack on Tulsi Gabbard, which wasn't an attack on Tulsi Gabbard. It was actually an attack on us. Because she talked about, that they're setting up for a third-party spoiler. That was an attack on the Libertarian Party. It was brilliantly done by Hillary Clinton. I hate it, but I can still recognize it was a brain attack, even though I can't stand it. It wasn't actually focused on Tulsi because she doesn't care about Tulsi. It was focused on any third party because Democrats look. If you're a Republican, you think Democrats are dumb. If you're a Democrat, you think Republicans are dumb. Neither is dumb. The reality is Democrats are trying their best to make sure everything lines up so they can beat Trump, and a third party gets in their way, so they got to try to get rid of them also. That's what they're trying to achieve. And I get it. If I was Democrat, I'd be thinking the same way, right? I get what they're trying to do.
You have to, according to the politics.
You'd have to. I get that completely. So, but I guess to answer your original question, I'm not necessarily happy about someone jumping into the Libertarian Party in the last minute. I just, to be full with you, that's what's happened in the past. I think it may happen again.
They need to be out there now. They got to be out there 2 weeks after November elections.
The problem is,
be
I think
real.
most people most people believe the Libertarian Party is going to get hammered in 2020.
Yes.
And because of that, many of them aren't running seriously. They just want to try to get
that just means-
5% or something like that, which is the wrong way to run.
Yeah.
And
you got to run with the intent to win.
Correct.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Mike, Larry, is it because that the Libertarian Party, are we not ambitious enough to succeed, or is it just the bare minimum that we?
No, I think we are. The problem is to be forward with you, and this is a thing that Democrats and Republicans don't have the same issues we have. We have several issues that slow us down. Number one, we have a severe lack of talent. We simply don't have enough heavy hitters out there who could take on this task and make it happen. Right? Could someone like me do it? Not after a gubernatorial run, I can't. But there shouldn't just be me. There should be 5, 6, 10 of me. So that when I do the gubernatorial run and I get burned out, here comes Jane Doe and she does her presidential run. And then here comes Phil Smith and he does his next congressional run. But we don't have that deep bench of people who can do that. We also don't have the donor base that also. This takes tons of money. You know, there was someone I know who talked about, you know, how could someone in a third party actually win 270 votes? And someone came up with this idea that it's possible, but they'd have to raise over $2 billion and run 2 years out. That's the only way they could do it.
Yeah.
And that isn't a guarantee. It's maybe.
No, but that makes sense.
Yes,
According to the math, yes,
correct.
that works.
And no third party, not all the third parties combined have a $2 billion donor base. We don't have it. So I think we look at that and it does. We also don't have the infrastructure, right?
No,
it's another issue. Infrastructure to get out there and to make that, and you know, to knock on doors in Iowa and every place. I mean, we don't have the infrastructure.
that have to go out.
Mailers that have to go out. So
news releases.
It is an ambition. I mean, I tried to become governor of New York. That's ambitious,
right?
Right. So we have ambition. I think we're lacking infrastructure, donors, and talent. And I think if we can draw more of that in the next couple of years, we've got a shot at making this happen. Did that make sense?
It does.
It's one of the reasons why. I'm sorry. It's one of the reasons why you will see me support candidates who aren't very libertarian in certain ways, because I'm trying to make it an open party to have more talent come in, so that people who are more libertarian can see how to run, can learn how to run, can actually begin to build that infrastructure, who can jump on someone's campaign and learn. So I'm trying to build my farm team.
Once your party, the Libertarians, gains that experience and gains that capability, because that's, and I agree with you, those are the 3 areas you're weak in.
Absolutely.
And if your party gains that, then you become highly competitive.
Absolutely.
And money falls into your lap
100%.
at that point.
Absolutely.
It does.
Yes.
And that's just political fact.
Yeah.
Which is why they don't want you to get that.
Correct. Yes, absolutely. So did that now answer your question?
Yeah, I guess. I guess
Awesome.
I'm still, looking for,
I would like an awesome answer too. I would too. I don't know if we're going to get it, but
It's too early yet.
I hope so. We'll see. Thanks for the call, my friend. I appreciate it.
All right, take care, Larry.
Awesome. All right, I want to move to talk about the national debt. A little bit off, but this one at least we can beat Trump up on too. So that'll make you angry because we can beat up Trump on this one. So we'll go towards the national debt. We have Pete. Pete, how are you?
Good. How you doing?
What's going on, my friend?
Not much. I calling to actually talk to ask Mike a question about
sure.
Why the Republican Party.
Knew we beat you up on this one.
As far as the Senate and Congress are only really conservative when there's a Democrat in office. And we saw Trump in office, and the debt just continues to climb. And other than a few congressmen and senators like Amash and Paul,
Massey,
most of them don't even seem to care about the national debt anymore.
Yep. Agreed.
Well, let's address this properly. Yes. Is it any party when they're in power? Do they care less about the debt than when the other guys are? Absolutely true. Do Republicans still care about the debt while they're in power or out of power? Yes, they do.
No, stop. Come on.
Wait. No, I know you want to pick on this, but
I
let's
do.
actually really think about this.
I do.
Because what we're seeing is the growth, and mind you, too much spending by Congress altogether. Yep. I'm not going to deny that.
Yep.
Congress spends too much money. Congress spends less money under Republicans than it does under Democrats. We slow down the debt under Republicans than under Democrats.
I'm not sure that's true.
That is actually true. And if you actually look at the numbers over President Obama actually doubled the national debt. He added $10 trillion to the national debt. Under President Trump, we've had a much slower growth of the debt. And the biggest thing that's been increasing the debt at this moment at $23 trillion, where when Obama came out, we were at 21.6. We're at 23.2, I believe, at this moment. And I may be slightly off on that. I apologize if I am. Why is that growth slowed down? It's because while we're still spending, we're spending at a slower rate. The biggest thing that's actually affecting the debt right now was the increase of the interest rates. And actually, that's something that a lot of people don't pay attention to.
Wait a minute, you're saying the Federal Reserve had something to do with the debt?
I'm telling you that the Federal Reserve, under Republicans, increases tax rates, the exchange rate, more under Republicans, and it increases more under Republicans than it does under Democrats. Democrats benefit from lower interest rates, which slows down the accumulation of the debt. So are Republicans actually being better with the economy than Democrats are? Yes. Is it good? No.
Yeah,
Could it be way better? Absolutely.
Yeah, look,
and I want a smaller government.
I know you jumped around on that one because you want to protect your boys. I got it. But I got to tell you, he's 100% right. Democrats, Republicans both explode the debt.
I didn't say they didn't. I said who's doing it faster than the other. And I agree, we need to cut that. We need to cut government spending. Absolutely agree with that. And when someone's in power, what's the biggest thing that they spend money on? Pork barrel spending.
Of course.
Because they want to get reelected.
Or they want their wall if they're Trump, or they want Obamacare if they're Obama.
I like the war. I like the wall. I don't like Obamacare.
But it doesn't matter. It's still tons of debt.
Well, not exactly.
See, he's exactly right. It's your wall, so you're okay with it, right? But if you're a Democrat says it's health care, it's totally fine.
No, because there's long-term repercussions. What we're talking about with Obamacare is actually removing people's freedom of choice, and we're giving
and
the
a wall
government,
isn't.
Well, the wall doesn't create the opportunity for the government to say, we tell you you must do something. If the government can tell you you must do one thing, it can tell you must do everything. There is a big difference
I think
there.
there's some dodge in there. Are you with me or no? You still there?
Oh yeah, I'm still here. I mean, I totally agree. It's just I would, in theory, I would like to be a Republican, but they're not conservative. They say they're conservative, but they're not conservative. They just want to spend the tax dollar on something else, just like you said, the military, foreign wars, endless wars, the wall that wouldn't do anything.
It does a lot.
I mean, a big wall will just get a bigger ladder.
I like that. Pete, getting some.
Well, I can understand part of your complaint there. And like I said, we do need to slow down and stop. We need to shrink the size of government. I agree. And I think pork barrel spending is a big problem with that. And I think the answer to that for both parties, for any party, is let's put in term limits.
I agree.
Limit everyone to, I believe, 3 terms for Congress, 2 terms for the Senate, and you can't run again.
No, I agree. There's no doubt that there's far more corruption in the Congress than there is at the executive branch.
Absolutely.
No doubt, 100%.
And I think that's the biggest problem with that. And if you were to remove that, we would be able to have more influence in cutting the spending of the government, because they're spending like drunk sailors. Actually, drunk sailors are more conservative.
Yeah, because they actually run out of money. They don't have to.
Exactly.
They run out of money.
Exactly.
Yes,
so
it's
something that you're right, Pete. They spend way too much. I agree with you completely. As a Republican, a conservative Republican, I have great issue with it as well. Working on it.
There we go.
Working on it.
Pete, was that okay?
Well, why is Trump signing these huge spending bills? Some of these are record spending bills, and he's signing them and saying it's the greatest thing ever.
There's always spending bills that are great ideas, and they're always records, and every president's done that for the last 50 years. Since we started going into debt. So
this is the piece I agree. I don't. This isn't a Republican problem.
No.
This is a presidential power problem. This is a congressional problem. I just don't think.
My thing is.
Go ahead.
My thing is the Democrats will at least be honest, and they'll tell you they're going to tax the hell out of you.
That's
You're
a valid
gonna
point.
spend your money.
No, they're not
The
honest about that.
Republicans, they say they're conservative, and they're really not.
No, Bernie's right up.
that's-
Bernie's like, I don't want billionaires to exist. Bernie's like, I want to tax 90%. Bernie's 100%. He's right up
And
front
Mr.
there.
Honest,
He's 100% up there. Bernie's not playing the games.
Bernie's not gonna
Bernie literally said, I don't want any billionaires. He's happy to tax you till you're not rich. He's all about that.
As he
literally
remains
said,
rich.
Yes, and he literally said middle class people are gonna pay more taxes.
He has
he's
said
totally
that,
up on
and
that.
he's reworded it many times. And you know what? I don't really take a whole lot from Bernie, very honestly, or seriously. When he's a millionaire who has donated, I've donated more to the IRS than Bernie has in his entire life.
There we go.
So I don't take him too much.
Pete, thank you for that call. I appreciate it.
all right, thanks.
Awesome. You know what? Let's go over to Long Island. This is an issue that I think both of us will probably agree upon on this one. I'm not sure, but I think we might on
Okay.
this one. We're going to talk about vaping. We're going to talk about vaping.
Yeah, I'm wondering what he means by what he's saying there.
We'll find out. Let us know. Matthew, you there?
Yes, I am.
How are you, sir?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
I'm doing great. Talk to me about Vapors Vote.
So, I just finished watching President Trump's speech in Kentucky,
Okay.
along with about probably close to 5,000 of my good friends and colleagues in the vapor industry. And we completely flooded and owned the comment section of the live feed with points like, we vape, we vote. So one thing that I'm noticing a lot of politicians are not paying attention to is the fact that there are 13 million vapors estimated, I've seen reports of higher, in the United States of America, and many of them are single-issue voters.
It's a very valid point.
And I have yet to see a politician, besides yourself really, who have actually taken that into consideration. I mean, we're looking at a presidency right now that's based off of the Republican beliefs of, you know, less regulation, pro-small business,
in theory,
freedom, you know, so forth and so forth. Yet we have the president right now talking about doing a flavor ban, but only allowing menthol and tobacco.
Yes.
New York's been very proactive about that, so has Michigan. I do know there's about 10.6 million that was estimated. It could be as high as 13 now. Last data I saw was 10.6 million. And I know vaping's been around since 2003. It's been almost 18 years that it's been existing. The problem isn't vaping. I know there's the big scare, and it goes back to scare tactics.
Absolutely, yes.
Oh my God, there's so many people who are dying. Women, that's the lowest category of people dying in the nation from any cause of any category.
Right.
And it's because of added on products, mostly THC and cyanide, being added in that's caused these deaths, and almost always older individuals who already have pre-existing health conditions. So I do feel for the vapors out there. I do know the data on it. I have looked at the CDC records so far. What I'm concerned about is the issue isn't so much vaping.
Okay. Tell me what the issue is.
Freedom. Choice. Information. It
That's
goes back
what
to,
I've been saying.
It goes back to the same things we've been
Yes.
talking about.
I don't even vape.
Yeah, I want them to, you know what? Vape if you want to vape. I don't care.
Absolutely.
I
Yes.
absolutely
But-
don't care.
But how in the world, and this
Get
is
rid of the fear.
But this goes back to the same thing, right? I find exactly what Matthew's talking about. The idea that in theory, the Democrat Party is supposed to be about the little guy. They're supposed to be.
That's what they say.
And they're clearly not. But they're
No.
supposed to be. That's the rhetoric they give us.
Yes.
And they're not. But the Republicans give rhetoric too about freedom
Mm-hmm.
and about choice.
Yes.
And about
All right, we're coming back. Yeah, I'm a little wet. Sorry about that. Yep. So my dog decided, hey, we got to go back out and walk in the rain. Because now it was raining hard. Now that it was raining hard, he's like, yeah, perfect time. There's no better time to go right back out than in the rain. That is a 14-year-old dog for you, I tell you. Okay. Yes, I am wet. All right. So still damp, but that's all right. I'm back with you guys now. Let's see. So rained on. For those who don't know, it seems like the nor'easter is finally hitting in New York City, which means it may be hitting New York State, tri-state area. It looks like the rain is finally kicking in a serious way, and the wind is starting to pick up, in case you didn't know. And the temperature right now is pretty cold. I'd put it somewhere around 50. Nothing like 50-degree rain to really make your wake you up, I tell you. It's the joys of having a dog for 14 years. It's jumping out in the winter, in the cold, in the rain, in the snow, and he decides that he wants to take his time. Come here. Come here. Good boy. Come here. Come here. Come. Come here. You're right there. Come. Come, come, come. Come. Let me get my dog and show you guys. Wow. This is Khan. And this is Khan when he's wet. Yes, I know. Say hi to everyone. Hi. Hi. This is what a wet dog, this is what a wet Khan looks like. Hi. You a good boy? Oh, wet. All right. Thank you. So that's what my 14-year-old dog looks like when he's fresh out the rain and now rolling in my clothes. Okay. That's fun. Thank you, Khan. So kind. All right. So I had left off. We were talking about, we were talking about Iraq. We were talking about Iraq. We were talking about, Iran. And the way that the left, they don't care. They just don't care. And it's kind of sad. Mind you, we have another news story coming up, and people are not really paying attention to it. This is thank you to Joe. Let's thank Joe Biden, because remember when Joe Biden gave Afghanistan to the Taliban, abandoned all the women. Remember all the women's groups, the National Organization of Women, otherwise known as NOW, and all those women groups, the liberals, they were all like, but we got to take care of the women. The Taliban promised that they will be nice to women now. They weren't. They aren't. They lied, just like we knew. And you know that Joe Biden said that, don't worry, we're going to give Afghanistan to the Taliban and there will be peace. Everything will be fine. America will leave and they will have their country and everything will be okay. They're about to get into a war with Pakistan. Hopefully, Donald Trump can do what he did in Cambodia with Thailand and what he did with the Congo and Rwanda, with Armenia and the Azerbaijans, Afghanistan, Armenia and the Azerbaijanis. Maybe he can do a miracle again and stop the Taliban from getting into a war with Pakistan. Now, the Taliban is blaming it on the Pakistanis, and saying that Pakistan went across the border and invaded into Afghanistan. I don't know why. I mean, it's not like there's any resources there. It's a bunch of rocks. It's not like they're getting anything for it. But according to the Taliban, not the best source in the universe, they are terrorists, by the way. They're saying that it's Pakistan, not their troops didn't go and attack Pakistan, which has more resources than Afghanistan does. No, Pakistan invaded Afghanistan for less resources and more dirt and rocks. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. That really doesn't. I mean, normally when you invade, unless it's religious, and like Hamas attacking Israel, that was religious. And Hamas knew that they would be in a war and they knew they would lose the war. And they did. But for Pakistan and Afghanistan, well, you would think it would be a little bit different because Pakistan has resources, Afghanistan doesn't. You would expect that Afghanistan would attack Pakistan to get some of the Pakistani resources. Because if Pakistan invades Afghanistan, they get a bunch of rocks, dirt and rocks. There's nothing really there. Maybe opium. That'd be about the only thing you're going to get out of Afghanistan, opium. But Pakistan isn't known for smuggling opium. So I don't know why this conflict is happening. It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. But it is what it is. That's what's happening right now. So we could see that coming up. I'm putting it on your radar, letting you know, and I'm, of course, watching this. This is being reported by the BBC. The American news media really isn't touching it because if they talk about Afghanistan, well, then they have to talk about the Taliban, which reminds everyone of Joe Biden and how he ran away with his tail between his legs, and that was a complete rout. America got beaten by a handful of terrorists with rocks and caves and barely a gun between them. And he gave them $80 billion worth of weapons and money and facilities. It's ridiculous. So they don't want to talk about Afghanistan at all. The American news media will black this story out. But it's important because it's another terrorist organization involved in potentially a war, and America is tangentially involved in that because of Joe Biden and the way we left. We're deeply involved. And the Pakistanis fully can blame America. They can blame America under the Biden administration, but currently they'll blame us for whatever the Taliban does. And that will be more problems going forward. That's Joe Biden. That's the accountability of Joe Biden. That's the consequences of Joe Biden and the Democrats and their absolute failure of foreign policy, of international politics. I got to put it on the radar for you folks because the American news media, they don't want to talk about this. They don't. But again, we were recently just talking about Hamas. Again, they finally gave back the hostages. And what a miracle. Who could have imagined they're giving back the hostages and the war's over, or at least the ceasefire is coming. Who could have imagined that? All right. But that brings me to the Nobel Peace Prize, which we were talking a little bit. I was alluding to this. I was getting to this. And so a woman by the name of Maria Corina Machado, Corina Machado in Venezuela, she got, what is this? Oops, wrong thing. Where'd my other story go? Okay, I don't know how it switched on me. Oh no, okay, it is right. That is the right story. I don't know why it's showing that. So Venezuela's, she's opposition in Venezuela. She is responsible for trying to take down the Maduro government. America is deeply involved. The American government does not like the Maduro government, which is a communist government, socialist government, however you want to describe it. Same result. They have destroyed Venezuela, one of the richest countries in South America, one of the most productive countries in South America. And under the socialists, they have completely collapsed. People are starving. Their people are abandoning Venezuela and coming to America in the millions. They are spreading measles, mumps, and rubella like crazy. That's a fact. Starting in about 2018, 2019, the WHO, World Health Organization, reported that there was a 1,000% spike in the number of cases of measles, mumps, and rubella. And the target, the source of all of that measles, mumps, and rubella spreading throughout Central America, through South America, and coming into the United States was Venezuela. It was all the Venezuelans joining the caravans and the refugees leaving Venezuela, where they had no medical health care because the socialist government didn't give it to them, and taking those diseases and traveling and spreading it into other countries. A 1,000% increase in 2019. 1,000%. That's from Venezuela. That's the illegal migrants coming into America. You wonder why there's more measles in America right now than there was a decade ago, 2 decades ago, ever. Well, not ever. In recent history, in the last 30 years, it's because of the Venezuelans. Now, I don't blame the Venezuelan people. I understand. I actually feel sympathy for the Venezuelan people because their government failed them. They were promised free stuff, kind of like Zoran Mandami. They were promised a lot of free stuff, that the world would be better, everything would be fixed as long as they take socialism. And if they became socialists, that everyone would get piece of the pie. The rich people would give all their money to the poor people, or the government would take it from the rich people and give it to the poor people, and everyone would have what they need, but not what they want. And they were promised that would be good enough and the quality of life would go up. And we have seen that that is a complete lie again, because every time the socialists say this, it's always a lie. It never works out. You never get what you want or what you need. And that happened with their health care. It completely collapsed. And the Venezuelan people started getting sick, partially because they were eating food out of dumpsters and going into the zoo and killing zoo animals because they had nothing else to eat. And their people ran away. They went to all through South America. They went into Central America. They went to Mexico. They came to the United States. That's just a fact. You could say, well, Mike, that's racist. Or you could say, well, Mike, that's some kind of phobe. It's the truth. It is an empirical fact. It isn't a question. It's not an if. It did happen. Now, what we see is Maria Corina Machado, she decided she was going to fight against that. She wanted to get rid of the socialists. She wants to bring in any other kind of government other than the socialists, because they ruined the healthcare, the quality of life. They ruined Venezuela. So she wants to replace them. Of course, that means she had to run, because unlike democratic civilized nations, first world nations, second world nations across the planet, when you have opposition, you beat them in an election. That's how you win. That's how you resolve that issue. I have better ideas. My ideas win. I get elected by the people. The socialists, they have a different way of dealing with someone who says they have a better idea. They have a different way of dealing with running the government. They kick the people out of their country or they kill them. That's what you see in third world nations. That's what you see in socialist nations. If you're the opposition, they kill you. They throw you into a camp, a gulag, and you disappear forever. They kill you. Or you run away and you're living in exile. And if they ever catch you, they'll kill you. Notice the simplicity of what the socialists do. They don't have discussions. They don't have debates. They don't run elections. They kill or imprison and kill their opponents. And Maria Corina Machado is one of the opposition to the Maduro Venezuelan socialist government. So she's outside the country and she's fighting for freedom for her people. The Nobel Peace Prize was given to Maria Corina Machado this year, 2025, because she's trying to free her people. By the way, she didn't. The Maduro government still exists. Venezuela is still socialist. The people are still starving. And healthcare has not improved. And the people are still becoming refugees by the millions, going to countries all through South America, Central America, and into the United States. That's still happening. So she hasn't actually had any success, but she is having the fight. She is fighting to free her country. And I commend her on the fight. And I wish more countries would do that, that the people, rather than running away to somewhere else that's better, and I understand why, but stay there, get Maria Machado as your leader, support her and overthrow the horrible socialist government. That's how you improve the quality of your life, not running to another country like America, 2,000 miles away, and you become a second-class citizen, more likely a slave, possibly a sex slave, and you're always in the shadows and you're a criminal. Rather than becoming a criminal and possibly becoming someone's slave, stay in your country, fight for your freedom, get your freedom, keep your freedom. That's what you should do. So I don't blame Machado at all. The Venezuelan people, a little bit. But I understand. I do understand why they did that. So the Nobel Peace Prize looked at that and said, well, she deserves the Peace Prize because she's trying to free her people. Okay, that makes sense. Even though she hasn't actually freed anyone. As opposed to, there was a big push by Donald Trump and other nations to get the Peace Prize for Donald Trump. And I heard a lot of people online. I saw this in the news, and I saw a lot of people say, well, Donald Trump didn't do anything. Again, 6. He has 6 times now successfully created peace in the world, ended wars, actually ended fighting conflicts, people actually shooting at each other, dying. He stopped that 6 times. 6. And 6 out of 8, to be more clear. 6 out of 8 times he's done that. And Maria Machado, for her part, has freed no one. She stopped no fighting. And her people are still refugees. That is not to downplay her, but is to say, why didn't Donald Trump get the Nobel Peace Prize? He deserved it. Now, I understand, Orange Man bad. And you can say that all day long, and the left will. And they say it often. But the fact is, there's more peace in the world today than under Biden. There's more peace in the world today, arguably, than under Obama. And that's because of Donald Trump. It's not because of Biden. It's not because of the Democrats. And that's why they don't want to talk about it. Again, this goes to the 2026 midterm elections. Democrats are losing power. Their people are at an all-time low of support. Democrats don't support the Democratic Party at this point. And only about 33% of Democrats in the Democratic Party actually support the Democratic Party and their candidates. They are at an all-time low because they have failed. Democrats have failed in everything they have done. And gee, they can't say Donald Trump deserves the Nobel Peace Prize. He should. He should have been nominated. He should have been considered. And I think he should have won. Because even without counting Israel, what just happened, so maybe in 2026, if the peace deal, if the ceasefire becomes a peace deal, as we think it will, as long as Hamas doesn't do something stupid, and Israel, for their part, as long as they live up to the terms of the peace deal and the ceasefire, then as long as no one does anything stupid, that's yet another massive war that the world has been supposedly caring about, that he should get the peace deal for. Again, the left won't give him credit for it, but he should get it. So maybe in 2026, but in 2025, there's 5 other peace deals that Trump did do that he has been given credit for. He got credit from the Indian government about India and Pakistan. He has been thanked by the Congo and Rwanda for ending their conflict. Armenia and Azerbaijan admitted that this was because of the Trump administration and no one else could get the deal done. We've heard this. Thailand and Cambodia said the same thing. We've heard the international praise. There's 5 other peace deals. Donald Trump should have got the peace. There's no one else this year that has ended more wars and saved more lives. No one. I wish that the world had so many people ending wars and saving lives that Donald Trump didn't save enough. The Nobel Peace Committee said that, well, Donald Trump has to try harder. How do you try harder? No one else compares. No one else on the planet has ended more wars in the last 9 months than Donald Trump. And the Nobel Peace Committee said that's not good enough. You need more. He's got to try harder. No one else compares. And it's not just for the ego of Donald Trump. It is for the goodwill of the United States that I say this. Because if a strong president is recognized for bringing in more peace into the world than existed before him and is able to save more lives than any other world leader combined at this moment, then that means America gets more respect, and more of the countries that want to do a peace deal, they pay attention and they take it more seriously, and it's more credible, and you get more opportunities to create peace in the world, not less. That's what happens if you actually acknowledge Donald Trump and America as creating peace over the last 9 months, more than anyone else in the world. That's what you get, is more peace in the future, more deals in the future, more countries coming to America, coming to Donald Trump and saying, hey, can you work out this conflict for us? Can we have some of the peace that happened in Cambodia, that happened in Armenia, that's happening in Israel and with Hamas in Gaza? I want more of that peace. Can you help my conflict? Can you help create more global peace in my country, in my region of the world? People who are looking at it short-sighted say all they see is that Donald Trump, he has an ego. Every president has an ego. Okay? Don't kid yourself. There hasn't been a single president, except maybe Washington, was the only president who didn't have an ego, who wasn't doing it for an ego trip. Because that's why Washington said, I'll do it twice and I won't do it again. That's why there were only two times that we saw Washington elected. He could have become a de facto king of America if he wanted to. He could have stayed in office until the day he died if he wanted to. Would have changed the way the future of America would go forward. He didn't. He said, I did it for 2 years. I'm going back to my farm. I don't want to be a politician anymore. And that set the guideline up until FDR, where America said, well, you've been here 2 terms. Go back to whatever you did before, because you're just an American citizen. You're just a civilian. Let it go. No, he wants food.
No, it's not that, because I keep telling him he's ripping parts.
And he has nothing left in him. He doesn't have anything left in him. That's either gas and or he wants food.
Doesn't matter. He's not feeling.
I understand. So, sorry, my dog is apparently not feeling well today. He's apparently sick. So the point about Machado, and I'll check on my dog in a second, but Machado, she got the Nobel Peace Prize, and a lot of people told me, the news came out and she said, this is because of America. This is because of Donald Trump. And she dedicated, in part, her Nobel Peace Prize to Donald Trump, because of the same reason why I'm saying it's important for Donald Trump to win and why he deserved it. Because his influence has been creating more peace in the world, more stability in the world than what we saw before. So more than under Biden, more than Obama. And people told me, Mike, you just don't know what you're talking about. That's not true. That's a lie. I can actually show you the CBS post. When CBS News talked about this, they left out. They said, oh, yeah, Maria Corina Machado, she won the Nobel Peace Prize. They left out, and she thanked Donald Trump by name. She thanked America by name. They left that out. They said, oh, she's so happy, and she was so surprised, and it was such an honor. And they left out, CBS News, I'll include the link, left out the fact she thanked America for this. She thanked Donald Trump for this. And again, that's important, because that means other countries in the future will come to America and Donald Trump or Donald Trump and say, can you help us get more peace too? But it is a fact, because again, if you look at this, and this is from the Independent, from the United Kingdom, you can easily find that she said, literally, and I quote here, we are on the threshold of victory. Again, she didn't free anyone yet, so she's on the threshold of victory in Venezuela. And today, more than ever, we count on President Trump, the people of the United States, so named our country and our president by name, the peoples of Latin America, just in general, and the democratic nations of the world, just throwing that in at the end. Again, not naming, she didn't mention England or France or Germany. She didn't mention the EU. She didn't mention Canada. She mentioned, and the rest of the world, as our principal allies to achieve freedom and democracy, because she hasn't actually got it yet in her fight to get freedom for Venezuela. Who's important to it? America. Who's important to it? Donald Trump. Who can help other countries in the world? America. Who can help? Who's one of the lead negotiators? Donald Trump. That's who you have to focus on. We're the big dog with the stick in the world. We're the superpower of the world. And they should be coming to us to get more peace and stability. And we will give it to them. And she's saying so. She got the Nobel. She's thanking President Trump. And you don't know how many people told me I was lying. When I commented on the CBS News article and they left this out, which I think is essential news. Not because you love Donald Trump or you hate Donald Trump or you love or hate MAGA. It has nothing to do with it. It has to do with the future and more stability and more peace. And they left that out because they're thinking about the 2026 election. They're looking at how do we help Democrats because they leave this out. She goes on to say, and I continue to quote Maria Corina Machado, the 2025 Nobel Peace winner, and she says, I dedicate this Nobel Peace Prize to the suffering people of Venezuela, and this is the part they leave out in the mainstream news media, in American news media, they leave this out, and to President Trump for his decisive support of our cause. Does it make it any more simple than that? The Nobel Committee got it wrong. Even the person they gave the Nobel to understands they got it wrong. That without America and without our leader in America, Donald Trump, she wouldn't be getting a Nobel Peace Prize. Venezuela would not be getting closer to peace like other parts of the world have been able to do. This is important. And you can hate Donald Trump all you want, but he's bringing in more peace and stability into the world. And you should be happy for that. You should be celebrating that. Just like Harvard and Columbia should be celebrating that the end of the Hamas-Israel war is because of Trump. They should be celebrating that. They're miserable. The left is miserable hearing this. They hate that the Nobel was dedicated to Donald Trump. They hate that the Nobel Peace Prize winner is thanking Donald Trump. They hate that Donald Trump and his 20-point peace plan is why Hamas is going to be able to end, why Israel is going to end the war with Hamas, the terrorist organization. It's because of Donald Trump. It's because of Orange Man Bad, because he's not Orange Man Bad. It flies in the face of their worldview and their philosophy. It's the truth. And I wanted to share that with you because you're not going to hear that from the mainstream American news media. You got to go to England. You have to go to the Independent. You have to go across overseas to hear the truth in full. Because American news media, like CBS News, will only tell you in part. They will hide the truth from you. They will tell you the part that helps Democrats, the part that helps socialism, but they won't tell you the part that actually matters. Sad. It's really sad that that's the case. Let me take a couple of comments here. Now, I did see user has been banned, was with us earlier, and he said, Hamas wants Israel to not exist. That's true. That is true. Dow says, you're correct that it's far more diabolical than the left remaining crickets. It is. The fact that they are angry that Donald Trump has successfully 5 or 6 times now, he has created more peace in the world. They are angry. They want to be the ones they want to hear everyone admire and dedicate things to them. The left wants to be seen as the people for peace, and they're doing all the good things and give them more power. And they're not. They didn't do it. This didn't happen under Biden. Nobody dedicated a peace prize to Biden. Nobody dedicated a peace prize to Obama. And when the Nobel gave Obama a peace prize before he did anything, before he was able to, they gave him, and they said it was the first time that the Nobel Committee had given a peace prize based on potential. They were living, they were drinking the Kool-Aid, and they were living up on the hype that Obama would be some kind of transformational president. And he was, except he transformed America into socialism. He introduced America to socialism. That's what Obama did. He failed. And what did they get? They gave him a Nobel Peace Prize, and Obama bombed Americans via drones in Yemen without any trial, without any charges. That is a fact. They want you to forget that. That's what Obama did. He got a peace prize. He bombed Americans and Yemeni civilians with drones. That's why he was called Obama. Not Obama. Obama. Because he bombed everyone with drones. American citizens, without charges, without trial, simply because he wanted to. And that's who they gave a peace prize to, because politics was more important than the actual success, actually doing something. And now that they have someone who is doing something that has a concrete, credible, provable success rate, they want to ignore him. And the Nobel Peace Prize winner, Maria Corina Machado, said, no, he deserves the credit. Now, I've heard some people on the left say, well, she's just doing it to butter Trump up. Maybe, but she's not wrong. And she knows, if I keep America and Donald Trump on my side, I will get more support to bring more peace to the world. So again, it's still the same thing. Whether you think she's sincere or not, she's still relying on America and Donald Trump to create more peace. Because if she didn't have to say anything. And Donald Trump could have ignored Venezuela. He could let the next president deal with it, like Joe Biden did, like Obama did. They could just ignore it and just let it go to hell, like the Democrats did. And guess what? She would be no closer to peace in her country. So even if she's dishonest in saying it just because she wants America to help her, that still brings more peace to the world, more stability to the world because of America and Donald Trump. Do you care if she's sincere or not? You don't. If you actually want peace in the world, you don't care if she's sincere or not. It should be simple. It should be straightforward. But the media are so wrapped up in the politics. They're so desperate to say Orange Man bad that they don't care. They don't care about peace. They don't care about helping you or anyone else. They want to win. They want power. And power doesn't care about the people. It's not power for the people. It's power over the people. And that's what we're seeing. Let me also go to Joel's comment. He says, ever since Obama got the DEI Nobel Peace Prize, the value has greatly diminished. Well, that's what happens when you give someone unproven, untested, a peace prize based on potential because of propaganda, and you get someone who actually does the exact opposite of what you're trying to promote. Obama created more instability. He created less peace. And now we live with that, the consequences of that. So you're not wrong. It did greatly diminish the Peace Prize. And again, you're only seeing this news, really, you're only getting the full story when you go overseas. This is from the BBC. We're grateful for what Trump is doing for peace, the Nobel winner told BBC. They had an interview, and she doubled down that she's grateful Donald Trump is doing around the world for peace. This is what she's so happy. Trump has made no secret. He wants the win the award himself, speaking regularly about the 7 wars he has claimed to end. He didn't claim to end them. The countries themselves have admitted that he did it. The Nobel Peace Prize winner is admitting he did it. So that, again, even the BBC, which is left-leaning, they have to acknowledge the truth. But they still are trying to take a dig. They're still trying to give the left some kind of leg. They're trying to dismiss and discredit Donald Trump and America as much as they can. You know, he said he saved 7 countries. He did. That's fact. It's been reported in every credible news agency, including the BBC. Cambodia, Thailand, Armenia, Azerbaijan. We've seen them report these stories. BBC reported it themselves. They know it's a fact. It's not Donald Trump claiming this. It's a fact. And they would help the world so much more helpful in the world if they just admitted the truth. If they just told everyone, yeah, Trump and America were able to increase more peace in the world. If you want peace in your region of the world, come to America and ask us to help you. It's just that simple. But that means that Democrats lose power. Well, if you want peace in the world, does it matter if Democrats have power or not? Do they have to be more powerful than Republicans if the GOP, if Donald Trump are bringing peace to the world? Do you have to be always lifted up? Do we always have to praise the Democrats even when they didn't do anything praiseworthy? I'm asking this of the people who are Democrats. If you're a registered Democrat, does your party always have to be the most important thing even when they're not doing anything? Again, this didn't happen under Biden. Kamala Harris did not bring world peace. She brought, in fact, and we covered this during the Biden-Kamala Harris administration, every country that Kamala Harris went to do international politics on behalf of the United States, every country she went to wound up having more tensions and more disagreement with the United States because of her. South Korea, she was in Africa, she was talking with Russia. Every country she spoke to became more antagonistic to the United States, not less. She insulted South Korea, one of our biggest allies in Southeast Asia, twice. One of them being absolutely racist, caught on video, televised across the world. I know the news media wants you to forget about that. I didn't forget about that. She insulted President Moon of South Korea, shook his hand, and then wiped her hand right after shaking his hand. An obvious insult, a racial insult to the Korean people. And U.S. relations with South Korea plummeted because of that. That was a big deal. That was a big problem. And immediately afterwards, what did South Korea do? They decided that they were going to build a nuke because they don't trust America. Why don't they trust America? Because Kamala Harris insulted the entire race of Korean people. She insulted internationally on video. The press covered this, insulted all of the Korean people. Oh, if America thinks so little that they sent Kamala Harris, who insults the entire Korean people, if that's what America thinks is about Korea, then Korea can do it on their own. And that means South Korea, went from being the 7th largest arms manufacturer in the world to the 4th largest weapons manufacturer in the world after Kamala Harris insulted their president. Did that sound like it increased the amount of peace in the world? It's a simple question. The left can tell me what they think about it. And by the way, when I say that the news media isn't giving credit, let's take a quick look. Oh, I'll show you right here. Let's take a quick look. So the BBC, we know what they said. CNN, Trump speaks with Nobel Peace Prize winner Machado after his administration denounced the decision to award it to her. No mention about the fact that she dedicated the Peace Prize to Donald Trump. Nope, that's not their headline. So they gotta make Trump look like the bad guy. Internationally, he's not, but CNN has to make Donald Trump look like a bad guy. NPR, Nobel Prize winner Machado says Venezuela is in chaos under the current regime. And who's helping her defeat that regime? Donald Trump and America. They don't give Trump any credit because, left, we got to help the Democrats. Let's see. The New York Times. What did the New York Times say? Trump administration disapproves of Machado's Nobel Prize, but Rubio has been a big supporter. She didn't dedicate the Nobel Peace Prize to Secretary Marco Rubio. She dedicated it to Donald Trump by name. She dedicated it to, and she thanked Trump by name and America by name for this. Marco Rubio has nothing to do with this. Again, can't give credit to Orange Man bad. They have to discredit him. They have to dismiss him because if they don't, Democrats look weak because they are. These are some of the biggest news organizations in America. NPR, New York Times, CNN. I didn't make this up. I'm reading the headlines that they published. They don't want American citizens to know what the Nobel Peace Prize winner thinks. How is that going to help increase the amount of peace in the world? No one else will have this conversation with you. I am. Again, if you disagree, you can always chat, super chat, you can rumble rant and tell me, Mike, you just don't understand. You don't understand how bad Trump is. Okay, explain it to me. Please tell me how there isn't more peace in the world under Trump than there was under Biden. Please explain that to me because you have no evidence of it. I can show you where Trump has created more peace in the world. I can't show you where Biden did that. I can show you where Biden increased the amount of terrorism in the world. That's in Afghanistan. That's with Hamas in Gaza. That's with Russia versus the Ukraine. I can show you how the world became less stable. I can show you Iran building up and threatening war. I can show you that under the Biden administration. I can't show you those things under Trump. Again, doesn't matter if you like him or not. Does not matter if you like Trump or not. But that kind of reminds me about what we know about some of the Democrats out there. The Democratic Party is screwed because Katie Porter. Let's talk about Katie Porter. All right. Hang on one second. I just want to put this in the comments for everyone because we're going to talk about Katie Porter, Letitia James, James Comey. Okay, let's talk about these guys. This is what the Democrats are offering America. This is what they want to be praised for. This is what they think is a good thing. Besides the riots in Portland, besides the riots in Chicago, besides the Democrats are traveling to El Salvador to help a criminal, an MS-13 gang member who's committed crimes in El Salvador. They got him out of prison for a crime he did in El Salvador to bring him into the United States where he also broke the law and then was put into jail. And they did that just so they could say, see, Donald Trump, you were wrong. We're bringing him back so he can get deported again. who does that help? But the Democrats think that was a win. It was such a win. We brought back Abrego Garcia. What's his name? Abrego Garcia. Oh, that is his name, Abrego Garcia. And they brought him back. He's still a criminal. He's still an MS-13 member. He's still getting deported. What did they win? Nothing. Nothing. But they spent a bunch of taxpayer money and they helped illegal aliens. This is what the Democrats are about. How about this?
Redistricting. What do you think?
This is the now infamous interview between Katie Porter, who at the time was the leading Democrat in the race for the California governor's race. And Katie Porter, who was beating her opponents by about 20, 30 points, is now losing to everyone. She's killed her career. She used to be a congresswoman, decided to run for governor, and she's losing now. Why? Because Democrats, and I believe it's right about here.
Are you going to ask them not to run?
No, I'm saying I'm going to build the support. I have the support already in terms of name recognition. And so I'm going to do the very best.
So how do you not intend that to be the case? Are you going to ask them not to run?
No, I'm saying I'm going to build the support. I have the support already in terms of name recognition. And so I'm going to do the very best I can to make sure that we get through this primary in a really strong position. But let me be clear with you. I represented Orange County. I represented a purple area. I have stood on my own 2 feet and won Republican votes before. That's not something every candidate in this race can say. If you're from a deep blue area, if you're from LA or you're from Oakland, you don't have an experience.
But you just said you don't
votes.
need those Trump voters.
Well, you asked me if I needed them to win.
So you don't.
I
think
feel like this is unnecessarily argumentative.
That's it. Do you need Trump voters? Do you need Republicans to win the race? This is argumentative. That's her statement. And we've all seen it by now. Besides putting scalding potatoes on her husband's head, besides abusing her staff, no. This is the thing that really kicked it off. Do you need Trump voters? Because most politicians need everyone to vote for them. Independents, Republicans, third party. You need some of those votes because you're not going to get every vote. And she thinks she's going to get all 60% of Democrats to vote for her. I think that's just ridiculous. And now we know for a fact they're not. But she thought she would get just because she's a Democrat, she was going to get every Democrat vote. And every Republican vote, well, they don't matter. If you voted for Donald Trump, it doesn't matter. You don't count. Mind you, some of the Democrats voted for Trump too. That's why Trump won a majority in 2024. Democrats voted for Trump and Republicans voted for Trump and independents voted for Trump and libertarians and third party. Everyone in the nation, at least some of them, all the parties, all the political views voted for Trump. And she's saying, doesn't matter if you voted for Trump, you don't need to vote for her. That's not going to get her 60%. She wasn't going to win like she thought she was, but she was very smug. Why? She's a Democrat in California and Donald Trump is orange man bad. So she can absolutely insult 40% of the Californians. It doesn't matter. She can insult all 40% of those voters, tell them to go to hell because she's not there to represent them. She wants to talk about she's in a purple state. She got votes. Maybe then, not now, because she just told all those Republicans. She told all the independents. She told all the third parties, you don't matter. She doesn't care. She's going to get the Democrats, and they're the majority, and everyone else can go take a hike. They don't matter. She doesn't care. But what does she care about? And that's what she's about to get to in this part. This is part of the interview less people saw, but I think it's important. What does she care about?
What is your question?
The question is the same thing I asked everybody, that this is being called the empowering voters to stop Trump's power grab. Every other candidate has answered this question. This is not argumentative.
And I said I support it.
So, and the question is, what do you say to the 40% of voters who voted for Trump?
Oh, I'm happy to say that. It's the do you need them to win part that I don't understand.
This is pretty straightforward. This is a softball question. And everyone in the California governor's race, all the Democrats were able to easily answer this. It's as simple as I'm running for the governor. I'm running to represent all the people of California, the independents, the third parties, even, yes, the Republicans, and of course, the Democrats. I'm representing everyone. That's what every candidate has said. It is a softball. It is such an easy question that every candidate that has run for an election can say that in their sleep. I just answered it. It is a 15-second question. Katie Porter can't, because she doesn't care about independents or Republicans or anyone else. She doesn't even really care about Democrats. She only cares about the Democrats that follow the line, that comply, that are obedient, that are slaves. That's who she counts on. And she thinks that's at least 50% of the vote. But let's see what else she's going to say here.
Understand. I'm happy to answer the question as you have it written, and I'll answer it.
And we've also asked the other candidates, do you think you need any of those 40% of California voters to win? And you're saying, no, you don't.
No, I'm saying I'm going to try to win every vote I can.
She can't say that and say that she's only needs the 60% of Democratic voters, which she already said in this interview, that she doesn't need the 40% of Trump voters. But let's see what else she says.
And what I'm saying to you is that
that's her realizing she just contradicted herself. That's her realizing she just insulted 40% of Californians and the independents and the third parties. She just realized that this interview, she's insulting the majority, probably the majority of Californians, including Democrats that voted for Trump. She's insulted all of them. And she just realized she's in political hot water. So now she's going to try and find a way out of it.
Well, to those voters, okay, so you...
I don't want to keep doing this.
That's her answer. Run away. Her answer is, and now I'm going to run away. I caught myself into a trap. I've insulted most of my voting base, most of the donor base. I look like a vicious, vile person. Even though I was in the lead, I was smug, and it came across. And now that I'm in political trouble, now that I have embarrassed myself and my campaign and Democrats in general, I'm going to run away. Because that's what Democrats do. That's what the Democratic Party has. And we see this in all of the races across this country, from New York to California, everywhere. We see Democrats, they run away. They get into a fight, and then they realize they're losing. Hakeem Jeffries, who I'll talk about in a moment, did the exact same thing. I'm losing the argument. I'm embarrassing my party. I'm embarrassing myself. Run away. Silence the opposition. Let's end this. Don't keep talking. Don't explain yourself. Just say, I'm a Democrat, vote Democrat, straight down the line, shut up. So she wants to run away. Now, the reporter, Julie Watts, does a great job. She keeps going with the interview. She keeps moving forward because this is about the public learning about the candidate. And it's not about helping Democrats or hurting Democrats. It's not about anything except what I do on this channel when I do interviews. When I do interviews, I'm not argumentative. I don't try to be anyway. It's not about embarrassing anyone. I don't try to do that. I'm going to ask you the question, and the voters deserve to hear the answer. They deserve to hear the answer to this question so they can make up their mind who they want to vote for. It has nothing to do. It's not about me. An interview isn't about me, the interviewer. It's about the interviewee answering the question. That's what it's about. And Julie Watts knows that, and she's doing a good job here. Watch.
I'm going to call it. Okay. Thank you.
You're not going to do the interview with us?
Nope, not like this. I'm not. Not with 7 follow-ups to every single question you ask.
If you aren't being clear, it is the job of the journalist, of the news media, to ask a follow-up, to get clarification. That is their job. That is what we're supposed to do. Because if we don't understand the answer, the public doesn't understand the answer. So you have to be more clear. That is the job. If you haven't answered the question, answer it. Don't run away. Don't hide. Don't obfuscate. And very often we will see that when the news media is talking to people in the left, they will let them get away with things where they don't answer the question. We saw it with Kamala in many of the interviews, like with ABC News in Pennsylvania. They let her get away with stupid answers. You saw 60 Minutes. They literally cut out her bad answer and they put in a better answer. So we saw that they have lied to the public. They will go bend over backwards normally to protect a Democrat. That's what they normally do. But this is one of the few times where they're actually doing their job. And Julie Watts is doing a phenomenal job and said, no, I'm going to ask you to clarify your answer. You didn't answer the question. You're avoiding it. And I'm going to make sure the public is clear about that. Either answer the question or be clear that you won't answer the question. Either way. She goes on. Let's see.
You ask.
Every other candidate has answered our
care.
follow-ups.
I don't care.
She doesn't care that this is a generic question for all candidates. No, she's special. See, she's a Democrat. She's a female Democrat. She's special. She gets privilege, but no one else gets that privilege. She gets the privilege to ignore any question she doesn't want. She has the right to tell the interviewer, the news media, that's not a question you can ask me. Don't ask me questions like that. You think I'm kidding? Watch this.
I want to have a pleasant, positive conversation in which you ask me about every issue on this list.
She wants to feel good. She wants a pleasant conversation. This is politics. These are issues that are affecting people's lives every day. Not everyone's going to agree with your solution to anything. It's politics. Some of your decisions might harm some people. People will not be happy. That happens to everyone in politics. It's why everyone in politics is supposed to have a thick skin, because you're not going to make everyone happy, and some people will be upset with your answer. You don't always have, you're talking about unpleasant issues sometimes. You're talking about unemployment, homelessness. You're talking about people who have mental issues sometimes, illegal aliens, abortion. These are difficult questions and difficult subjects, and they're not pleasant necessarily. They're not pleasant conversations, but they are necessary. If you want to be elected, if you want to be the leader, if you want to make the decisions for whether it's a city, a state, for people, then you have to be able to answer the unpleasant question. It's not about your feelings. She wants to feel good. That's what's important to Katie Porter and to many Democrats, because you hear them talk about feelings all the time. Gavin Newsom's talking about my feelings. I feel like there won't be a 2028 election. Is there any evidence for that? No. Is there any proof that Donald Trump is going to prevent the 2028 election? No. No proof whatsoever. It's just Gavin Newsom has a feeling. Who cares? There's no evidence behind that. Shut your mouth. Keep it to yourself. That's your feeling. That's not a fact. But when he says that and says that, well, you have to listen to Gavin Newsom's feeling. You have to share Gavin Newsom's fear. Well, that only makes people react violently. If you tell me that America is not going to have elections anymore, people will have a revolt. They will rise up and there will be riots. People will die because people will fight for the right to vote in America. But he has no proof. So he is inciting violence, Gavin Newsom, by saying that you should be afraid there won't be any more elections because he has a feeling. No proof, no evidence, no hints. Just him having a feeling. That's bad. And that's what Katie Porter's doing. This is about her feelings. Her feelings are more important than you in California or anywhere else in America. Let's hear what else she has to say.
And if every question you're going to make up a follow-up question, then we're never going to get there.
Ms.
And
Porter,
we're just going to circle around.
I am an investigative
I have never had to do
reporter.
this before, ever.
She has only gotten softball questions. The news media has bent over backwards to make her feel good, not the voters, not to inform the public, but to make Katie Porter, a Democrat, feel good. That's where the emphasis of all, according to Katie Porter, that's the emphasis of all the California news agencies, all the news reporters that have interviewed her. They're worried about making her feel good. Her feelings are more important than facts or getting answers. That should scare everyone. No wonder she's losing now. Going on.
You've never had to have a conversation with
to end
a
an
reporter?
interview.
Okay, but every other candidate has done this.
What part of I'm me? I'm running for governor because I'm a leader.
Is she arrogant? Oh, hell yes. Is she authoritarian? Hell yes. This is the Democratic Party. This is one of the leaders of the Democratic Party. She was getting all the support of all the Democrats across California. She was getting across the nation. She was getting support because, oh, she's just telling you, I'm authoritarian. I'm the boss. Screw you. You're a little person. You don't matter. You want to ask a question? I'm the boss. I don't got to answer your questions. This is the Democratic Party. This is someone who rose to power in the Democratic Party with the opinion that the public don't matter, that she doesn't have to answer questions to anyone. She is beyond accountability. Let's see what else she says.
So I am going to make...
So you're not going to answer questions from reporters? Okay, why don't we go through? I will continue to ask follow-up questions because that's my job as a journalist, but I will go through and ask these, and if you don't want to answer, you don't want to answer.
Which is the right of any interviewee. And I've gone through that I've had interviews that have gone badly with people who don't like me, Democrats and Republicans alike. I've had bad interviews, everyone has, where it's just someone doesn't want to talk to you. But you have questions and the answer, or I've interviewed people who I don't like. I've had quite a few interviews where I'm talking to someone I don't like, whose political ideology I don't agree with. And I ask the questions anyway, politely and respectfully. And I ask the questions anyway. Why? Because it's not about me. It's not even about the person I'm asking. It's about the public. The public deserves an answer. That's what our job is. That's why the candidate is running for office. And that's why I'm a journalist. I'm asking the question, you're answering it. The public gets to decide whatever they think. It has my feelings about it mean nothing in that interview. The interviewee, their feelings mean nothing in that interview. It's only what the public thinks. That's what's important. But let's see what else she says.
So nearly every legislative...
I don't want to have an unhappy experience with you.
I don't want to have an unhappy experience. Who cares? No, I'm being serious here. Who cares if a politician has an unhappy experience? We're dealing with homelessness. We're dealing with people who are taking a dump, human feces on the streets at numbers that are, they actually had to create a part of the government in California. They actually had to hire people just to clean up human feces off the streets in California, specifically in San Francisco, in Nancy Pelosi's district. They had, because people, homeless people, the largest population of homeless people in America are in California, and many of them are just defecating in the streets in San Francisco, and they had to hire people just to clean that up. It is that much of a problem. And she doesn't want to talk about that because it's an unhappy experience. It's unhappy for the homeless. It's unhappy for the people on drugs. It's unhappy for the people who have to clean up their feces. It is an unpleasant issue, but it is an issue that must be spoken about. Abortion is an unpleasant issue, and it must be spoken about. Fighting fires, environmentalism, unemployment, feeding the homeless, dealing with mental health. These are all unpleasant issues. There's nothing happy, joy about it. And you as a politician or a candidate, you're not necessarily going to feel good about that conversation. And no one cares because it's not about whether you feel good. It's about what's your answer. Are you effective? Are you efficient? But the Democrats don't care. The environment of the Democrats, of the candidates, is about their feelings. They're more important than the issue. They're more important than the solution. They're more important than the voters. And Katie Porter is showing us this. And I don't understand how she ever got to power in the Democratic Party. I don't understand why people voted for her. This is insane. Dow has a comment here, and let me bring that up. Dow says, Porter demonstrates the intense desire for her to elevate herself to nobility. Yes, that is exactly what she's doing. And that's not what America's about. She should be questioned. She must answer the questions, and the public gets to decide. She is a servant. She doesn't get to pick and choose what question she wants to answer. She gets to choose how she answers the question, but she doesn't get to choose what the question is. She doesn't get to say, I don't feel happy, so I'm going to end your interview. She doesn't get to say that. No politician does. On the right, on the left, if you're third party, independent, I don't care what you are, no candidate gets to say, I don't like that. I don't feel good. I don't care. It's not about you. It's about the voting public. But they don't care about that. By the way, I also want to thank John. John did a super chat for $9.99. Thank you, John. I did see that. I was just waiting to take a break. Thank you for your support of this channel and being able to have these conversations about these important issues. Again, anyone on the left, you want to talk about it, I'm happy to hear your voice. You can do a chat. You can do a super chat like John did. You can do a Rumble rant if you want to. It's up to you. But like, share, and subscribe so we can have these conversations and so that I can do an interview with Zoran Mandami or Curtis Sliwa or Larry Sharp, to ask them to do an interview with Kathy Hochul and anyone else, and Elise Stefanik. Let's give me the subscribers. Let me get to 5,000, maybe 10,000 subscribers, and I can reach out to them and say, hey, I have a voting block, enough votes that could possibly win that election for you or lose it. Answer the question. I don't care if you feel good. I don't care if it's a happy question or not. I'm going to ask you questions. You're going to provide answers, and the public will decide whether they want to vote for you or not. Because that's the only thing that matters. Like, share, subscribe. I will ask those questions of Kathy Hochul. I will ask those questions of Elise Stefanik. I will ask those questions of Larry Sharp. And God knows, I've asked Larry Sharp every significant and difficult question before in my life. Every time I meet him publicly, when we do debates or interviews, I've always asked him difficult questions. It's not because I want Larry, my personal friend, to feel bad. It's because the issue is important. And when I disagree with my friend Larry, and we do disagree on several issues, you know what? It's not because I want my friend to feel bad. It's because it's important for the public to hear the answer to the question I don't like or the issue I don't agree with. And to hear Larry give you the answer so that you get to decide whether you think he has the right solution. Same thing for Elise Stefanik, who's a Republican like I am, and who I've also met in person, and also for Kathy Hochul, who I've never met, but I would treat her the same way as I would Elise, who I have no bad feelings about, and about Larry, who's a personal friend. Because the interview isn't about me. It's not even about the person I'm interviewing. It's about you. And Katie Porter, the Democratic Party, have no respect for you. They only have, here's my feeling, you should have it too. She is literally saying, I have a feeling. This is the feeling you should have. I want to feel happy, so you should make me feel happy. And we've heard this from politicians over and over again. I have a feeling. You should have this feeling. Again, Gavin Newsom, I'm afraid of the 2028 election. Why? Do you have any proof? Do you have any evidence? Do you have anything that makes us think there won't be an election? No. The answer to that is no. He just has a feeling. And you should have that feeling too. Why? He never answers that. The mainstream news media won't ask him. I would, but the mainstream media won't ask him, why do you have this feeling? There's no evidence. Why should we be afraid? Because there's no evidence there won't be an election. And his answer is, I have a feeling. Why should we listen to that? Why should we have that feeling? Why must I have the same feeling as Gavin Newsom about 2028? There's no reason. There's no evidence. There's no justification. It is a manipulation of your emotions. So that's where that is. And that really upset me. I am so happy that the people of California got to see that and avoided having a terrible governor. Because if she's doing this now, imagine if she was elected. Do you think she cares about mental health? Do you think she cares about the people who are addicts in her state? Do you think she cares about helping people? Or do you think she cares more about having more power and having good feelings? What's she going to do when there's an earthquake in California, when there is a forest fire blazing through California? What do you think? Oh, I can't talk about that. I don't feel good. I only want to talk about positive things. I only want to talk about happy things. Oh, unemployment's skyrocketing in California. The Hollywood is falling apart and people are leaving Hollywood because it's too expensive and they can't make movies and there's too many regulations. I don't want to talk about that. That doesn't make me feel good. Yeah, but it's affecting your constituents. You have to speak about it. No one cares how you feel. All right, I beat that. I beat that down. I thought it was very clear. But it's the same thing that we're seeing from people like, and I want to put up, same thing that we're hearing from Hakeem Jeffries. Hakeem Jeffries did exactly the same thing that Katie Porter did. Now, the only difference is Hakeem Jeffries isn't up for a re-election. And Hakeem Jeffries is the minority leader for the Democrats in the House. And what happens? Hakeem Jeffries invited Democrats to his speech. He was giving a speech trying to blame Republicans for the shutdown, which is not true. And I covered this with you guys last week. All of the Republicans, except for Thomas Massie and Rand Paul, voted to continue to keep the government open. Republicans did their job. They're keeping the government open. They voted to do that. And again, Thomas Massie, Rand Paul always vote against the continuing resolution. That's from Democrats, Republicans, it doesn't matter. That is their principle. That's what they got elected for, that they will not vote for a continuing resolution because they know it is inflationary. Fine. That's where they stand. I have no problem with them. They made it public that they would never vote for that. I have no problem with Thomas Massie and Rand Paul. And every other Republican voted for this. In the House, in the Senate, they all voted to keep the government open. The only people who voted against keeping the government open were Democrats. That's it. And that's Hakeem Jeffries. So how can you say it's the Republicans' fault when Democrats were the ones who voted no? The Democrats closed the government. That's the only answer you can have. You may not like that answer. You may want to blame someone else, but it's a lie. The only person you could possibly blame are the people who said, keep the government closed. That's the Democrats. Why did they do that? For $1.5 trillion, which is inflationary, that will make more people who are poor in America even more poor. It will make people who are in the middle class poor. It is inflationary. There is no two ways about that. Why? Because they want to spend money on illegal aliens. That's what it is. They're going to say, oh, no, we can't give money to illegal aliens, but you were. They want to reinstate all of the policies that Trump already got rid of that helped illegal aliens. They want to spend your money for NPR, a private business that gets 90% of its money from donations. And the answer to any other business in the universe would be shrink the size of your company to the amount of money you actually the revenue you make, or ask for more money from your donors. That's it. Get more money from the public or shrink the size of your company. Instead, Democrats are like, we've got to give them more money. Why? We don't have to. It's a private company. We don't have to give them a dime. They are in business. 90% of they're raising 90% of the money they need to do anything. We don't have to give them anything. They either shrink a little bit and run their business at the amount that they raise, which is 90% of what they spend already, or they can ask the people that donate to them, the businesses, the private individuals, to donate more money. Those are their choices. Neither one involves taking money from you to give to the Democrats and to have the government give that money to NPR. Why? If I want to give money to NPR, I can give it to them directly. Why do I need Hakeem Jeffries to take my money to give some of that money to NPR. No. If I want to give money to NPR, I'll just give them my money. It is my choice. I don't need the government for this. I can do it myself. Millions of people do, in fact, give money to NPR. They don't need Hakeem Jeffries. They don't need the government to give them your money. Hakeem Jeffries is being dishonest. So that's the conversation that's happening. And so Hakeem Jeffries invited Mike Lawler. By the way, Hakeem Jeffries is the black guy with the bald head, if you didn't know. If you didn't know, that's Hakeem Jeffries. He's on the left. And on the right is Mike Lawler. Mike Lawler is a Republican. Hakeem Jeffries invited the Republicans to come hear him speak. Mike Lawler took up his invitation, showed up. And now they're both arguing about questions. But here's the thing. Mike Lawler is saying, here are the consequences of what I voted for. He's being accountable. He said, I voted for this, and I think it's doing good things. And you're telling me we have to close the government, and that's going to do bad things. Why are you doing that? And the answer from Hakeem Jeffries is,
oh, I'm listening.
So why
Go
don't you
ahead.
just keep your mouth shut?
Oh,
because you
is
showed
that,
up.
Is that the way to
you
talk?
You showed up. Yeah. And so you voted for this one
I
big
signed
ugly
on
bill.
for this. You can.
I want to focus on that. He just said, you shut up. Well, that's not very diplomatic. And again, he's silencing someone. He's telling them, shut up, stop speaking. I don't want to hear what you have to say. He's trying to silence his opposition. That's not how a government works. That's not being accountable. Because Mike Lawler is saying, I voted for this bill, and here's the consequences of it. And you're voting against it. You're voting to keep the government shut. I'm voting to keep it open. There are consequences. And Hakeem Jeffries is like, no, shut up. Stop speaking. You invited him there. You invited him to have a conversation with you. He's doing it. You may not like that conversation. It may be embarrassing for Hakeem Jeffries because he obviously didn't expect Mike Lawler to show up. He didn't expect any Republicans to actually take his invitation and show up. He didn't expect anyone to question him. He expected people to just obey, to comply, to be silent. That's what he expected. And a Republican showed up and, oh my God, now I have to actually justify what I'm saying and what I did. And Mike Lawler isn't backing down. He's not like, oh, I didn't vote for it. He did. It's like, yes, this is what I voted for. I did vote for it. You don't like it, but I voted for it. And it helped people. And Hakeem Jeffries, his answer is, you shut up. There's a problem with these people. Seriously. The Democratic Party, no wonder they're at the bottom of the barrel. When they can't even get through, they're inviting people and then telling them to shut up. They're asking for people to give them answers and they're telling them to shut up when they don't like the answer they get. They're telling people that you have to have their feelings, that you have to obey them, not that they, as a servant, as an elected servant, they have to obey you. And they don't like that. They don't like being reminded of that over and over again. Where is this? Okay, I don't know where's my Letitia James? I hadn't. Okay. I don't know where I had my article about Letitia James. Let's talk about Letitia James. She's going to be arrested. And Letitia James James Comey got indicted for perjury. He lied. And that's a good thing. Letitia James has been indicted. She's going to be arrested. Why? She broke the law. Apparently, she seems to have committed fraud. And that's a crime. And she knows it. She's the Attorney General. She willfully lied on documentation that the public has access to and have seen. It is out in the public. We have seen the lies that she has provided. And now she's being held accountable like any other American citizen. Every American citizen. if you commit a crime, if you are believed to have committed a crime, then you will be indicted, arrested, and you will go to court. That's what if I got accused of a crime, that's what would happen to me. That's what's going to happen to you. Why is Letitia James different? Why is Letitia James being treated differently? Oh, she's a black female Democrat. And I've heard people say that. Well, you got to understand, she's a black female Democrat. Okay, where in the hell is the answer? That's not a reason. That's a description of Letitia James. Yes, she's a female, she's black, and she's a Democrat. Got it. That doesn't explain anything. That doesn't justify anything. That doesn't excuse anything. That is useless. That's a waste of time. That is an empty statement. But if you obey Democrats, well, DEI. Well, yeah, but diversity, equity, and inclusion doesn't answer the underlying question. Did you commit a crime? It's just that simple. Did you commit a crime? And if you committed the crime, you should be punished. Diversity, equity, inclusion does not absolve you of crimes. It doesn't prevent you from being arrested and going into court. You're not absolved of anything. To say, well, I have a skin tan. I have a permanent skin tan. So what? What does that mean? Nothing. But I'm a female, which means nothing. Women commit crimes just like men do. White, black, Asian, Hispanic people commit crimes all around the world of every race, every persuasion, every religion, every day. That's not an excuse. That's not a reason not to be prosecuted to the law. And you got to remember, the Democrats, they are out there right now, and they're not denying that Letitia James committed a crime. They're avoiding it completely. They're like Katie Porter. They're like Hakeem Jeffries. They're ignoring the crime itself because they can't defend the crime. They have no answer to the crime. So they're going to ignore that completely. And it's Orange Man bad because, it's always Orange Man bad. The answer to everything is Orange Man bad. Hakeem Jeffries in the last clip, yeah, he started off with, did Orange Man bad send you down here? Were you sent here because of Donald Trump? Hakeem Jeffries, you invited Mike Laura. You invited the Republicans to show up. They don't need anyone to send them. You invited them. But he starts off with Orange Man bad, Hakeem Jeffries. And now you're hearing for Letitia James, Orange Man bad. He's getting revenge. See, here's the feeling. It's revenge. See how vengeful he is? He's a bad guy. This is a bad thing to do. How dare he do that? That's so mean. He's attacking a black woman. But did she commit the crime? That's the part I always have to go back to. And that whenever I hear that, I always have to ask the question, but did she commit the crime? Yeah. Donald Trump, he's looking for revenge. Maybe. He's a mean, bad guy. Maybe. And whether he is looking for revenge, whether he is a bad, mean guy, did she commit the crime? That's the only thing that matters. That's why she's going to go into a courtroom. Did she commit the crime? If the answer is yes, she goes to jail for 30 years and or pays $1 million in fines. That's it. It doesn't matter if she's white or black, male or female, she dates gay or straight, doesn't really matter. No one cares. None of that is important. None of that has to do with, did she commit the crime? And if she did, she should be punished. Why? Well, she's the attorney general. Attorney generals can commit crimes. So can governors, so can presidents. Human beings can commit crimes. Just saying that, well, I have a fancy elected office does not mean that you are suddenly Saint Teresa, Mother Teresa. You're not a saint. That doesn't absolve you of all the crimes. And we know many politicians over the years have committed crimes. How about, let's go back in time a little bit. Before most of the people who are in the audience right now were alive, before they were ever born, there was Barney Frank. He was a congressman. And Barney Frank, well, he committed fraud for Fannie Mae, for his boyfriend. And that helped to create the housing crisis, the housing bubble that millions, it created a recession in America. Yeah, he got away with that. How about we look at Charlie Rangel? Charlie Rangel, who was a New York City member of Congress for decades. I think he was in for 30 years before he retired. Charlie Rangel lied. He had a $500,000 home in the Caribbean, and he forgot. He just forgot to mention it on his taxes. He didn't pay his taxes on that. He was making money. It's part of his assets. He was supposed to, as a member of Congress, he was supposed to fully disclose his assets, and he hid this from the public and the IRS. Oops, it was a mistake. I mean, you make mistakes with it too, right? You had $500,000 that you hid from the IRS, and they understood that, right? No, I think if you hid $50,000 from the IRS, if you hid $5,000 from the IRS, they're going to hit you with a bill. They're going to give you penalties of 24%. They might take you to court and throw you in jail. That's what they would do to you. That's what they would do to me. But Charlie Rangel, $500,000, oops, it was a mistake. They went after Donald Trump because he signed one piece of paper, and they said, well, that's a crime 34 times. How about this? Bob Menendez, yet another Democrat. What was Bob? His crime was he was corrupt. He was getting gold bars to bribe him. Democrats were hiding that. We had to go to court 3 times to prove that Bob Menendez is a criminal. And Democrats almost all the way until the moment he got convicted were like, Bob Menendez, he's a good guy. This is just Republicans being Republicans. They just don't like Spanish people. He was a criminal. He was corrupt. He was being bought off with gold bars. And Democrats were like, yeah, but he's Hispanic. And it's Republicans. And the Republicans are bad people. How about, let's remember another story. You may not remember this one. This is like back in 2005. William Jefferson. Now, it sounds like a really famous name. It's not. William Jefferson was a congressman for the state of Louisiana. Okay? State of Louisiana, William Jefferson, he's a congressman. He gets caught with $90,000 in his freezer. Think about that. $90,000. He hid the money from the IRS. It was part of a bribe. He was corrupt. Democrats looked at him and said, well, he's black, so it's racist. But wait a minute. But we caught him red-handed with the money. Yes, but it was a witch hunt. It was a Republican witch hunt, and they're racist. But we have him with the bribe money. $90,000 of bribe money in his freezer. Yes, but it's racist. What? This is what Democrats do. Hillary Clinton, okay? She destroyed evidence, subpoenaed evidence. She destroyed it. Democrats were like, well, it doesn't matter. It was her private computer, which was illegal for her to put secret documents on that home computer. So she committed another crime as well. Not only did she destroy subpoenaed evidence, by the way, you do that, you are going to jail. I do that, I'm going to jail. Anyone except Hillary Clinton does this. Anyone except a Democrat does this. You, an elected Democrat, you are going to jail. No ifs, no buts about that. If you have secret information, classified documents, and you have that on your computer right now, the government will throw you in jail. They did that to several members. They do it all the time to members of the military. If you have secret documents, doesn't matter why you have it, doesn't matter what you're doing with it, but if you have it in your possession, you are going to jail. Joe Biden had secret documents in his garage, and unguarded, barely locked, insecure, secret classified documents for 40 years. That's longer than most people who are watching this channel on YouTube have been alive. 40 years. He had secret documents in his garage. Did Joe Biden go to jail? No. I think it was Comey who said he's too old. He's too doddering. Remember, Joe Biden was sharp as a tack. That's what they told you. Joe Biden was brilliant. His mind was completely intact. He knew exactly what was going on. And when they investigated him for the crime of having secret documents in his possession for 4 decades, which is illegal, they said he's too old and he is too feeble-minded to go to jail. Can you see why Letitia James thought she would get away with this? I just went down a list. Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, William Jefferson, Bob Menendez, Charles Rangel, Barney Frank. These are all Democrats. This is decades. This is like 30 years, 35 years of crime after crime after crime after crime. And the excuse, Barney Frank was gay. Charles Rangel was black. William Jefferson is black. Hillary Clinton is a woman. Joe Biden was old. They have an excuse for everything. And if you want to follow the law and you want to enforce the law that Democrats created, that Democrats voted for, these are the laws that every American citizen has to be held to, then you are the problem. Letitia James, you can't punish her. She's black. She's a woman. She's a Democrat. Yeah, and she's the AG. She knew better. She knew she was committing a crime when she signed the documents that the public has been able to see for ourselves, and we know what the documents say. She may go to court and win, but she needs to go to court because everything appears to say that she committed a crime. The public documents we have seen say she committed a crime. And she's saying, I don't have to go to jail. This is beneath me. I'm a black Democrat. I'm a woman. This is all political. Did you commit the crime? Because all the evidence says you did. You're telling me, but I feel that, as she's saying, Letitia James is saying, but I feel as a black woman, as a Democrat, this is all about revenge. Doesn't matter. Maybe it is revenge. Let's go with that. Let's say that Letitia James is in trouble because it's revenge. Donald Trump wants to pick on her because she's a Democrat and she convicted him, I think wrongfully, but she got him thrown, she got a conviction against him and he's mad about that. Okay, is she guilty? Because it doesn't matter. Let's assume that she's right. Donald Trump is mad at her and he's looking for revenge. But did you commit the crime? Because Donald Trump didn't make this up. He didn't make you sign 3 mortgage documents on your own over the space of the last 25 years. Donald Trump didn't make you do that. Donald Trump wasn't standing there with a gun to your head. He didn't force you to do this. You did this, Letitia James, and you were an attorney and became the Attorney General of the of New York. You knew what you were doing. You knew you were perjuring yourself. You were lying. You knew this. So it's not, Donald Trump has nothing, whether Donald Trump is happy, whether Donald Trump is giddy, whether he is dancing because he is happy that you are getting arrested and you deserve to go to court, whether or not he's ecstatic about that does not change the fact you appear to have committed a crime, Letitia James, and you, like any American citizen, are being held accountable to the law. Democrats have to get that through your head. She's not special. She doesn't get privilege. She doesn't get to ignore the law. You don't get to say orange man bad and walk away from a crime. You don't. I don't care how much you want to. You don't. Let me go to the comments. Dal says, wait, this clip where he pulls the sombrero. Oh. yeah. He has the sombrero. You want to show the sombrero meme. That's funny. That is funny. Joe says, they are trying to say Letitia James's mortgage said for a second home. When I first heard it, it was her primary home. Well, when I first heard it, it was about the residence being this is the way they worded it. Let me be very clear. It's the Virginia home, the third mortgage. She had two others. This is the third mortgage when she's Attorney General in 2020. She signed the form and said that this residence would be primarily hers. This is where most people think she said it's her primary residence. It's not. It's listed as her second residence, but she would be primarily the only one living there. That it's just her house for her. She wouldn't have anyone renting the house. She wouldn't have anyone else living there as their main residence. She's the main residence. It's her house. That doesn't mean that, my mom wants to come by and spend a month with me, that she couldn't do that. No, but she's saying that out of 12 months a year, the person who's going to be there most of the time is going to be only her. Only her. It's not like her mom's going to be living there 12 months out the year and Letitia visits. That would be different. And she would be charged different. She would have to pay different money because then it would be a commercial home. If she had someone who was living there and paying her rent, that would be a commercial home. That would be, Letitia James would be a landlord. But she said it's her primary residence when she's living there. She's the primary person living in that house. And the lie is that Letitia James has one of her family members, her niece, living there, and she's paying rent. And Letitia James did not count that rent as income, which it is, and she is required by law to report her income from a business, which is being a landlord, and she lied on the documents, which is perjury. And as an attorney, she knows that. So she lied, and she illegally collected funds as the Attorney General of New York. That's the problem. So I hope that answers that for you, Joel, because I know I got it wrong at first as well, like everyone else, like many people saying, well, she said that was her primary residence. Well, she was primarily living in that residence, and that it would be residential, not commercial. She wouldn't be getting rent, and she is. Dow says, yeah, it was reported that she listed it as a primary residence to take advantage of tax breaks. Primary residence, she primarily would be living at that residence. That's where the tax break comes in. So again, it's a little bit play of the words, but yes, that is important. Cold cash? I don't know why you're sorry, Joel. Cold cash. She's going after cold cash. I'm not sure what that's a joke. Okay. Not sure what that's supposed to mean. So I wanted to cover that. The last thing I want to cover, I think pretty much the last thing. So we've talked about the Nobel Peace Prize. We talked about Hamas. We talked about Letitia James. We've talked about Larry Sharpe. We talked about Katie Porter and California. We talked about the shutdown. I think I've covered almost everything. Last thing I really want to get into is according to a poll, a financial study. This is by Moody's. Now, remember, America got downgraded under Obama, under Joe Biden. America got downgraded, and the economy was worse than we were told because Joe Biden lied about 1.5 million jobs. Said they existed, they don't. He lied to you. And that means the economy was even worse than what Moody's thought, and America got downgraded a third time. America is not AAA rated credit anymore. We used to be the gold standard in terms of debt. We're not anymore. We're less than credible. That's a problem. That's a problem. We pay more interest on all of our loans. The American government pays more on all of its loans and all of the money that we put out for treasuries. We pay more money now because we're not AAA rated anymore. And governments have less trust in our financial economic system than they did before, because it used to be gold standard guaranteed. Now it's not. It's still very strong. It's AA rated, and that's very strong, but it's not AAA. It's not a guarantee. And there is a big difference. If you look at finances, there's a big chasm of difference between AAA rated, which means guaranteed money back, and anything else. Everything else is more risk, which means it's more expensive, which means people trust you less, and they're less likely to buy your bond or your treasury note because you're not 100% guaranteed trustworthy. It makes a big difference. So Moody's, who helped to say that America is not trustworthy, did a recent study, and they found out that there are 22 states that are in a recession or on the brink of a recession. This started before Donald Trump. The study was being done before Donald Trump got into office. This is the economy after Bidenomics. And what do we know? 2/3, actually it was 69% of all of the states, okay, that would be 15 states. 15 states out of 22 happen to be Democrat states. There are 7 Republican states on the list. There are. A couple of them are maybe you want to call swing states, but I'm going to count them just red and blue. There are 15 blue states, 7 red states. We're looking at more than double the number of states. And I'm not saying the economy is great. It's not. It's been in trouble since August of 2022. That's a fact. I started this year telling you that we were in a recession before Donald Trump even got in office. I had been telling you in 2023, 2024, we're in a recession. The economy has been hurt, and Trump is trying to fix it. And these states have already been in a recession. They're saying, well, California and New York, they're not in recessions. Yes, they are. According to Moody's, California and New York, which are debtors, they have more debt than most nations have a gross domestic product. Most nations have. They are absolutely some of the worst economies in the world. And I would tell you that they're in a recession. But no problem, because Moody's said, well, we're not counting California or New York because it would make the Democrats look really, really, really bad. They're not counting Massachusetts or Illinois because Democrats would look really, really bad. But out of this list of 22, 15, the majority, 69%, are blue states. That should tell you something. The economy was screwed up. Democrats don't know how to fix it. Democrats don't know how to do anything without government funding. Remember when Donald Trump, for 6 hours, he cut off the Democrat states, all of the funding in the government. He shut it down for 6 hours. And within less than 3 hours, Letitia James in California, Portland, Chicago, Massachusetts, they were all on a live stream conference call telling you that their states, each and every one of the blue states, could not. They had 12 states that they had on the live stream saying they cannot run, they cannot operate. They must have federal money because they have failed their states so badly. It's like Obamacare. It can't work. Obamacare cannot work unless the government is funding it. It is that much of a failure that unless insurance companies are getting subsidies. Unless we're paying off insurance companies, you cannot make Obamacare work. And it doesn't work that well in the first place. That's why since 2010, they have never actually allowed all of Obamacare to be active. They have, to this day, there are still multiple parts of Obamacare that they have never activated. They can't, they won't, because it will fail even more spectacularly than it has already failed. That is a fact. Don't believe me? Ask your politicians, ask your members of Congress. Is their part? Go and check it on ChatGPT. They have never fully allowed the Obamacare to go forward. I'm talking about Democrats. Forget it, Republicans. Democrats under the Obama administration, under the Biden administration, Democrats have never let Obamacare actually work because it will fail. But they're going to blame you and me. They're going to say this is Donald Trump's fault. This is Biden's fault. This has been happening since 2022 when we had 22% inflation. Actually, it goes back to, I first mentioned this, and I have the article, February 17th of 2021. I did a video telling you, predicting that America was going to go into a recession, that America was going to see hyperinflation. February 17th, 2021. You can check it out for yourself. I made that video telling you, the public, we were in financial trouble because Biden was screwing up that bad. It was that predictable. And it happened. And now they want to blame anyone else and say it's Republicans' fault. It's Donald Trump's fault. It's MAGA's fault. Because we spent 4 years, Democrats screwed up the economy for 4 years, and now it's the Republicans' fault that it did, in fact, fall apart. It's ridiculous, folks. It's ridiculous. None of this makes sense. But we've been together here five and a half hours. I know my puppy. Oh, sorry. I just saw this. So the joke was talking about cold cash, cold hard cash. What were they talking about? They were talking about William Jefferson, the congressman from Louisiana, who had $90,000 in the freezer. Cold hard cash. But that's because he's black. You're only investigating him because he's black, not because he had $90,000 in his freezer because he was taking bribes. No, but it's because he's black and your Republicans are racist. What's that got to do with the $90,000 in his freezer? He took a bribe. Whether Republicans are or we're not racist, but even if you wanted to make that argument, he still took the bribe. $90,000 was in his freezer because he took the bribe. Has nothing to do with whether anyone else in the universe is a racist or a ist or a phobe. Has nothing to do with any of that. He took the bribe. Mendez took the gold bars. Barney Frank got the sweetheart deals for housing. Charles Rangel forgot about his $500,000 villa in the Caribbean. Hillary Clinton destroyed subpoena documents. It doesn't matter if anyone else in the universe was an ist or a phobe. It doesn't matter. Letitia James apparently committed the crime. You can say it's racist. You can say it's sexist. She still did it. I don't know, man. I don't know, folks. Look, I want to thank everybody who's been here with me if you've been here throughout the entire show, whether it's on Rumble or YouTube, on X or Facebook, whatever platform that you're watching this on, I thank you for taking the time to be here with me today. I hope you found this interesting and thought-provoking. That's what I want to do. I want you to be aware of the things that the mainstream media are hiding from you. They're obfuscating the facts. Kind of like with CBS in talking about Maria Corina Machado. They lied to the public. Didn't tell you what she actually said. You had to go overseas to find that information. They didn't want to tell you that the reason she was able to get a Nobel Peace Prize, the reason why she's helping her people in Venezuela, Donald Trump and America. She named them and dedicated her Nobel Prize to Donald Trump and America. They don't want to tell you that because it's political. They want to protect Letitia James because it's political. They want to destroy, they are destroying this nation. You got, what's her name? Katie Porter, who only wants to take happy questions. She only wants to feel good. And you have to make her feel good because, well, DEI, she's a woman. Because that's what Democrats demand. You have to obey. They command, you obey. That's what the Democrats are putting forward. No wonder they are losing. No wonder they're losing popularity. They're losing support. They're losing donations. As we talked about back in June, we knew that the Democratic Party was going broke. None of their donors wanted to give them money. Gee, with candidates like Katie Porter, with people like Letitia James that they're supporting, with people like Gavin Newsom spreading fear, I'm not surprised why the donors don't want to give them money. With the news media and Democrats denying the absolutely clear fact that Donald Trump and the American government is making more peace in the world, and Obama couldn't do it, and Joe Biden couldn't do it, and Kamala Harris damn sure couldn't do it. It's going to be a very interesting midterm elections. It's going to be very interesting to see the New York 2026 mayoral race. Seems like it's going to be Kathy Hochul, who will definitely beat Antonio Delgado. People may remember I was talking about Antonio. I covered Antonio Delgado back when he was the congressman for the New York 19th district. And he was going to lose his race to Mark Molinaro. And so instead of lose, he ran away. He ran away. He gave up. He abandoned the people of the New York 19th district so that he could go with Kathy Hochul. And now he wants to abandon Kathy Hochul to become governor instead of being lieutenant governor. He's a backstabber. Antonio Delgado, you're a backstabber. And it's documented. You did it. You stabbed the people of the New York 19th district in the back. And then you got yourself to the lieutenant governor's seat. And now you're stabbing Kathy Hochul in the back because you want her job. I tell you what, the Democrats are really special kind of people. Look at how they treat each other. And then look at how they're treating you. So I think it's going to be real interesting to see how the midterms turn out. I think at this point, it looks like, I don't have percentages yet. It's too far out. But it looks like next year, Democrats are going to lose seats in the midterm. And normally, historically, they should win. Historically, after a presidential election in the midterm, historically, the opposite party usually gains a couple of seats. You would expect, historically, Democrats should win the midterms. At this point, I think they lose. Not only do they lose besides not getting more seats, they're going to lose more seats than they have right now. They're not even going to have as many after 2026. They're not even going to have as many seats as the 218 they have right now in the House. They're going to have even fewer. They're going to lose some of the Senate seats. And I think they're going to lose a bunch of governor's races. And I hope one of them will be the New York State governor's race. And I hope that as much as I like Elise Stefanik, as much as I know some people who've worked around her, as much as she's a Republican, I think it's going to be Larry Sharpe. I think it should be Larry Sharpe. Not just because he's my personal friend, because I think he has the best plans. He has plans, and he has, I think, the best plans, and he has Maha. But these are my thoughts. These are my thoughts. Oh, thank you, Joel. He mentions tomorrow is Columbus Day. So if you didn't watch this, if you didn't see the whole show today, You have tomorrow, Columbus Day. You can listen to it then. Or if it's the first time, share it with a friend. Let your friends see the Columbus Day to see the show, learn a little bit more about me, look at what we do. Most of all, I want you to like, I want you to share, I want you to comment after the show. I want you to subscribe. If I can get to 5,000 to 10,000 subscribers, I'm not asking for a lot, I'm not asking for the world. 5,000 to 10,000 subscribers, I believe I can get Zoran Mandami to do an interview. I know I will get Larry Sharp to do an interview because he's my friend. But if he wasn't, if I had 5,000 to 10,000 subscribers, I can get him onto this program. I want to be able to get people like Curtis Sliwa to do interviews with us. We need 5,000 to 10,000 subscribers, and I will be able to get these elected politicians to answer questions, to give you the truth, to reveal whether they're Katie Porter or they're Larry Sharp. There's a big difference between the two. You deserve to know which one's which. Joe says, I agree. Midterms will be bad for Democrats. Charlie Kirk's assassination, the Schumer shutdown have hurt them. So did Katie Porter. You're right. Correct and correct. So very true. Again, I want to thank everyone who was leaving comments in the chat live. I thank you for that. I appreciate each and every one of you. That's Joel, that's Dal, that's John Lashcombe, Alabama Barbie, even the Lauren, even our apparently resident Democratic propaganda chat bot. Even Lauren, I'm happy about. Hello, and user has been banned. Excuse me. And everyone else. And I also want to thank again John Lashcombe for the super chat, the $9.99 for supporting this channel to help us keep the lights on, to help us to get to ask the questions of the candidates and the elected politicians, to remind them that they answer to you. You are America. They are your servant. That is important. That is what America and the Constitution are about. That's why there are millions of people trying to get into America, and virtually no one is trying to leave. And no other nation can say that. No other nation on the face of the earth can say that. It's because we are the boss, and our elected officials, they're our servants. That's just a fact. So again, please do decide to give me a like, a share. If you made it through 5 minutes, if you've made it through 5.5 hours, give me the like, subscribe. It costs you nothing. And of course, if you want to, it's up to you. But if you want to, you can also join our Patreon. It's $1.50 a month, $15 in a year. That's less than any subscription you have. And we do well over 30 hours of content every single month. We're giving you content hours upon hours. I answer your calls. I take your messages. In fact, next week, I might be able to take phone calls again. I might have got that fixed for $1.50 a month. And if you want, you can also, or you can go to PayPal, make a donation for whatever amount you want. That's up to you. It's your choice. And you don't have to do that. But if you want to, I appreciate it. It will help. I still got to pay $500 for my vet bill for my dog. You saw him a little bit earlier. Dogs are expensive, especially as they get older. He's 14. Very expensive. But, you can help me with that. You don't have to. Again, let's get to 5,000 to 10,000 subscribers. Let's get these politicians on the record answering questions so that you know whether you want to elect them or not. But no matter what else, I want you to have a great Columbus Day. I want you to feel great. I want you to be great. And I will speak to you throughout the week. And of course, be back next Sunday with episode 42, I think. It's season 7, episode 42 next week. That's 8 years plus that we've been doing this. Thank you, everyone. I want you to have a great night.